There we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are live at the Prince Panty Stadium, and we're just minutes away from the start of the first Minecraft Cymru Grand Finals game down in Cardiff. Here I have Judas with myself. I'm LJPH18, and we'll be hopefully jumping the game very soon. But Judas, we were here last year. How are you feeling making a comeback?
So excited to come back again. This was pretty my favorite event of last year. Very excited to do it again. I know the whole organization has completely leveled up this time in a way that you really can't appreciate on the other side of the screen. But trust me, in this room right now, crazy improvement. Really, really good. Really excited. We've got a big, long day. Lots of Minecraft to be played. Lots to be seen. And yeah, really excited to see what comes out of it.
Yes, we'll also have some special features of some of the students themselves coming up and doing the casting on the stream.
Oh, yeah.
So make sure to share some love when they appear and share their process into the build. We've actually already got the first game underway. We've got the 3 Miners versus the Flaming Grills under 16 semi-finals. And the theme today is
Transporting Wales for the first one. So this is going to be
Wales.
General transport in however that it be fit, basically. Of course, if you've not seen this before, the way that this works is the teams will be set up. They have 6 builders per team and 2 researchers who will spread out, look up. They have got a couple of computers set aside to actually research the topic, look into what they want to build. They have some messengers running back and forth to actually organize what they're going to be building. And then, of course, the builders will put that together in what we will be able to see then once we get into the game. So it's going to be really exciting. I think the surprise came last year in the way that the students interpreted the theme in a way we didn't really expect. I think a lot of times the teams are coming through, we'd actually then talk to the players and they'd say something we had really envisaged. I'm sure when the actual briefs were found out, we had a sort of idea in mind of what was going to come through. But yeah, when you actually see how the students look into it, obviously there's unfortunately on a bit of an age gap between us and the under 16s these days. So they do interpret things a little bit differently, and actually seeing what comes out is probably the most exciting part.
Yes, indeed. Now, the game was underway, but I think it was a little bit of a practice run because we just got disconnected. I was about to jump over from the observer point of view, and I was kind of, you saw me dart around
just
there.
teasing us, Leon, getting it ready.
What's going on?
Just warming up the crowd a little bit, want to make sure everyone's there. Of course, worth pointing out, we do have 2 teams competing at a time, but all of the other students are also here doing all sorts of activities in the background, and maybe we'll get to see a little bit of them as well, to talk to some of the other teams. And yeah, a really big day basically is in store for everyone, and I'm just really excited. There's an atmosphere of everyone's just happy to be here. We'll see when we get to the nitty-gritty, when the judges have to actually make their calls, but as of right now, yeah, just everyone's really excited to get started.
Indeed. Pickaxe sign, here we go.
Here we go. All right, we got the secret code coming in. See if it works for us this time.
No,
we're not very good at this, unfortunately. We've had a little bit of a race to get ready. And,
we needed the code again. It was this. Do you remember what the last one was? I don't remember.
This is your job, Leon. You're the tech guy on this. I'm just the pretty face, okay? I'm just here to.
Well, Mr. Pretty Face, I need you to take over for a second. I'm going to go check the code.
No problem.
I'll leave you.
No problem. So, ladies and gentlemen, this won't come to the virtual live event, but really good fun. Like I said, a lot of excitement from not just me and the other people at Esports Wales. It is excitement from just all the students. A lot of the teachers have been coming up. I'm really excited to see what's happening. I always feel like the teachers are a little bit more competitive than the students sometimes, but it's all the good theme of the competition. All about being able to express yourself in a way. And yes, there's competition. Yes, head to head in this situation. But at the end of the day, we all just want to see some really good Minecraft builds. And what I found really, really entertaining, particularly last year, was the way that students are able to use the medium of Minecraft, which is not something for everyone. It's not been around for the long time, but it's something that these kids are really, really adapted to and do a really good job with. And Leon, what's the news? How are we looking?
I think we're good to go. The kids are in the lobby. They're getting ready. They're discussing the theme, right?
Good.
This was a little bit different to the usual build battles. Normally, 30 minutes.
Okay.
And it sounds like we're on the way.
All right. There's the starting lines, everyone.
But hey, if I make sure that you guys can see what we can see, what it looks like.
Ready from 3. Thumbs up from both sides.
It looks like we're about to get into the game. 20 minutes. Red versus green. The Pure Heat Miners versus the Flaming Pearl. Oh, they've been kicked back out of the lobby. They're running back in.
Oh, who's gone too early? There's a false start. Someone has jumped the gun.
We have half the players in the lobby, half the players not.
The timer has begun, but it's
I'm going to go have a look at what's happening.
All right. So, again, for anyone who hasn't seen this before, these build battles are set to a timer. And, again, the students are set up into different teams. So we have been picked. We have been dropped. Let's get us back where we were. But, look, it's all the part of the excitement. It's all part of the build. We're just drilling up the energy before we really get going. A couple of false starts early on, but once we get underway, we're raring to go. Even the servers aren't ready for how much energy we've got coming in.
I think what's happened is you have to be on the platform area, right? Green, red, to get into the lobby. I think a couple of people are not getting into the lobby, so we might have to switch the map.
Okay.
But we'll see. It will always be technical issues when it comes to events like this. We've literally triple the amount of students here today participating in all sorts of different age brackets and peaks. But it's definitely not the energy flowing, right?
Yeah.
My oh my.
Like I said, the false starts are almost adding to it, right? Everyone's ready. You can see that we can see the players just out of eye line are all raring to go. They've had a little bit of time to think about this now. So I don't think this actually affects the build, Leon. They're going to be able to utilize this extra time, or are they going to have to sort of readjust, resettle the nerves, get ready? Because again, it's going to be tough being the first build of the day, right?
Yes.
It's been different when you start in your schools, with your usual setup. Now, new location. Some of these kids have had to travel for a while. I even heard last year some of the kids hadn't even been on a train before traveling to Cardiff for the event. So there's a lot of change in the air, and again, you want to get started, but this air of competition is always brings out the best side of you when you have to really adjust the environment, really get things going.
Yes, for sure. To answer your question about if it's going to affect the build battle, to be honest with you, I don't think so.
Oh, yeah?
These teams have risen to the ranks that's been going on. The Minecraft Cymru League has been on for a couple of months now. Start of the year, right? Since January. We're now at the grand finals, or the semi-finals, quarterfinals, grand finals in the Prince Half Stadium. And of course, these are the top of the top, right? We have seen some of the best builds in Minecraft Cymru Wales build battle history leading up to the teams that we have today. Now, less time, more of a crunch. Also, they find out the team on the day, right? So a lot of the time, there's a lot more preparation. I've actually been delivering workshops around Wales, and some of the teams will come to me and be like, oh, we've got this plan, this be coming up, we've been practicing our tackle skills, etc. And so...
It's different now, right? It's a big difference when, like you say, you've got the change up of the, like you say, you don't have as much prep. They did have the themes set beforehand, so there were options what they could practice. They maybe be practicing like some castles and things like that. Transport, maybe someone's been working on their trains coming into this. I know there's always someone who's got that special build in mind, but they didn't know. Right now, you have to make these last-minute adjustments and everything. But like you said, this is the cream of the crop. I've been informed that Showdown Miners actually top of their division coming into this one, so a lot of confidence this time around. They weren't able to get over the final hurdle last year. So this year, there's a change of mindset. I've been reliably informed they were having team talk on the minibus on the way in. So, we are looking like we're in. We're looking like we're getting to go. And we're going to see what's going now.
Well, hey. Right.
Here we go.
The build battle is underway.
So, what I was trying to explain the first time is, obviously, there's been a bit of a slow start. So, again, more discussion has maybe been had than they would for a usual start. But normally, these first couple of minutes, it's just sort of the teams prepping things out, right? You want to lay your foundations for the ground. You can see both teams start with a blank slate. These first few minutes, just sort of getting your layout ready before you start to get into the really big part of the build, right? Like your full structure. And then towards the end of the build is when we start to see them transition into some of the detailed pieces, right? Like you have a 20-minute timer. If you've got 2 minutes left on that timer, you are utilizing those 2 minutes to get whatever little finishing touches that you can get. So it'll be interesting to see this one from the very beginning to actually see how the players start. And you can see that they're buzzing like flies already, just getting in there. And it looks like Showdown Miners, I believe that it's the green team, just getting right underway.
So one thing that is some great insight into this, right? Some of the points that teams can earn is based off of judges and their conclusion of if they've hit certain parameters in the build, right? One of them, size and area. Have you used the full width of the build plate? And have you used any vertical space? The higher you get, quite simple, for size and area, you'll earn more points, right? As you can see that they're raising the base plate platform that they're building on collectively as a unit. Meanwhile, we have a very systematic approach. We've got the environment built up, right? We've got a little bit of a railing set up with the beach, the river, and then the final bit of the grass base plate ready to go. They do have less time, so they can't go as big as they normally would. It'll be interesting to see if every team gets it done in time, to be honest with you.
Of course.
They're missing literally 10 minutes compared to the usual amount that they're used to.
That will be it. Like you say, it's that extra bit of time crunch combined with the less availability of the preparation, right? You have to come in, think on your feet, and then get things going. It's a lot actually on the back of the messengers, which is probably the underrated aspect of these teams, right? The students running back and forth, making sure that everyone's on the same page, because you don't want to get 10 minutes into your build and find a key detail is missing. So a lot of pressure, like we said, the first build of the day as well. But I love the way they've started with that beach, right? Look, when I play Minecraft, if I'm trying to make a beach, I've got a river, I've got water on one side, I've got blocks of sand on the other side. The level of detail to just have those jagged edges, that little pattern, it's the extra enhanced realism to it. It's these finer details that you don't think about when you just kind of play in Minecraft. When you get to this competition, all of the details start flowing through your mind. It's really nice.
Of course, and now we can already see someone actually putting in some consideration for redstone. There is some points to be earned with redstone. It's not just a redstone contraption, it's several. If you can get multiple of different types included in the build, there's points to be earned. However, this is incredibly smart. They're using a daylight sensor or a sensor on top of a redstone lamp. There's also points in the aesthetic and environment section for lighting.
Ah,
Two birds, one stone. That's a great approach. I'm also loving the block palette here as well. I think that might be some for, I think, nether walls, right?
I think so. It's definitely nether block. So one of the nether. I know there's been a couple of newer ones added in lately. And then there's also been, I think since last year, the copper block being added, which you could definitely potentially see in this. It does look like they're going for obviously some sort of train station or train stop is what I'm seeing here already. Is that a risk here of that being a little bit low to the ground? Because obviously trains run along the floor. It's not really going to see too much in the way of hills. Whereas on the other side, we're already seeing a bit of a raised platform going on, and someone's lit some fire. I'm not sure if that was intended, but look, that's the electric atmosphere going on, causing sparks.
So that was the particles from the campfires that they've just placed down, as you can see, but they're using the shovel to produce the fire. So it creates this very textured sort of rickety bridge sort of aesthetic, right? That's pretty cool. It looks like one side's gone for a very literal approach, either a bus or a train. It's obviously a train because it's on the train track. And they've got the transport element for today's team down to a T. This team, however, they've got more of like an adventure sort of feel to it, right?
Yeah.
But we can also see that they've included some redstone dispensers here as well. Looks like there's probably going to be fireworks in it. That's a staple of the Minecraft battle sort of experience. As one of the judges actually going through the build-up to today, I've seen a meta develop over time. True gamers fashion. It started off with all redstone being just simple dispensers activated with a button or a lever. And over time, they make the redstone and the fireworks contextual to the build.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Like I said last year, it was, a firework was the nice touch that you had, right? You almost had to include fireworks. It's 3 points. Of course you would, but now if you can contextualize that with the setting as well, that just makes it even better. I'm not quite sure what the build is here though. I'm really excited to see how this rounds out. You almost worry though with is that 10-minute timer coming in there? We're looking at 16 minutes. Good. Well, time's flying. Time's flying. I don't know where I am, but I'd almost worry. On the red side, that build is already coming along. If we stop now, we'd have a good idea where it was. On the green side, more complexity going on, right? They really will have to make sure they get to that finishing stage without, to avoid feeling disappointed.
Yeah. Now, there's some lovely attention to detail here, okay? First off, the gradient of the build. Moss block into mossy cobblestone into andesite walls into cobble. They have someone who's really good at texture on the side over here on the green plate. However, I want to pay attention to how they've used the walls with the fence gate on the edge of the bridge. If you do it in a stack of trees like this attached to a wall, it gives the fence gate a little off.
Oh, I can see it sort of towards the middle there. That's really cool.
That's a really lovely attention to detail over on the green side. If we head over back to the red side, we've only got 5 minutes past into the build battle so far. However, look at the environment over here. They've already started putting a bunch of flowers, grass, and moss carpets for different elements of foliage on the base plate of the build.
That's brilliant. Yeah. Like you said, adding this extra bit of detail, it is, again, it's clearly a train passing by in an outdoor environment, right? You're not looking for this sort of inner city section here. This is your general experience on a train. Is most of the time just rural areas, right? So I really like the way they've embraced that. Like they put down the extra foliage and the flowers and everything going on. Almost looks like a bit of a beachfront going on here as well, like a real holiday camp feel to this already. It just makes you feel good. It's just a really nice thing to see. So
it's getting a little bit of summer vibe in the early spring, right?
Yeah.
Now, ironically, I actually just not long came back to Tempe.
Oh,
And
nice.
so my experience on the train, ironically, looked a lot like this.
Brilliant. Yeah,
Sitting
yeah.
on the train, grassy fields, rolling hills, and you look out to the one side and you see the beach and the ocean.
Oh, wow.
So it feels like they've really captured this element, literally reliving my experience coming back to Tempe. That's quite bizarre there.
It's almost like a freeze frame, right? From
Yeah. The build right now is looking incredible. I love that they've used anvils to do the rails for the train. That's a great little aesthetic. But also, it's not just the nether-based block, right? It might also be a crimson block. But they've also used some red concrete, some red wool. They've also broken it up a bit with the white strip as well. I love the little tail garden. That's the newest wood type added to Minecraft. Buttons on the wheels. That's a great little addition. And then nether brick as well. They've got like a grating going on that's quite contextual to the verticality of the build. They're really capturing that element. You can tell it's a train from the build already. And they are owning because they have 13 minutes to finish this build match.
It always shocks me how quickly they come up with something. So it's so creatively done. Like you can see, like again, the buttons, the different are those stone buttons, steel buttons with a wooden button as well. So just give that little bit of texture, a little bit of difference in color and everything. It just looks fantastic. And again, this is not how I play Minecraft, Leon. This is but my dirt huts don't look anything like this. But the way they put this together is just so cool. And you blink and you miss it, Leon. You turn back and a complete just explosion of this build. What are they going for here? Are you seeing the vision yet?
A bridge, maybe something by foot. I quite like they're definitely pointing the aesthetic and gradient. They could be trying, maybe they practiced a certain theme, and this theme that they rolled, they had to spin the wheel at the start. I love that. Maybe they didn't get the theme that they wanted, and so they're opting to get points elsewhere and drop the point in the top theme.
I get you, So sort of use what they've practiced, use what they've really rehearsed, and then pull it through. Obviously, there's definitely something going on here, right? With the bridge, they've got something in mind for some kind of transport. It almost looks like potentially some sort of mine entrance. I'm not again. There might be some kind of landmark they've been inspired by. So if I was seeing the beacons going down as well, someone's working really hard in this redstone area. Can't wait to see how that actually turns out. Like that on this other side with the moss and the green texture coming through, transitioning over to this sand style. Not quite a beach, right? Based like the other side of on top. This is definitely something else, but again, it's a much more ambitious build, Leon. They just have to make sure they can execute it by the end of this time.
Yeah. Now, time is the factor here. We definitely see a formation of a build coming through, which is looking great. Maybe this is the vehicle that they've been trying to create the environment for the entire time. If we have a look at the other team, however, they've got a different approach, right? They sacrificed the time for getting the base plate risen. However, they've managed to get a lot of the core build done already.
Do we have? So we're looking over here. Oh, I think we might actually have our first guest caster of the day. Just moved over to one side here when we get this set up. But really, really cool with everything going on here. All right, so we have our special cam in. There's Leon in the hot seat about to swap on now.
Okay?
Come on in, take a seat.
Right.
Hi.
What team are you from? And what's the team?
So I'm from Flaming Hill.
Yeah.
And we are doing. Wait, what's the team?
The team is Transporting Wales.
Yeah, so we're doing the tram. And so basically, this tram was actually made in Swansea. And it was that first tram made.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are making this, and we're also doing the Mumbles on side.
Nice.
I don't really know what else we're gonna do.
Still sort of figured out. Are you hoping to? Obviously, the tram is the main feature, right?
Yeah.
That tram's what you're really looking at, and then it's kind of get that sorted, and then add some details afterwards.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're gonna do art price like that.
Yeah.
Because we've seen some pictures, and they've always got ads.
Yes, some kind of almost like how you see with buses these days. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Oh, good.
It was kind of like buses now, like trams are like that.
Yeah. No, really cool. So what's your role in your team then? And
commentator.
Yeah.
But I also like help with the team.
Okay, cool.
Like I go around.
Have you been involved from the start? Have you been along for the journey? What's your what would you say your favorite build has been from your team so far?
The loot.
The loot. Oh, nice. So, are you hoping that obviously if you to get through this round, that your team get a similar theme to that in the next one?
Well, we weren't actually hoping to build this one. We were hoping for the undersea one.
Yeah.
Because we had this really nice idea. So, what was it called? No, it wasn't. It was like a underwater village.
Oh, nice. See, I really like the ideas that you come up with and stuff. When you get, what is a simple theme, but then to see what you guys do with it is really cool.
So we were gonna build like a small village, and then we were gonna get water in a cave, and we were gonna use redstone to roof on the cave.
Oh, nice.
And then the village would get like.
Cool. Do you have any ideas like that for this one? Do you have any cool redstone themes planned? So we can see you've got a setup with the lights at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's redstone.
Yes, yeah. The redstone lamps, I think, with the sunlight detectors on top of them as well. And
I think we're also getting music, and I think we're gonna make the tram have a horn.
Like a horn coming out. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah. Nice. That was like the bell sound that you typically see from the modern day trams as well. Oh, that's really cool. Have you had a chance yet to look at the other side? And would you like to see what they've been putting through? Because we're still trying to work out what it is. I don't know if you want to give us some input. I will just take a little peek over to the other side. So they've got something quite a bit different to you guys.
It looks like they've done something from the future.
Yes, yeah, it does look a bit futuristic. It does look cool. They're doing something with the water going on there as well.
It's supposed to be like a car, like an underwater car, maybe, or something like that.
Okay, yeah. I do need some professional input here. I'm a bit of a novice to this myself. So yeah, are you seeing any cool details in this that you would have liked to use in some of your other builds?
I don't really see anything that we would probably put in one of our builds, maybe with like all the details like on the. Oh.
Go to the bottom. Oh, right.
Okay.
Good to see you. Right. Well, it's nice being having you on. Good luck for your team, and see you soon.
See ya.
Leon, how do I fly? I pulled this out of fly mode. Okay, cool. Thank you. I tried that. It didn't work. All right. Welcome back. I know I made your acquaintance last year. Have you wisened up since last year? Do you have any wise words for the other teams who may be competing for the first time today?
With this, all you can do is try your best and hope for the best.
Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. So, talk me through it. We've seen a lot of time spent on your guys' build with the setup of the terrain, right? The grassy hill and now the beachfront coming through. Now we're finally starting to see it coming through. So can you fill me in on what this vehicle is actually meant to be?
So that is the steam train, and it transports the coal from the
mine on this side.
The coal mines.
Yeah.
To the coast.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's fantastic, guys.
It's Barry Island, and the Barry Island is currently the coast.
Yeah.
And then we're making a steam train to transport the coal from the coal mines over in South Wales.
Yeah. And
then we're transporting it to the Barry Island coast to transport the coal to other parts of the
Yeah. No, brilliant. So obviously you guys are coming in now for this next year running, 2 years running. Yeah. What have you learned from your first experience that you've brought to this second time?
Well, the first time we failed and we learned to build more details.
Right, yeah. You can definitely see that coming through already. Like you see the detail of the grass. We really like what you're doing with the fences of the bridge as well. I think that's come through really well. So yeah, definitely showing signs of improvement there. What's going on with the dispensers down there? Is that pumping the water out to the lower part? That's really cool. That's a really, really cool idea coming through. So what's your role in your team, and how have you had an input on this build?
Well, I'm currently the broadcast friend researcher, so if they need anything, they come to me. And then I kind of fill in the judges with detail on the build.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, good. So, I'll let you get back to your tea so you can finish this off. We can see you putting in the final touches. Best of luck, and yeah, maybe see you later on.
Yeah.
Go, see you soon. Really, really cool. It's so much fun to get to talk to some of these players and to see what they come up with, you know, because like I said, it's a different mindset to me from just regular players and things like that. It just seems so cool when you see what these people can put together.
Yeah, agreed. Now, you've had some great insight as to what this vehicle is.
Yeah.
What's the vehicle that they've decided to build?
So it's a steam train transporting coal from the mine.
Wow.
Towards the from South Wales to the other far reaches of the country and everything. It did, like, I was getting the idea of a bit of a mine entrance there, and I really like what they've done with the water, showing it transporting.
Oh my god.
And yeah, a bit of a let loose to the animals.
So they have gone extremely creative, going for the visual and creativity point, right?
Yeah.
They've used layers of stained glass to create an ocean river sort of effect, but then they've animated the ocean waves with dispensers ticking on and off, alternating to create the water flushing over. I'm assuming towards the end of this build battle, we'll see this water rise a little bit up onto the sand beach as well, the little dunes. And if we have a look over to the other side, they've actually added a bunch of armor stands to represent people as NPCs. Brilliant. But they've actually also added items. There's someone doing a little fishing session underneath the umbrella. You have some people who look like they're looking at their phone, for example. Look at that.
Yeah, of course.
That's little really door. Cool. That's such a creative application of that. And then we've got some of the newest blocks in the game so far. We've got the shells that have been recently added, and they're placing banners. So with this, for those who do not know at home, you can place up to 3 items in this. But what they're doing is they're placing banners with custom designs on it to create a number plate in the grill.
Wow, that's fantastic. It's so cool. Like you said, these are new blocks as well. It's not like these are things we've been playing around with for years. You see the pattern coming in there. Oh, so cool. How these are adapting, you know. And I did get to hear about. So this is actually a tram line coming through, as I was informed. You can see they've started to put some seating in there, maybe finishing touches with some passengers as well. Really, really cool from both of these teams, right? They've come up with some really creative ideas, and it's just so much fun to see and how they put it all together.
Yeah, the variety blocks used is really impressive. We can see they're making custom trees with spruce fences, some mud brick wall as well, right?
Yeah.
Some neutral brownie tones. A lot of people in Minecraft, they sort of hit a stage of creativity, right? Where they do things, I would argue, a little bit too literal.
Yeah.
For a tree, it must be a tree. It must have long stuff, right?
Yeah.
Is what some people would think. However, as you can see here, both teams are seeing the game in a completely different perspective. They're seeing it in shade, they're seeing it in forms and shapes, and they're using that to elevate their build and bring it to life.
Yeah. It's so cool. Like you say, that utilizing different types of blocks for different setups as well. And again, it's something that doesn't come naturally, right? This isn't something that you just look at something and you know, you like when you make a tree in general, when you first play Minecraft, you will use it with tree type blocks. But then you add things like this. You can see, is that a little passenger on a small boat there?
It is
coming through as well. Like you said earlier as well, the water's actually raised the level, and you can see the texture really coming through.
And I also love the attention to detail. They've used some stripped oak and stripped birch logs on the edge of the sand dunes to show that the sand is wet.
Yeah. So, that's so cool. It's like you said, if it's a beach, it's meant to be sand, right?
Exactly.
Not so. When you get to this level, you can use these different shades of wood, like we've been talking about. That's so cool.
And they've used sandstone as well. So it's not just one element of sand. They've used sandstone into sand, into the stripped birch, the stripped oak, and then stained glass as well. And it's not just one shade of it. With stained glass, you can get extremely creative because you can actually layer it and create different depths of hues. You can see there's a lot of blue stained glass. I can see dark blues, I can see light blues, I can see highlights. This is incredibly smart. Redstone on the side of the green team, which was Cherokee Miners, I believe, correct?
Yes, Cherokee Miners on the green
Cherokee
side.
Miners, they're redstone experts. Props to them.
Yeah.
They have done an incredible job. You can see they're actually messing with the clock speed right now, alternating. See how fast they want to make the waves flow.
Yeah.
Right now it looks like it's going a little bit too fast, but they're getting to it. They have 1 minute to get it done. Now, Judas, I'm happy that we're not judges because my
Yeah.
oh my,
Yeah.
this would be incredibly difficult to decide between the two.
Yeah, it's going to come down to these finer details, right? These finishing touches that you do get to put in these last couple of minutes. It's difficult to call, right? Like we get a nice bird's eye view here of both sides. The builds are so different that it comes down to what your preferences are, and then what you can really find within the details of the judgment criteria. You know, so all I can say is, what a great start, right? For the first build battle, for the two sides to come out like this, it just looks incredible.
Yes, indeed. Got a campfire as well, hidden inside a netherite block just underneath, and they put a haystack underneath on the green plate to make the smoke particles fly higher.
Oh, wow.
The attention to detail, I knew this would come in because of the build-up to the final, obviously, semi-finals and grand finals today in the Prince Panther Stadium.
Yeah.
I knew that these two teams, the Flaming Pearls and the Trioki Miners, were absolutely incredible at their attention to detail. And you can see both teams have done it in different ways. We actually have a little nod from one of their previous builds for the Flaming Pearls. They did the Rialto Bridge. And on the bridge, they had two characters with the armor stand posing to one another. And then another two taking a selfie together. So that's why the phone is back for this build battle. I love that. Now, let's get down to the nitty-gritty. There's less than a minute left. I think that was actually 10 seconds left.
Oh, here we go.
I think that area and redstone might go to Priority.
Yeah.
The environment might go to the Flaming Pearls and the block variety as well.
Yeah.
Well done. There we go. We just finished the build battle.
Controllers down. Wow. So, of course, we will not find out the results of this build battle for some time. We'll have to give the judges some time, a lot of time, I think, to actually deliberate. Obviously, take a look here at the Flaming Pearls entry for this. And I've got to say, they've just got to be satisfied with how this has turned out. It looks incredible. It's such a cool idea. Obviously, the use of the tram as well. The first tram in Swansea, as I was told, or the first tram. This is the first tram in the UK. Fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just such good use of inspiration of their research, and then modernizing it as well with the Mumbles Beach on the side and all the headphones. And you look over to the Trioki Miners as well. It's a bit more traditional, right? A bit more old style, but it's still just another really cool way of putting this all together. The texture of the water, so cool and complex, and just such a creative idea. Like you said, Leon, very glad I'm not a judge today.
Yeah, it would be an extremely difficult job to try and judge this. I think that the Flaming Pearls might have hit the topic brief in terms of visually making it clear what the theme was a little bit better. But I do think, I think Flaming Pearls get that, but I do think that Trioki have probably got the redstone down to a T. They definitely get that point, right? So we look like we're going to be getting on to the next game very soon. If we swap back over to ourselves,
switch back to us, let's just see who is actually set up. So it looks like next up we'll have Aberdare Alliance versus the YBB Wolf Pack.
Yeah.
I mean, look, this one was already too tough to call. I don't want to have to try to call any others as they come through as well. But what a good start to the day.
Yeah, incredible results from both teams. They should be very happy with that result. I would be personally. So we're waiting on the next game to start, and we'll also find out what theme is coming up. But hopefully you guys are enjoying so far. You're seeing probably some of the best builders in the entirety of the country facing off against each other today. It looks like we're doing the spin the wheel to figure out the theme right behind us. Or it might have already been done. We'll have to find the theme out in a bit.
I'll keep an eye on it. I don't think they've done it yet. So, who is it?
It's coming up. The suspense. The crowd right now in the actual venue. We're in the President's Lounge. The suspense.
Everyone waited with bated breath.
Oh, wait. Oh, just barely.
Castles under pressure.
Oh, that's the next theme for the next build battle. We're going to wait for the team to queue up.
Yeah, we'll get the team set up, take a little break, and when we come back, it'll be the other side of the under-16s semi-finals. It's
yes,
plenty more Minecraft to be seen. Let's see what comes up next.
Yes, see you in a bit.
All right, and we are coming back on over for this second half of the under-16s semi-final. This is the Aberdare Lions on the green side versus the YDD Wolfpack on the red side. This one, theme as we mentioned earlier, is castles under pressure. So we do it from some of the other players talking about castles and how they've been practicing their castles. These guys are actually going to get it, up again and get us to show us exactly what they've been working on with these castles. And yeah, really excited to see it. It's another one in, and after the first round being so cool, transport is a little bit wider in like exactly what in exactly what you can do with it. But castles under pressure, a little bit more niche, a little bit more specific. So let's see exactly how these two sides differ.
Yeah. Now we have a question. What's a castle under pressure?
Very good question.
That's a very good question.
So there's a few ways you can interpret this theme, right? So castles obviously are iconic throughout Wales, lots of castles around, and you could interpret it as the modern view of castles, right? Where these castles they're getting older, almost falling apart in certain ways, but still have that air of mystery to them, right? And a bit of interpretation. Or if you're going really medieval on it, you could go think castles under pressure. Castles could be under siege.
Yes,
There's a total different interpretation, but both would be equally valid. So it sort of depends on which the players want to go with.
It could be.
It could be a
rundown age castle, or it could be a castle captured in time in the middle of a war. Up to you.
Yeah.
You.
Absolutely anything. It's almost having a live Twitch chat here. It's quite fun. I don't know when you stream, Leon, but if someone just came up to you and asked you something, it might be a bit shocking here, though. Not the case. It's
It's a great question, though.
Yeah, really good question. Like I said, it's the way that these themes can be interpreted. We still don't actually know exactly how these two teams are going to interpret them. So really nice for us to almost speculate and see what could come up. And I guarantee you, Leon, the students will have come up with a better set of themes than we would have come up.
And talk about that, the build is underway. So let's jump in and have a look as to what they are up to.
Oh, wow.
So we've seen this strategy before, right? I mentioned it, raising the base plate.
Yep.
We've seen it applied over here. The red base plate has been risen up, trying to get the foundation up, get that size and area points in the book. Meanwhile, the other side has gone for a very interesting approach.
Yeah.
We've actually sunk the build within a moat. I like that approach.
Yeah. And of course, the raising the platform here, particularly on the red side, not just done for no reason, right? Like you said, when you can make these rules fit the theme as well, because castles are typically built on top of a hill. Yes. So it just makes perfect sense. It scores you some free points, but it also adds into your theme as well, just compounding, the pressure. Again, these are, a set of rules that they do have to follow. They have to find the best way to score within that system. Anything you can find that just benefits you in multiple ways, multiple scoring points, fantastic ideas.
Now, I do think we're in for a treat because, of course, we live in Wales. All of these schools have come from all sorts of different parts of Wales. Some a lot more rural than others. And nearly every single town and city in Wales has a castle nearby, 30 minutes away top, right? So a lot of them have practiced castles throughout the Build Battle series for the Esports Minecraft Cymru League. So we're in for a treat. We're going to see some expertise come here. These are builds that they're comfortable with. And it'll be interesting to see, as you mentioned, our interpretation. I had the exact same idea as you, right? Answer that question. What is a castle under pressure? You can either do the time-gated, captured sort of approach where it looks like it's in war. You could use villagers, armor stands, shields, swords, equip them, right? And it would look great. Or you could do something that's under the pressure of time, right? It might be falling apart. I'm a little bit biased. I would love to see Caerphilly Castle. That has a tower that more than the Tower of Pisa.
Wow, really?
And so that's something that's under pressure, right? It's slowly crumbling. It'd be lovely to see that. But I think you might see some home grounds advantage with teams that are a lot more familiar with a castle that's local to them.
Yeah. Like you said, there's lots of ways to interpret it, but generally these students will have that one castle inspiration in mind. But also, of course, the researchers might be finding a specific castle that they want the theme around too. So it will be interesting to see if we can see any kind of resemblance to castle structures that we might actually recognize. I'm not sure, Leon, that there is a modern castle around with a giant moat like this, but you never know. We might be able to find something and some relevance to as particularly when you contact the researchers. I know a lot of the researchers are doubling up as casters today, coming over to talk to us. So they might actually have some input on this and might be able to fill us in with some of the details we might be a little bit sketchy on.
Indeed. Now, they also have the opportunity to scale down the build.
Of course,
they might lose points in the size and area category, but so long as the build is contextual for the rest of the build, you don't have like a giant car in a mini-scale castle theme, right? It makes sense. They'll get points for it, okay? So they have to be careful. They have to make a conscious effort. Their IGL, their captain, will make the decision of what sort of scale they want to work with, right?
Yep.
We might be looking at a scaled-down version on the side of the green base plate being built up, right?
Yes, I see it, yeah.
But it might also be a tower being erected. I also quite like the teamwork that we see being displayed. They're all working in unison to build up the space plate and apply the sort of mossy, grassy gradient to that stone element, right?
Yeah.
They were, of course, watching the first games. They might be a little bit inspired by the gradient used. So it's lovely to see that the playing field is even across the board. If we have a look over at the red side, they're making a working portcullis.
Oh, fantastic.
Now, this is incredible because the last time I was with this team, or it was another team perhaps, but I was talking about how you can make a working portcullis. They wanted to know how to get the fence to rise up.
Yeah.
And then they had an idea of how to push it down with a double piston extension. They didn't know how to raise it back up. And I said, use any block that has gravity. And so they're using gravel. They've already hidden it, but I'm so glad that we had a little bit of an insight into the redstone being used right there, because that's incredible. The Wolfpack, YBB Wolfpack, should be very proud of the redstone that they've developed right there. It'll be interesting to see how the Aberdare Alliance answers back with their own redstone. It's not the easiest redstone to put together either. As I mentioned, the meta's developed. It used to be fireworks.
Yeah.
Now it's double piston extension doors.
Fantastic. And it's how quickly they've thrown this together. Like you said, this is complex Minecraft to a point where, again, these are experienced students with these types of tools. And even they can't work it out right away. Sometimes you need a bit of advice, again, how to exactly make one of these portcullises work. But then once they've got that information, boom, it just goes up. It just go there, block, stone. There it is. They've got the working portcullis there. You can see only one student actually still working on that to make sure it's worked. The rest of them, they're off. They know that's going to be in working order come time limit. So they're working on the other details of the castle. And whoa, here we go. Springing up, like I said, as quickly as that. The walls are just flying up here. Now, is there a worry, Leon, that this build might get a little bit encased? Because obviously they want this fully rounded castle.
Yes.
Do they need to enter some viewpoints for the judges, or will the judges be okay to inspect it in detail later on?
So, going off the book of the story rubric, the build has to be fully 3D from the entire surrounding area. However, redstone is supposed to be hidden. And so, what teams have started doing to sort of, again, the metas evolved over time, what they've started doing is they will go into spectator mode and they will start the timer up again to have a walkthrough for the judges to have a tour of the build. Now, this gives an opportunity for the teams to show off a narrative for the build, which comes under another point of creativity. So, very smart approach. You can actually see multiple redstone contractions here, right? We have a hidden staircase with sticky pistons that rise up the wall that's activated, then hide well.
Wow.
You get points for multiple redstone builds, and so the YBB Wolfpack are going for the win with this one.
Now, Aberdare Alliance, like we said, they've gone for a bit of an ambitious build where it doesn't start to materialize in this early stage. So they have to make sure you can see the detail level, right? As you get into the more intricate side of it, you get lower down, these start the mossy cobble, the grass, around the water as well. It does start to look really cool and really detailed early. They just have to make sure that they're keeping an eye on the timer and make sure they don't get a bit lost in the build. But again, you can see the level of detail, the focus coming through. They're not rushing this. They split off into their little segments now, doing their roles. You can see a bit of redstone taking place under the water as well. There's definitely something coming up there later. It's just really cool to see how in this first 10 minutes or so, these teams have differing styles with a more similar build than we saw in the first build, right? Obviously, the castles are under pressure. We said it can be a bit more of a tighter topic where you do have to have a specific team in mind. But even still, you can see a clear difference in the two builds.
Now, I have to admit, I think Aberdeen Alliance are actually addressing the build theme a little bit better from what we can see than the YBB Wolfpack.
Yes, yes.
YBB Wolfpack have the technical knowledge. They have the know-how of how to use the fill command to make that wolf appear out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
So they're efficient, which you need to be. You have 10 minutes less than usual, right? Yeah. And so you have to be finding these corners that you can cut whilst also hitting the topic brief. Now, Aberdeen Alliance, they are making siege weaponry. They have a catapult in the corner, but they've also got an aged castle. They're making sure that the judges can see as clear as day that this is not just any castle.
Yeah.
This is a castle under pressure.
Yeah.
Can I say the same for the YBB Wolfpack right now? No. They've done an incredible castle build.
Yes.
But I don't see the under pressure element coming in just yet. We can see a difference of philosophies being approached here, right? We have the Aberdeen Alliance that's really gone, hey, let's make it as clear as day, the judges, how we're addressing this theme.
Yeah.
We got the aesthetics down, the environment down, the creativity is there, it's looking good. We can see some revisions to the catapult. Obviously, the builder is not happy with what they just
not
built.
satisfied. Let's do it again.
However, I managed to capture it really well there, so it's such a shame. I wish they kept that because it was looking pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And then YBB Wolfpack, there's a cannon being erected for the Aberdeen Alliance as well. But YBB Wolfpack, they've got a very finished product looking right now. The texturing is nowhere near as advanced as we can see on the other side for the Aberdeen Alliance. Yeah. However, it's early days, right? We can see some cracked bricks, some moss bricks coming through. It's a lot of gray going on right now.
Yep.
They've also risen the base plate. They haven't really eaten into the chunk, if that makes sense.
Yes.
They've not really developed the shape of the terrain, whereas on the other side,
I'd like to see it sloped. Like I said, it could be a castle top of the hill. It shouldn't just be a square block, right? It would be nice if they could add some. They can do that later. Of course, they can absolutely choose to go with the finishing touches once they're happy with their castle. And it is a stunning castle. Don't get that wrong. The way they've used, like you see there, the wooden log coming in as well. It's not just a stone castle. They're now going into the more technical intricacies of it. This is clearly a castle in its heyday, right? A castle in its prime, really showing up what they want it to look like, at its peak. And again, different interpretation of the theme, but that doesn't necessarily make it wrong.
And I think I spoke too early. Obviously, we were getting I was at least getting a little ahead of myself because this team has got a full castle built up on a hill already. They have 11 minutes just shy of remaining, and we can see a beautiful addition of coral blocks. They're dried out. You can see that really textured element. That almost feels like the brickwork falling off the cement or something's behind, right? And so that's a beautiful addition. Obviously, the texturing expert was working on something else just before this, but it looks like they've come and have started adding their elements to the build.
Yeah. And then, like you said, starting out with the full castle, right? And then retouching it. You have the blueprint then. Now you can add the finer details, and that's clearly what they're going for here. You're seeing the last couple of batteries coming out as well. So very interested to see how that ends up. Obviously over here, I don't know. Again, this castle is not looking like a finished castle, but that might be the goal. Like we said, it could be a aged castle that is on its way down, is what they're looking for here. So you can't judge the castle on the fact that it's not a full castle here. It is all about the interpretation of the students and what they're going for. And now the judge is going to agree with them as well. That's all part of it. Is exactly how they interpret this as well. So I really like the difference. Again, very hard to judge because there's such a different interpretation of the same brief.
Yes, ironically, I think the Aberdeen Alliance has actually managed to get some points back for the size and area, right? The vertical height is almost matching the YBB Wolfpack, right? That's an easy point to get early on. And so the fact that they've looked across, not literally just in-game, but across from the desk to the other desk. Wait a minute, we might need to raise our base plate a bit. I love that they've done it contextual to the build though, right? It's textured. It's got a terrain element going on. You can see that they've actually also got some skulls down on the bottom with some redstone, and they've also got some redstone lanterns going as well. I have to admit, the previous catapult was looking pretty good. It was on a diagonal build. It's really hard to build diagonally in Minecraft.
Yeah.
But they've opted to go for a horizontal squared build, and it's a lot more readable now, right?
Yeah. See that, yeah. Well, that's really cool with a little glowstone block in there as well. to really hammer home the point of ammunition right
Wow.
of the catapult. And here we go. Yeah, so this is what we were talking about. This seems much more like a castle actually under siege. Almost looks like it's already fallen, right? And I imagine that's where the skull heads are coming in too.
Yes, I think they've definitely opted to scale down the actual build of the castle itself.
Yeah.
Maybe conscious of the time, right?
Yep.
Obviously, the YBB Wolfpack, they had the knowledge of how to use the fill command. We might not know how to use that on the Aberdare Alliance. It's not necessarily a requirement to build back.
No,
right?
of course.
Normally, you'd have 10 more minutes to develop the build, get it going. The foliage, the texturing, the environment, and the aesthetics are incredible here, though.
I figured out the skull head and the blood. The redstone, it's blood
Yes.
from a slain skeleton, I suppose. That's so cool. Again, it's maybe a more graphic interpretation of the theme than initially expected, but it makes sense, right? It's topical to the castle build. This is very realistic. Again, this is something that I was really impressed with the students in last year's build battles, where they really took the grittiness of some of these builds, and they didn't really shy away from any of the details. And we're seeing on the one side, how are we going to see the response from YBB Wolfpack? Are they going to go for that same type of theme?
Yes. Now, I'm going to go grab some casters for you to interview again, Judas. I'll start off with, hopefully, YBB Wolfpack. We'll see if someone's available. And then we'll get a little bit of an insight into the builds.
Yeah. Let's get them nice and situated here. See exactly what's going on. We're seeing the final details. I don't know how I keep doing that, but there we go. I seem very keen to reset us right at the start. And yeah, we'll look at this. We're seeing some of the final details coming in here as well. Let's get a nice little viewpoint set up. We've got our guest caster coming over. Just make sure they're ready.
Team's name and what the program is.
I'm Ellie.
Oh, hold on. All right, we're introducing someone from the YBB Wolfpack. Here we go. Ellie, you've got the hot seat.
Hey.
I'm Ellie. I'm Wolfpack. We are building the Philly Castle.
There we go. There was a special request from LJPH and Philly Castle then coming through. Are you happy with how it's gone so far?
Yeah, we've done those texturing, I think, so far.
Yeah. I can see that coming through. We were really happy to see you guys got that portcullis set up nice and quickly. Is that something you've learned recently?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So we did want to see exactly where the details were coming through here. So you've got this sort of building on the outside, and you're starting to develop on the inside as well, Hugh. Well, can you talk me through what's actually happening here?
So, my friend Doctor, he made like stairs, supposed to be upstairs.
Yes, we did see the hidden staircase coming through, yeah.
Got all the like structures, so like a little thing from where they share the weapons.
Nice, yeah.
And then that's like the old ladder they used to climb at.
So we were discussing this actually with the idea of a castle under pressure. Have you opted for a castle that is sort of mid-siege? Is that what you're looking for?
Kind of.
Yeah. No, I see it. It looks really cool. I think we can see someone's been placed up here as well. Oh, we've gone back down, but there's someone nearby the top there. Mid invasion, it looks like.
Yeah.
Climbing over, and we're gonna get there eventually. I promise. Obviously, you guys are the Minecraft experts here, not me.
I'll fly to the zone.
Oh, I can't fly into the zone. That explains a lot. All right, let's look from the outside then. Let's get a nice swooping view here. Oh, that's a crossbow being put up there as well. Yeah, really cool to see the details like this starting to come out. And is that some kind of stable going in the middle there as well?
I think yeah, where they put their horses to back.
Yeah, right. Oh, brilliant. Oh, it's really cool. Right, we'll let you get back to your team while you finish off the finishing touches. But yeah, great having you here. So there we go. Leon will be happy. That is a Caerphilly Castle as requested, and I'm happy. I've learned a lesson, but you can't fly in the zone. All right, we have another guest coming in through here. So, I believe you're from the Aberdare Alliance. So, hop on in. Tell us your name. Tell us what you've been doing.
My name is Corey, and the Aberdare Alliance.
Yep.
We've been building our own little castle.
Yep.
So we've got a lot. We've got a lot of different like spread out blocks. We've got more redstone. Like already we've got quite a bit of redstone.
Yeah.
But we're getting more redstone placed in now. Right now we've only got a couple of clam blocks, and we've got a lot of redstone with like freeze. Freeze. I forgot the name of it. Wind charges.
Yeah.
With fire charges. Well, in there like as an old craft.
Yeah.
And as you go right there, you can see the old catapult that they would use to break down the walls of the castle.
Well, that's really good. And you've gone for a castle that is it mid battle? Is it end? Are they already won the invaders, or are they still on their way through? Have you built the narrative yet?
What we've got, so right now, as you can see, there's people running into the castle.
Yep.
So there's like a mid battle. They've knocked down all the fences, the walls. That's why there's no walls around it.
Yep.
So they're running in at the moment. What they're gonna do? They're gonna run in. They're gonna steal all the loot. They're gonna kill the king and run out.
No, classic. And it's all about how you can show that to the judges as well. And I did want to ask, what has been your specific role within the team today?
My role is to help tell the team like what would be good in the team, like what would be good in the build.
Yep.
And to speak to you guys.
Yeah, nice. Now, well, it's been a pleasure to have you. Obviously, the last couple of minutes of your build. So I hope it goes well for you. Good luck, and hope we see you on the other side.
Yeah, thank you.
3 minutes, says John coming through, and well, Leon, you've got your wish. Don't worry, that is a Caerphilly castle coming through. Oh, I've turned off just the camera. There we go. Yeah, all fixed now. But yeah, that is a Caerphilly castle for the sign of YBB Wolfpack. Yeah, that is their inspiration.
No
and do you recognize it? Are you seeing it coming to fruition?
YBB Wolfpack have built Caerphilly Castle. I can see the portcullis. I can see the general structure. This might be the inner keep, to be honest with you.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, look at this. We got some of the crossbows up on the edge. I like it. We've also got a rainbow sheep. Someone's been having fun with the little commands there. We can see some posing going on.
That's cool.
It looks like he's trying to get him to dance, to be honest with you. Look at him.
Yeah.
That's looking great. He's going to go over to the other side and pose the other character now.
Yeah.
Throw him in all sorts of different shapes and sizes. Well, hey.
There goes the
looks like both teams have opted to use the armor stands, decorate them with the armor, the weapons, right?
Yes.
I like it.
Both gone for that style of, a castle under siege. I think as I've just learned talking to the students, the theme of for the Aberdare Alliance is more of a active battle, whereas this is more of a flashpoint, right? Like a screenshot of what some battles might have looked like, particularly around Caerphilly Castle, almost in a livable state, right? You see the horse inside. They've built those hidden staircases. They actually have an armory set up as well, and you can see a siege ladder with a little guy trying to climb over it. It's really, really cool to see, like the development. It wasn't just a castle build. They started that way and then very quickly developed it into fitting the theme of it more with the castle under pressure.
Yes. I think both teams have definitely done a great job addressing the overall theme. We're getting into the last 2 minutes of the build right now. Over here, I actually saw, some command blocks being used. So both teams have some good in-depth technical knowledge of the game, right? Command blocks allow them to do something that constantly generates particles, or it might change a block, for example. Not all teams know how to use it, and so both teams agree ahead of time for competitive integrity reasons, if they want to use it. Obviously, both teams have been using commands this entire build battle. Oh, we just got a little highlight into some fire charges being shot off by the defenses.
Oh, fantastic.
And so we can see multiple redstone builds over on the side of the Aberdare Alliance as well. We were a little bit concerned initially if both teams would have redstone, right?
Yeah.
YBB Wolfpack, they smashed it out the park. They got the portcullis. They got the hidden stairs that pop out through the wall as well. The Aberdare Alliance, they've opted for a different approach. Redstone, one of the last things they want to care about, right? We're into the last minute, coming up to the last 30 seconds of the build, and they've opted to, of course, now add it in the remainder. I love this little detail right here. The cannons are shooting out with a skeleton head with a little bit of a glass pane as a trail behind it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very,
beautiful
very cool
little addition.
Yeah. It was, like I said, it is meant to be clearly a active battle scene they've gone for. And it's a very cool way they can do it. Well, what is that?
That's a Ravager.
And, I'm not sure if that's the king that they finally decided to slay, but yeah, they have set with this goal, and it's really, again, different interpretations. They've ended up in a similar location, but the idea of an active battle versus a general castle scene are very, very cool. Again, comes down to the judges' decisions, You can hear the final countdown coming through from everyone else, but let's let that go through. And that's it. That is the end of this build coming through. Really nice pair of interpretations again. Leon, just glad I'm not a judge, because these are really, really cool.
Agreed. Both teams definitely addressed the point, right, in different approaches. Oh, we even have someone beheaded over on the side of the YBB Wolfpack. What an unfortunate fate that person has met. But you can definitely see that they've opted for that active battle, right? It's a castle under pressure, a castle under siege. I love the approach. The redstone is incredibly well done on the side of the YBB Wolfpack. I have to argue, I'd say they probably take the redstone point from a judge perspective. Of course, I'm not judging. Thank the Lord. I would not want that luxury today. I think for the Aberdare Alliance, they've definitely got the aesthetics down. The environment is incredibly well developed. Again, YBB Wolfpack kind of lost out on the opportunity to sort of edit the terrain, right?
Yes.
And make it a little bit more sort of gradual with a slope. I think texture-wise as well, Aberdare Alliance has done great.
Yeah.
You have to give the points for the area and the size to the side of the YBB Wolfpack.
Yep.
The build is just bigger in general, not just vertical height, but also the horizontal space it occupies.
Yeah.
There's some great addition of some blocks though, right? You have polished andesite, you have some coral blocks, right? You have polished tough block, which is one of the newest blocks added to the game as well, the tough bricks alongside it. You can see various redstone contraptions, as we mentioned previously. I love this little ladder on the side. I love that they used vines instead of the regular ladder, right?
Yeah.
That's a good little addition. The judges will definitely have a hard time deciding between the two. I feel like this is very close. The siege weaponry, however, for the Aberdare Alliance is a lot more visual, right? They've gone for a castle that is not only A as well. It's literally got the siege weaponry surrounding it.
Under attack, but also defending itself. A very, very cool mix-up here. It's really good. And again, it's going to be tough for the judges to call it.
I think the YBB Wolfpack as well, they definitely have a lot of stuff going on in terms of the size rising up. However, when the judges have a tour through the build itself, I wonder how much content is within the build. I know that we had an insight, and we can see in there that there's an armory within the top sort of peak element. And so when the judges have a little step through, it'll be great to see how much more they've added that we can't see
from the outside. No, really, really cool. I'll see. Again, we'll find out this result for a little while. We'll make sure we transfer that over to you as soon as we find out. But we're going to have to get ready to see who the next teams are coming up. And I mean, look, that is the under-16s age group semi-finals out of the way. All set. We'll have to just wait and see how the judges decide their fate. But we will have plenty more builds on the way too. It's just showing how tight this competition is going to be. You'll have to somehow pick two teams out of the ones we've already seen,
right?
And then put them head-to-head again. No idea how it's going to be done, but I'm really, really excited to see what comes.
Now, we know that these are the best, right? They've risen up the ranks. They've gone through the group stages. If you actually check on the Esports Wales platform, you can actually see their ranking and ratings against a lot of other schools that have competed in the Minecraft Cymru Build Battle League. Now, top 4, only 2 goes through into the grand finals. Do you have anyone or any team that you feel like we might be seeing in the grand finals? Let's start off with the Trioki Miners versus the Flaming Prills, the first game that we watched.
Honestly, really, really tough call. I think it will come down to the judges' interpretation of it. I think what really caught me was the wave aspect coming out from the Trioki Miners. It will come down to something small like that, like the finest detail about what tipped you that way. At the same time, I wouldn't be shocked if the Flaming Pearls went through. Their build was fantastic as well. I think they've just caught the edge for me for that first round. For the second round, I really like the idea of an active battle scene, right? I really, really like that from the Aberdare Alliance. YBB Wolfpack might just have the more cohesive build, though, with the extra details that we couldn't quite see on the inside. Best start, really, although I could be completely wrong. We could have the complete, and I wouldn't be disappointed. I think that would be totally acceptable, too.
Yeah, I think both teams are deserving of a win in both games. An incredibly strong showing, right?
Absolutely.
Both teams should be incredibly proud from doing that. We have another question. Hit us.
Yeah.
Which one do you think? Oh, we were just discussing that.
Just talking about that. I've been forced to put my head on the block, and I've gone for Trioki Miners in the first round and YBB Wolfpack in the second round. So
interesting.
That's where I am.
Yeah.
I'm sure there will be plenty of disagreement. Luckily, it's all up to the judges and not up to me.
Yes, I think.
Oh, Nah.
Yes, but there's only one category of points for area size. So they would have won on that one, but did they win the other one? That's the question. Yeah, I think YBP Wolfpack definitely won Redstone, right? They had a portcullis that actually moved up and down with Redstone.
Yeah.
The gates work. It was really good.
Yeah.
Right. Judas, I think it's time for us to send it to an intermission.
Absolutely.
We'll figure out what's happening with the next games coming up, and we'll let you know what theme is coming up as well. But what an incredible showing from the under-16s.
Absolutely.
Well done, Diane Powell. We'll be coming back shortly as soon as we get news of what's coming up next. We'll catch you in a bit. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Minecraft Cymru Grand Finals build battle. We've just had the results in between the two first games at the semi-finals, and Judas, you have predicted it spot on. We have the Trioki Miners beating out against the Flaming Pearls. The Trioki Miners are actually the top dog of the group, right? So they are the favorite to win this entire thing. And they're going up against the YBB Wolfpack, as you predicted, beating out the Aberdare Alliance in that last build battle just then. And we have quite an interesting theme for this Grand Finals, right, Judas? What's the theme?
So the setup for this one was the students were given the theme in advance for the finals if they were to make it, but there has been a surprise twist on the day. So the theme they have been given is built by Wales, which we know could be quite expensive, lots you can do with that.
Yes.
But the special theme is it must include an interactive element, and they must evidence how the build solves a problem.
Wow.
Now, the great news about that is it's still open for interpretation, but there is that extra element now that they're going to have to be heavily working on as we speak, figuring out how they're going to do these extra little twists.
Yeah, now that sounds very difficult to try and get those twists in, right? Must include an interactive element. I can see redstone that is activated manually.
Yeah, simple,
That can be really good. Maybe something with a minecart as well. You can jump in a minecart, right? So something interactive in that sense. How it solves a problem, however, I think that might be a more representative approach, right?
And try to do both of those at once, right? That's going to be something. The interactive element, you'd imagine, would take up a significant amount of space, as will evidence of how it solves the problem. On top of that, you actually have to do the build as well. So lots of extra little layers to this one. That's why you have to have the absolute best team competing in.
Yes. Now, of course, these two have come out on top in the semi-finals. They're actually joining the lobby as we speak, right? We'll have the Trioki Miners on the green base plate, and we'll have the YBB Wolfpack on the red base plate. What are you thinking is some visuals that we'll see addresses built by Wales, the theme?
A very tough one, because you know, you have the literal interpretation, right? Some kind of structure or a vehicle, a bridge, for example, like you say, anything like that that is physically built in Wales, by Wales, etc. Then you've got more of the conceptualizing things. You know, there's lots of things like this. There's very famous music, poetry, art, things like that, which you might be able to incorporate. Yes. I don't have the luxury of two research students, so they're feeding the information right now, unfortunately. They don't quite know where we're going to go. But it could go lots of different ways, honestly. And I really like to see how they can interpret it. Like I said, it's got the elements, like I said, where you can piece together a few different things. You can interpret it basically however you want, right? Yeah. That's the good thing. As long as it's somewhat well-themed, you've got plenty you can work with. But trying to make this stick will be really, really cool. Oh, is this the special arena we got today? All right, I won't spoil it too much. I'll wait for Zach to get in. But we do have a surprise once we get in to the game here as well. But lots of things. I don't know, Leon, have you got any ideas here for something you'd like to see in this situation?
Ooh, I think built by Wales, you need something that is a nod maybe to our heritage or our history.
Yeah.
When I think that, I immediately think the coal industry, right?
Yeah.
We were global leaders in the export, the production, right? It's literally in our blood, in our veins. So I think that's a really easy approach to go, but we'll see. It sounds like we're going to be getting into the game very soon. I'm going to set up a little observer cam. I have to say, though, this build battle arena is incredible.
Yeah, let's not spoil it. Yeah, let's wait for the viewers to be able to see. But as it's loading in, this is incredible. We've got a countdown coming in. It's quite literally setting the stage.
It is
for an epic build battle here. So really excited to see what these teams can put together. Again, so much to interpret to the point where I almost don't know what to expect. There could be pretty much anything on the way here. But I think the build is ready. Countdown's about ready to go. Hands are going up. Oh, not everyone's ready.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up from the casters. We're ready to go. All right. 20 minutes underway, I believe. I think we're off. And up and running. Here we go.
Hey. Right. Build battle's underway. So we're going to transition in and we will check out this incredible stage.
Wow.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow, indeed. So, we are physically in the President's Lounge of the Principality Stadium. We have over 100 students, nearly 200 students, with all the teachers and various schools, colleges from around Wales in the actual physical Principality Stadium. However, we're in the Principality Stadium in-game as well.
Brilliant. Do you think if you fly into one of the boxes, you'll see us sat on our little table with a microphone?
We're ready to do it now.
It sounds like the other leagues are getting ready to figure out what they'll be competing in as well. Whilst this build battle's going on the way, we can see some of the technical know-how, the fill command coming into place.
Yeah.
So we can see one team has gone for creating the topography of the build, and they're using cobble as the base plate, and then they're probably going to build blocks on top to get a general shape underneath. It's almost like molding with clay, right?
Yeah.
Whilst the other team has decided, nah, let's just get a block, a slice down, and we can see they clearly have people who are assigned roles. Obviously, the YBB Wolfpack are already trying to build up something that represents the theme of Built by Wales. But the Treorchy Miners have opted to work together as a cohesive unit. Now, don't forget, there's points on the line. We spoke a lot about the other categories, right? For those at home, I'll break the categories down. The first category is topical relevance. Does it hit the theme? Is it recognizable?
Yep.
Right? Etc., etc. The second one is the visual creativity. Have they used a variety of blocks? Is there a block palette? Is there a gradient? Is there textures, etc.? The third theme is the size of the build and the area used up. How much of the vertical space, horizontal space is the build contextual to each other in terms of the sizes? Category 4 is the aesthetic and the environment. So that's the foliage, that's the terrain. Is it relevant to the build? Is it not, right? Are you building just a building, for example, right? Do you need trees in a build like that? Not necessarily. What can you do to enhance the environment around it? Category 5 is redstone. Multiple redstone builds. How in-depth is it?
Yep.
What does it feature? And then category 6, we haven't mentioned yet, is teamwork.
Of course, yeah.
Now, the judges are actively walking around both teams as they're competing. And they're getting an insight into what their communication is, what their strategy is, and how well they work together. Now, Judas, you had some inside knowledge of the Treorchy Miners in the first build battle. What happened?
So I've had some insider info on to discuss with the Treorchy Miners how they felt after their first build, and they made me feel like they didn't get on the same page quickly enough for that first build. Now, it did work out for them. It has netted them with the win in the semi-finals, but that's a lesson to be learned, right? They now know, okay, we didn't quite get on the same page right away. Now, if we can improve on that, that'll be the extra little push that we need to maybe take the edge in this finals as well. So you can see that already. Like I said, they've clearly come into this one with a cohesive plan. I like the way they've built up this. It almost looks like a messy foundation, right?
Yes.
But again, that's part of the natural side of it. You know,
right?
Yes, exactly. It's not typically in a real life fashion. It's not going to be a straight block like they're seeing on the YBB Wolfpack. Now, this is all interpretation, right? YBB Wolfpack are not necessarily wrong for doing it their way, but the Treorchy Miners have clearly come in with an idea of how they want to do theirs. And it's come out like this so far. They will, of course, spruce it up later and get some of the finer points in as they get this build finalized. But they definitely come up with a plan, and they're now executing it really cohesively. On the YBB Wolfpack, though, very similar here. We're seeing a clear set, left half, right half. Some players are working on one side, some on the other side. And are all working as a unit to get this mid-section now, which clearly is going to be the focal point of this piece. And still not quite sure exactly what this is, but this does appear to be some kind of road bridge like we were discussing.
So, I think Built by Wales, there was some visuals that was going through the presentation that the students had to sort of inspire them when the scene popped up. I think the YBB Wolfpack has definitely opted to go for something that's bridge-based, right? Make sure that they're hitting the element of the theme. There's a lot of bridges around Wales.
Yep.
We're actually one of the countries in the UK with some of the most bridges, as a little fun fact. We have a variety of them as well. Some modern, some a bit more aged, right? We can kind of see a combination of the both. we have a modernized arch, right? We have roadwork plastered over what seems to be a soon-to-be stone archway that might be a bit aged, as you can imagine, as you see around a lot of the country roads around Wales, right? However, built by Wales, the Treorchy Miners, the favorite for the tournament. It looks like they're going for something a little bit more factory-based. They might be tapping into what I mentioned about the coal industry.
Yes. But I could see definitely some kind of interaction, maybe like a mine shaft, like type lift, right?
Yes.
To actually transport. Now, you'd have to build up quite a lot of space to make that happen. You can see the furnace coming through there, some kind of entrance towards the camera here. We see the redstone element already taking place on that left-hand side here. So a lot to pack into what is a small amount of time. And what's going on there? Someone's bouncing some chickens up.
Someone looks like they're having some fun with redstone. They've made a constant redstone clock that alternates. It's obviously pushing the sticky pistons up and down. I don't know how applicable it is to the build just yet, right? It might just be the Treorchy Miners having some fun, and that will tell you what sort of mental state they're in. If they can have fun in the grand finals, they must not be feeling the pressure at all.
Absolutely not. Yeah. Then,
so, as I mentioned, they're definitely building up that base plate. They have the cobble underneath. They're now decorating it with mossy blocks to create that sort of grassy terrain above. I love that. It looks like there might be some water going around the outside based off of the sort of little like offshoot of a bridge that we have right here. We'll be informed as to what that is later on. We actually have some coal blocks in the build itself, so it might be a nod to the coal industry in a literal sense with some of the coal blocks included. But until this building rises up, we can't really see what it is just yet. I love the chiseled stone brick, right? I love the little pattern to sort of erect these pillars that are the sort of strength point of a build, right? Especially around those frames and archways. And then they've used cobble walls to set that depth, right? Minecraft, we don't have vertical slabs. Mojang, please give it to us. But unfortunately, you have to get creative with it in the meantime. And my oh my, the Treorchy Miners have definitely got the depth down in their build. If we have a look back at the YBB Wolfpack, we can see that our bridge is coming up. The roadworks are finished. The pillars are coming down into the riverbed that they've just developed. And we can see that it looks like it's coming towards the stage. There's 12 minutes remaining on the timer, so I think it might be time for us to go get some casters, get some insight into the build process so far.
Let's go see what we can get. See if we can get some detail.
Well, hey. So as Judas does that, I will be picking up the casting in the meantime. I think we'll be getting someone from the YBB Wolfpack in first to see what they are doing for the build.
Help again. And we'll get you in.
Right. If I get this up. And right. Welcome back. So, for everyone at home, I know who you are, but everyone else at home might not. So, introduce yourself and what team you're part of.
I'm Ellie and I'm part of the Wolfpack.
Well, hey, right. Welcome, Ellie. So, why we Wolfpack? What are you guys doing to address this quite difficult theme of Built by Wit?
Yeah, I've been French from Cardiff and the state.
Oh, wow.
I said good there.
Wow, I like that. Okay.
And virtual man music under the state.
Yeah.
Not Spanish, or something like that.
Nice. So, you've done a bridge that's bridging two different points in Wales to the ice Deadwood, as you just mentioned. And then, of course, what we can see on stage then is the creation of the little music part of the festival, right?
Yeah.
Whose idea was it to come up with this result for the theme?
They played the last night and this wall.
Wow.
I did on one thing.
Yeah. So you had a little bit of discussion, there was some ideas thrown around, and you decided on this. That's great. Who's leading the sort of the charge of your team right now?
I would say either Harry or Paul.
Nice. So do they kind of share the responsibility?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. So for your team structure, are you guys doing it all together at once? Or do you have someone that's really good at bridges or someone who's really good at redstone and they do their thing?
Yeah.
Yeah?
2 people did the redstone.
Wow.
3 people building the bridge, and then some people just moved around the stage, adding texture,
Yeah.
No,
I like it. I like it. You've got people who are great at certain different things, and you let them do their thing. We can see the environment's put up as well. It's looking great. I have to ask, you guys are up against the Triolki Miners. They are #1 in the group. How does it feel facing the tournament favorite? Scary?
Yeah.
Exciting? Yeah? Well, I have to say, you guys are doing a great result for the theme, right? I feel like Built by Wales is quite a hard theme to just build something around. The fact that you guys have a result or something to build for is great.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing to include an interactive element?
We're gonna do like right forward on the stage.
Nice.
So you can make it go and have a
Wow. So is this someone making the music, or are you doing a disc in a jukebox?
just
Yes, I think you have to, right? You only have 20 minutes to do this build battle, so it makes sense. And then, what are you going to do for evidence of solving a problem? I feel like you've already addressed that. You're kind of connecting two parts and bringing everyone to the national festival in Wales, which is the I said but the is, right?
Yeah.
Is that the solution?
Yeah.
I like it. That's a beautiful solution for it. How confident are you feeling going into this grand final?
half an hour, they're the best.
Yeah, half an hour for the best team. But you guys are right for the best team.
Yeah.
You're both even right now. It could go either way. It's up to the judges. Right. Thank you very much, Ellie, for talking to me about that. I'll leave you get back to your team. Good luck. You guys are doing great so far, though. Well done.
Thank you.
Wait. Right. We're good for the next one. So we'll get some insight now from, of course, the Triolki Miners, and we'll ask them what they've done to address this theme, because it's something a little bit different. All right. Hello. Now, I know who you are. The people at home don't know who you are. So, what's your name and what team do you play for?
Well, I'm Charlie and I'm here for the Triolki Miners.
Yeah. Now, Carly, did you know that you guys are the favorite to win? You're the #1 in the group. Everyone has their eyes on you.
Really?
Yeah. How does that feel? Scary, exciting? Both?
It's a bit of both, because if we don't manage to win, then people are going to be disappointed, but then if we do, then everyone's just going to be really excited.
Yeah. Now, is there some nerves in the team going into this grand final?
Yeah.
Yeah? I can imagine so. We can see that you guys have opted for your teamwork. You all have like specialized roles, right? We saw you all work as a unit together. You built up the base plate immediately. I love that you detected the actual build as well, the terrain. Not every team is doing that. It's nice to see that.
Yeah.
And I feel like we have a staple design of your guys, right? You always do the stained glass approach when it comes to water.
Yeah.
Is that a conscious decision? Is that one person who decides that, or is that a team thing?
It's like a team.
A team identity. I love it.
With the glass, it's like it's meant to be like water without having to have some mess. So
Yeah, the mesh.
go water bucket.
That's interesting. So it's not just a design choice, it's also an ease of access choice as well. That's really smart. I love that. Now, the theme is built by Wales. It's a very hard and an ambiguous theme, right? What have you guys done to address the theme?
With the theme, we've currently got a castle with a refinery.
Wow!
Because in the 80th century, there was a lot of refinery
Yeah.
in it.
So that's kind of a nod to the coal industry, right?
Yeah.
With all the factories. Wow. Me and Judas, the fellow
We've
caster.
been doing
Good.
we've been doing the refinery, and we've been doing with the industry theme with
I like it.
coal
Yeah.
and
That's really smart.
industrialization.
I think you captured it really well with how you actually built up the build as well. I love the block palette. I also love that you've got just done stone brick, right? You've got the deep plate, you've got the tough block, one of the newer blocks, and then the full block themselves, those four letter gradients. What have you guys done for the redstone? We saw this little contraption at the front, the jumping up and down boat, the chicken.
So that is the shooting range for the soldiers
Oh,
to
wow.
practice their aim.
Yeah, they shoot them up in the sky. That's wild. I like that. And not to the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. You've captured the actual age and the era in your build. That's really smart. I can see you've also added a bow for people to then go shoot, right?
Yeah.
That's really smart. So, what interactive element have you added to the build?
So the interactive element is the refinery, because there's gonna be a refinery where you can do smelting, like iron smelting.
Wow, okay. So it's actually functional and creates metals alloy. And then finally, what have you done as evidence to show that you've provided a solution to a problem? That's really
The
hard.
problem is people trying to attack the castle.
Oh, wow.
So the solution is gonna be soldiers to the defense.
Yeah.
And also there's gonna be what they're gonna try to make is for it to automatically fire at you if you get close.
Oh, wow. So dispensers, huh?
Yeah.
Right. That's some great insight to some redstone coming up. How do you feel going into the last 3 minutes of the build battle? Confident?
It's a little nerve
I can imagine, bless you.
because last time we only got the semi-finals.
Well, now you're in the grand final.
Yeah.
There's an improvement from last time. Right. Thank you very much, Carly. I know you have about 2 minutes left. I'll let you get back to the build battle. It's looking great so far, though. Well done, Diane. You got this.
Thank you.
Confident. Let me scoot over. Judas, jump back in.
Popping back in, here we go.
Hey, and then if I drop the cam for a second.
Yep.
Right. My oh my, do I have stuff to share with you?
Oh, yeah.
So, we've gone for a castle that's been reused into a factory for the 1800s coal industry.
Ah, that's very cool.
Yes, the interactive element is it's an actual factory and refinery that actually creates metals and alloys for smelting.
Ah, that's fantastic.
And then the problem and solution that they provided is it's currently under siege. I think taking some inspiration from the previous teams. And so they're having a bunch of soldiers and defenses coming out to combat that.
Wow, brilliant. That's really cool.
Wow.
I've had a lovely little insight while walking around as well into like how these teams are functioning. One thing I really like with the YBB Wolf pack, even just while we were talking, is they would come up with an idea. Oh, guys, I've had an idea to do this thing. Does anyone know how to do it? And then one of the players, oh, I'll do it. And they've swapped places and then taken over the reins to sort of make sure that they're able to do that. It's really, really cool seeing how the different teams function. This has been a really nice insight.
That's a great element and insight to the teamwork, right? I'm sure the judges would have loved to see that.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed they
There
did.
was a judge watching, let me tell you.
That's some
They
3
saw
points
it.
right there. On the side of the YBB Wolfpack, they are connecting 2 different parts of Wales. They said somewhere from the south all the way up to Anglesey, right?
Yeah.
And what they're doing is they're bringing everyone to the Is in the Eisteddfod, the national festival for Wales. So the problem is not everyone can get easy access.
Yeah.
They're given a direct highway
to the Eisteddfod. Oh, fantastic.
And then the interactive part is there's going to be music played on stage.
Yes, I was paying close attention to them actually setting up their note blocks. But I'm not sure if our sound's coming through in the game. I really hope it is, because that'll be really, really cool if we get to get a little snippet of that. But yeah, so many cool ideas. Like, again, I mentioned that this theme is wide. You can sort of do anything with it. And they've come up with some really, really cool ideas. I did specifically ask Charlie before he came over for his interview, what's the deal with the bouncing chickens?
I did too.
At which point he ran around the room saying, who put bouncing chickens down? So they're still trying to fine tune their pieces, but it's clearly been a feature of the final build. So I really wanting to see how they interpret that with the judges.
Yeah, now there's only around about 30 seconds left, I think is what I heard in the background.
Yep.
We see some fireworks for the YBB Wolfpack, contextual to the festival, right?
Yes,
we see that,
perfect.
some fireworks that have a narrative-based reason to be there.
Yep.
The reason why there's the bouncing chickens is because it's the practice range for the soldiers.
It's such a cool idea. Again, not something I would have thought of. Surely when the brief was written, nobody thought of that coming through. Really, really cool to see. Again, this sort of wild interpretation. The final countdown coming in.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That's the build. That's done. Down.
Shoulders go down, and that is that for the under 16s grand final. Really, really cool. Leon, I just hope that nobody comes up to ask me who to pick for the winner because, yeah, I couldn't split these two. This is a really, really cool pair of builds. There is so much detail, like I said, with the interactive element, the explanation of the problem that it solves and everything. It's really going to be down to how the students can show this to the judges. And, yeah, it's going to be a tight call.
Yeah, I think having a look at the builds, there's a lot of organic elements going on in the riverbed for the White Ruby Wolf Pack. They've definitely nailed the redstone with the fireworks shooting off. I don't know if I see any more redstone, so I think there's only one redstone element for the Wolf Pack, right?
Yep.
The environment, the area, the space. I love how they've got this like actual dip and dive sort of valley going on, right? That's a great addition to the build. And they've used a lot of different blocks to make the bridge come to life, right? I love the tough brick wall.
Yep.
Which creates that slightly slender pillar structure going on. That's some great depth being used. And it's also that sort of age-olden sort of stone brick archway, right? That's looking great. They've definitely got the environment points down.
Yep.
The trees, the organic, it's not just grass, it's moss, it's azaleas, there's flowers, right? They've also got a bunch of tadpoles, frogs, fish,
So cool.
axolotls, nautiluses, right? They got everything down below there. They've got the music disc in place as well. And it looks like we're getting another theme going on in the background. And then over on the side of Triorki, they've definitely nailed the lighting element.
Honestly, I couldn't split them. I don't envy the judges today. They do have a very, very tough task, but I know they're really, really up for it. And it looks like we're going to be moving over to the primaries semi-finals as well.
Like, great. Go to Esports Wales Twitch channel. You can watch it on there. No, it should be the same one. Esports Wales. Got it? Great. Right. We're moving on to another different league format for the age rated now. So we're no longer with the under 16s. We will get back to you with the results as soon as we find out. But in the meantime, we'll have the theme roll.
Oh, here we go. Another wheel spin.
This is for ALN and primary school. The wheels have been spun. Oh, a new theme.
Welsh creatures and legends reimagined. Okay.
Wow. Welsh creatures and legends.
One team was particularly excited about that.
Yeah.
So let's see exactly how that comes through. We're going to take a quick break while these teams get set up, and we'll be right back and let you know how this one goes.
Yes, sir. See you guys in a bit. All righty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the next game, around about 10 seconds in. The last grand finals, the under 16, was an incredible showing.
Yeah,
I'm
really
so
good.
glad we're not judges. I know we've been saying this, but
we're going to keep saying it, it looks like, all day.
It's definitely a very hard test. I think the redstone, some of the redstones inside for the Yorkie miners, I think it does come down to those little finite points of getting multiple redstones to just one, right? I think both dominated on aesthetics. Maybe Yorkie came out a little bit higher. I think size and area. I think, again, YBB Wolfpack are really good with that. The field command tool they use really well. And this time they definitely took a little bit more of the environment into consideration.
Definitely,
you can see improvements live during the build battle.
Yeah.
But Judas, we're on to a completely different age bracket now.
Yes. This is the primary semi-finals coming through. We have St. Mary's Catholic Primary School versus the Mice Miners coming in here. And the theme for this one, Welsh Creatures and Legends Reimagined, as you might have heard previously. And one of the teams, I believe it was Mice Miners, was very excited to have gotten this theme. So I am really excited to see what they come out with. But don't count out St. Mary's just because they didn't, pop off to the response. They might have something cooking that they are just not really willing to give away just yet.
Yes, indeed. Now, we'll jump in game and have a look as to what is being made so far. We have the semi-final stadium again with the Welsh Dragon in the background. And it looks like we have a very basic cobbled base plate being built up on both sides.
Yep.
Of course, the students are younger, right?
Yes.
So they're going to be a little less efficient when it comes to the commands and the input. Both teams are cracking on, though. You can see, actually, over on the green team, I think, who's the green team? The Mice Miners?
So that was St. Mary's, or the green team?
St. Mary's, right. So St. Mary's, they've actually got someone already building the structure for their team. And then they have other people going around filling out the environment. Looks like both teams are doing a cohesive approach to creating the base plate. Of course, we're early days into the round, but one thing that they might not be used to, again, is that reduced 10 minutes off the timer.
Yes.
They're used to 30 minutes for the build battle. Today, it's 20.
Yep. And like you said, this is a younger age group, which might impact them on the efficiency, not necessarily on the creativity aspect, mind. They could still have tons of ideas. These are kids who quite literally weren't born when Minecraft came out.
No way.
Sorry, Leon. It's a bit of a fright. But yes, these kids will have grown up with these tools, so they might still have some brilliant ideas that they're going to bring to the forefront here. So really excited to see what's going to happen. And of course, they have spent the morning so far in between touring the Principality Stadium or just looking around at what the other teams have been doing. They've had some time to sort of readjust to the environment that we're in today, get really used to what they're going to do, and have time to really think about how they want to work as a team here. So really, really excited to see how these two teams start off. And like you said, it's a younger age group, but there still could be so much on store for us here. And just excited to see how they interpret it, because Welsh Creatures and Legends Reimagined, if you don't mind me saying, that's a tougher brief than we've seen so far today. There could be some really complex builds in.
I think with a theme as ambiguous as this, there's a lot of opportunity for the team to explain to the judges as they come around and provide insight, right?
Yeah.
This is what we're doing. This is why we've done it. Now, my culture element for Welsh knowledge is not the greatest, to be honest with you. So I'll be relying on the interviews we have with the players.
Yes.
Them to inform us as judges as well, which by proxy, of course, informs you guys at home watching right now as well. But we can see that the base plates are built up, right? Took around about 3 minutes, a little bit slower compared to the under 16s. However, we've also got a bit of a structure coming along for St. Mary's Catholic School. They have a stone textured element, which the texturing is great, I have to admit.
Yes, already, yeah.
And we can see, actually, if I look to my right, of course, you guys at home can't see this, but both teams are actually discussing together right now of what they want to do and how they want to do it.
Yes,
They're conscious of the time, and so they might scale down their usual operations, but we have a bit of a team meeting going on for St. Mary's. However, it looks like the Mice Miners have gone underway, and they're creating a redstone structure.
Okay, like you said, the redstone still applies. It's not, again, we would expect to see maybe a little bit less advancement in this, but you can still see how they might utilize it. And again, there might be a real redstone expert coming in here. And yeah, you can see them already getting that function going there. What are they trying to accomplish with that, Leon? What's that sort of build going through?
Oh my god.
Oh,
This is a triple piston 3x3 extension door. How have we gone down in the age and gone up in the redstone?
wow.
How does that happen?
I told you that these kids are born on it. They've grown up on this game. And yeah, obviously being able to utilize it this way is going to be really, really cool.
I'd argue that this is probably on the same level of complexity as the portcullis, right?
Oh, nice.
That we saw. You can see, we went slightly into the range.
Too
you
excited.
Can see that the triple piston is holding onto 3 slime blocks, and slime blocks, so long as the object can be moved, will attach to anything on any surface of the block. Now, it won't attach to obsidian. That's why they have it stopping with obsidian on the far side wall, and then either side of the actual slime block with the quartz around it, they have the obsidian again to make sure that nothing's dragged with it. So we can see that this is the start of a structure. They'll be building a building around this. You can see it's coming through. It looks quite light in its appearance, but they've still gone for an option with texturing. And it looks like we might have our first caster coming over. So I'll jump out the hot seat and we'll swap over.
Hop on in.
For the interview.
All right, really cool.
Well,
all right, let's get you in. Welcome to the cast. Let's first of all, Joe, who are you and what school are you with?
I read.
Yeah, they're on the red side. Are you okay? No problem. What? So we're starting to see it's quite early in your guys' build at the moment. But what are you thinking? What are your interpretation of Welsh Creatures and Legends Reimagined?
A giant. Yeah.
A giant. Okay, really cool. So, what are you thinking with that? Obviously, you ideally want that to be quite a tall build, but now you're finding, of course, that you've only got 20 minutes to build it, so you're having to scale it down a little bit. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, how have you found the experience here so far in the Principality? Has it been cool to watch the other teams start off today?
Yeah.
No, really nice, really cool. So, obviously, were you hoping, and your team, were you hoping to get this particular category today?
Yeah.
I did hear there was a bit of a cheer, I think, went up when you guys found this one out. Is this the one that you would have wanted to pick if you could have chosen? Yeah, brilliant. Oh, really, really cool. So what has been your role in the team today? You're kind of here to, you want to talk to us, is that right? You want to tell us about what your team's doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really good. So what do you think is the real strength of your team? What do you think you guys do really, really well?
It's like really hard and break out on it,
Yeah.
and then because
Really, really cool. I saw there's something going on with the you've got some pistons being set up as well. Leon's explaining to me the complexity of the slime blocks. Do you have a like a redstone expert in your team?
Yeah.
Yeah, really cool. Did they come in with this idea already? Like, did you hear about this before today? And yeah, so they decided to like put it into your build for these giants. Oh, really, really cool. Really, really fun. All I gotta say is, are you confident in your team? Do you think you're going through to the finals today?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I love to hear. Love to hear a bit of confidence. Right. I'll let you go back to your team, okay?
Right.
Best of luck to you guys. Hopefully see you on the other side. Cool. See you soon, man. Really, really cool. It's nice to get to see so many different types of students in each of the teams as well, right? And how this setup, this being able to compete in these Minecraft builds really just allows for like an inclusivity as well. Everyone can be involved, and these teams are quite big. Like I've said, there's different roles in the teams. You've got the researchers, you've got the messengers, and then you also got some teams which are actually swapping out who is building what at different times. It's really, really cool to see. And again, this is a totally different age group to the one that we saw earlier with the under 16s. Obviously, this is the primary school age, a little bit younger, but as I mentioned, it doesn't mean they're less experienced. It feels like they can still do what they need to do. And we've also spent a little bit of time staring at the mice miners. I'm just going to move on over to see what's going on the other side with St. Mary's here. And here we go. Right, you're starting to see something coming through. So obviously one of the teams is Welsh creatures and legends. Now, it's up for your interpretation, right? If you go for a legend or an actual creature, it does seem to me here that St. Mary's are going for one of these creatures. You see some kind of four-legged animal there. It's a bit of a Clifford the Big Red Dog element coming out here. And I'm not quite sure what this sort of stone structure is. It's very textured at the front, very detailed, and you can still see there one student working on that diligently. I'm not sure what that will turn into as well, but it seems like they've got, rather than one large structural build here, they're going for little bits and pieces of elements, maybe to piece together some kind of story too. So it is really cool. I'll wait for the interpretation to come through from when we get hopefully get someone over from that side as well. And you see that coming through the river, sort of. It's given me a bit of a Loch Ness vibe, and I hope no one's going for Loch Ness. Obviously, not a Welsh creature or legend. Then again, this is a reimagining, so you never know. Might end up with something from a little bit of a different theme coming out, which obviously totally fine as well. It is, as I mentioned, up for the interpretation of the teams, the students within, and to see what they can come up with together. Now, we're looking to see again a little bit of a white and blue sort of texture going on here for the side of the Mice Miners, and it's one of those builds, sort of what we've seen in the early rounds as well, where it maybe doesn't look clear what is actually coming through just yet. They're going to wait for we'll wait for them to see exactly what they come to when they get to the later stages of the build. But right now, it's really starting to come together really cool. And it does look like I might have another special guest coming over, maybe even a pair of guests, which totally fine as well. But yeah, let's get you guys over. Hello, welcome to the stream. Come on, tuck on in. We're going to get you set up. So, first of all, let us know what your names are and what school you guys go to.
So my name is Sam Morris, and my name's Robin Davis, and we go to my style primary school.
Nice.
The other one.
Yeah, on the other side. No problem. Let's move over.
Our build is a snowdonia, a smash snowdon with the Giants of Meas.
Yeah.
And we've also got the Avant.
Yeah.
Which is with the legend of a crocodile-like creature that makes things. Crocodile, giant fever, and
in our futuristic city.
Yeah.
It's LJPH18.
Yeah.
So we have 20 guys. We have a 3x3 sliding door.
Yeah.
That is made out of redstone, and we made an avant pushing water into the city.
Nice. Yeah.
So,
Really cool.
Because the legend of Frank Flylord is that it was like an old town city, and one man went off guard himself, went past his bed, and because he was on watch, he went. The storm came and flooded all the city.
Right. Okay. So, is that a story that you've researched today, or is that something you came in with a plan to do?
So we with it. So
Yeah.
we researched it.
Of course. Yeah. No. That's the name of the game. A bit of research and we just put in. Good. So you came in with a bit of a build idea for your actual topic. Is it okay? That's really cool. That's really good. There was a bit of a reaction, I think, when this topic came up. Is this the one you guys were looking for today? Yeah. I thought I heard a little bit of cheering when they actually finished with the wheel spin there. So what I would like to ask is how you guys feel the build has come along. Obviously, you've got a bit of a shorter time limit than you usually have. Are you happy with where you are at this time?
Yeah.
Good.
Halfway down and we've almost finished.
Great.
Good.
That's perfect.
Good.
Yeah. No, that is exactly where you want to be. I would like to ask as well, what are your guys' specific roles in your teams?
So I'm the outcast. So
Yeah.
I
Very respectable job, that one.
Yeah, I talk to the judges and
Yeah.
I help them pick what they're doing. So I kind of like make them prefer.
Yes, yeah, no, totally fine. A very important job, as I said. And yourself?
I'm the researcher, so I'm the one that did the research for the team with
Great.
the objectives.
Oh, perfect. No, really, really good. And really important, while these builds are going on, that they've had this information coming through as well. Right, I'll let you guys go. Best of luck for this round. Hopefully, maybe see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Good luck to you guys. Really, really cool. Yeah, you can see this build is starting to round out a little bit. There's a bit of a structured man coming out there. That might be the man who's meant to be on watch who wasn't on watch. We did get there's Leon. Leon's not on the hot seat anymore. Get him out. Get him out. Get quick. There we go. And yeah, so you can see this build's coming along really, really well. What I wanted to point out, Leon, both these builds are seeing a slight deviation to what we've seen so far today, where instead of like one large structure, it seems like both of these teams have gone for a sort of set, like a setup where there's a couple of different things to look at for each build.
So when I was judging, I would call this the theme park approach.
Yeah.
Different attractions around the build that brings it all together, right? I think it's looking incredibly good. We've seen some incredibly in-depth redstone as well. And I think the shoutcasters were extremely eager to come over and share what they were doing. They saw us in the corner over the table. They were like, oh, we would love to get over this. That's awesome to see that they want to get involved. The Mice Miners is looking really good with how they built everything up. I actually had some insight into the process as well. This was the theme they wanted, right? You said there was a cheer. They are literally all grinning from ear to ear whilst building. It's a surreal experience to be able to witness in person. But they all have printouts of the specific parts that they're building.
Oh, wow.
There's some people dedicated to building up the futuristic city elements.
Yeah.
There's some teams that are dedicated to the redstone. There's some that are dedicated to the creatures being reimagined, right? And they're all working together in all isolated spaces, right? Really fits the approach of the sort of miniature attraction theme park sort of approach of having different things in different areas. That's really, really smart. And then St. Mary's have gone for something similar, but they have managed to make it almost like a mascot-esque type theme.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And a lot of the redstone is hidden in the different structures you see on the screen right now. Inside the dragon, he shoots out fire.
Brilliant.
Which is incredible.
Yeah.
And there's another redstone contraption hidden, which I won't reveal because they said they want to show it off at the end.
Okay.
Within the stone structure as well. But the variety of blocks being used here is incredible. Look at the browns, the reds, the yellow hues, right?
Yeah.
In the character on the floor. They even got mushroom blocks as well. You have the walls, you have different stained clay, right, and concrete. That's an incredible variety of blocks. Yep, I think he might be crying, bless him. Now, Judas, did you get any insight into what creatures and legends that they're creating?
Well, so we're seeing on this side, obviously, we've got a bit of a dragon theme going on.
Of course.
A bit of a giants theme as well. And on the other side, it was more based around a specific story, actually, that the students had researched about a man who's supposed to be keeping watch over the city, who decided to go off and go to a party instead, and then the whole city flooded.
Wow.
And there's also an element of there's like a crocodile-based creature coming up from the river as well, and you can see it all really pieced together. Like you can see the large man in the back, got a bit of a BFG look about him, coming through there. But it does look like it was based in Mount Snowdon as well, so that's why you've got this more of a ice theme going on, and it feels cold. We look to the other side, it feels more autumny. With, like you say, with the browns and the greens. This does have that icy blue and white feel. It's just really cohesive color palettes. Like we said, it's a different age group. You would expect the style of builds to be different, but I really like the way that they've pieced these things together. Again, they've got these hidden redstone pieces that they really brought to the forefront, and I like the way that they've mixed it up in a way that, again, suits the age group. It's very clear for them. This is, it's not so obscure or subtle. They want to be upfront. Here's the giant. This is the story, and I love it. I love the way almost pop-up book style way of showing these themes.
I think it communicates it well for the judges as well, right? Simplicity is key.
Yeah,
they need to be able, especially with a theme that's as ambiguous as most creatures and legends reimagined, right? They need to make sure that they have the ability to communicate what they're doing to address the theme, right? Snowdon in the future with futuristic buildings and creatures battling each other in the middle of the city landscape sounds like something out of Godzilla, right? That is incredible. I love the creativity there, and we're seeing some of the new copper light bulbs being used. We also see some stained glass, right? We saw a lot of that from the Treorchy miners in the under 16. That was almost a staple of their visual design. And so it's quite interesting to see that the Mice Miners has adopted a similar approach, right? Maybe some inspiration from the grand finals of the under 16. And then over on the side of St. Mary's, oh, we can see some particle effects.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm loving that. It's looking great. They've gone for an isolated, this is the creature, this is the legend. Check it out, right? We got the Lost Dragon, we got the giant flying down. The judges have been asking about the story, and they've had so much to talk about, the lore behind it, which is awesome to see. Let's talk about where we think the points are going to go, right? We're less than 5 minutes left into the Build Battle series. I think there's a lot more going on the Mice Miners side.
Yeah.
But I do think the St. Mary's has stuff that's a little bit more visually easy to recognize at a glance, right? Yeah. So topical relevance can go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I think right now, Redstone, definitely in the Mice Miners, right? That triple 3x3 piston extension door is something out of a YouTube video, okay?
Until we hear the secret, surprise coming out from St. Mary's. I have to give some credence for that. Right now, Redstone, though, in favor of the Mice Miners.
Well, I'd say complexity goes to them. However, St. Mary's has managed to get a variety of redstone, right? I've only seen one redstone contraction from the Mice Miners, which means that point could be even for different reasons, right? The teamwork, I think the Mice Miners have a good level of cohesion, right? The shoutcasters are also leading the team, informing everything. They've done the research and planned everything ahead of time.
Yeah.
And in fact, I was informed that they had more members than they could even take to the grand finals and semi-finals today.
Wow.
Unfortunately, so they had 11 members. They had to decide and bring 8 total. So they brought their best of their best, trying to make sure that they have every fighting chance to win. But of course, the students watched at home have their own strengths that they would have loved to show today.
Yeah. It is, of course, a shame they can't be here as well, but definitely will be around to support the team, and make sure that no matter what happens, they're given a hero's welcome when they make their way back. But again, it's going to be tough to call for the judges because this is much different to the under 16s, right? Like we've been saying, there's a difference in complexity, a difference in the way that the students have gone about these builds, and it all counts, right? The process that you do all matters in these tight matchups as well. So really, really cool to see. I love the man holding a nice little torch there as well. The texture coming off the alligator or crocodile coming out of the water. Very, very cool. There's a lot to unpack there.
I think the Mice Miners have got a good level of visual creativity, right? The block out, they have some notoriously difficult blocks incorporated into a build. The quartz block, very white, right? Very vibrant, and they've used it very well with the lighting, right? The sea lanterns, etc., and the prismarine to get this futuristic feel.
It
really does feel like something you will see in the future. There's only a minute and 30 seconds left. However, this is an important to the aesthetics of the environment. And I think St. Mary's Catholic School has dominated in this sense. We've seen the grass, the flowers, the trees all pop up in literally a minute.
In a little moment, we look away. Blink and you miss it, like I've been saying all along.
And they've definitely had some consideration for the surrounding environment. I can't say that we can see that just yet in the Mice Miners because a lot of the terrain is still cobblestone, right?
Yes.
You can see that they built up some areas with the tough brick, some stone, some bricks, cracked stone bricks, and also some raw stuff as well, right? That's lovely. And probably if the entire base plate was built around this, I'd say that they'd be potentially leading in the environment and aesthetic area. But because only half of the base plate, or honestly, around about 20% has it, it's a shame that they might be missing out on the aesthetics and the environment points, but they've got the points in visual creativity, right?
Yes, definitely.
It might be a conscious effort with the 20 minutes they have, 10 minutes less than usual, as we've mentioned consistently. They've decided, bin off the aesthetics of the environment.
Get the details right. Yeah, exactly. And it's as long as they're happy with how it's come out, right? And I would be. I mean, look at that. You can see there's someone outside the area there taking a peek over as well. I think someone's having a bit of a nose, wondering what's going on over there. But it looks like the final countdown's coming in here as well.
Oh, there's fire across. Well, hey.
Oh, brilliant.
And that concludes.
There's the giant ignited.
Hey. I think they've done that intentionally, right?
Yeah,
St.
yeah.
Mary's have aimed the dragon over
Oh,
the my
the fire's hitting the other side.
What's going on? Build a fire.
Look, pyrotechnics are not against the rules, ladies and gentlemen. This is they're going to burn down the arena. It's actually get all the way to the other side. The Welsh dragon cannot be tamed. That's a really cool visual to close off this battle with.
And honestly, the redstone from it is working incredibly as well. As inside that is a constant, consistent repeater that is firing off the redstone. That's not some simple circuit, right?
Yeah.
They've set that up with intention. They've lit their poor giant on fire. And the person on it is thriving. Oh, you can see some fighting talk. The futuristic city in Snowdon has been attacked by the red dragon.
Not only has it flooded, it is now on fire. You know what? Maybe the flood was a good thing. It's the reimagining. Look, it's a team build. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. Down to the judges, honestly, which way it goes. But yeah, that's really fun. I like how this was turned out.
That's a fantastic result. A quite electric result as well to the remainder portion of that build battle. Just complete carnage. I think that shows the fighting spirit from St. Mary's, right? They really wanted to bring the energy, the passion. The Mice Miners, they were cheering at the start, of course.
Yes.
And so St. Mary's decided to fire back literally with fire.
Really, really cool. Really cool.
Yeah.
Didn't know it would go that far. Well, it had.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Really, really cool.
just had some insight from St. Mary's Catholic School. They said they didn't know that it was going to go that wild. They tested beforehand, they shot a couple out, but they filled it up too much. They got too passionate, and it burst everywhere. So
Really
it looks like, oh, we're getting the next team coming through.
Welsh Festival. All right.
Oh, my local Wales.
Okay.
So there's some selected themes coming up, and the match time is shortly coming through. The teams are assembling, and so myself and Judas will take it to a break. We'll come back to you very shortly to see how the next build battle is coming up. We'll see you in a bit. Alrighty, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the primary semi-finals on the other side now. We have Uskal Penant up against the Married Mystic, tongue twister. And this time, the theme is My Local Wales. Another ambiguous theme.
Yep.
But something that they could do to represent where this school's from.
Yes, I think that's going to be really key as well, is how well they can represent, their local idea. It is my local Wales,
Yes.
right? It's not just Wales. It is specifically about the area where you are from as well, which is going to be really cool to see. Again, this competition does expand over all of Wales. It could have been any pair of locations coming through. So I'm really excited to see what the students look to do. Again, it's enhanced for me in that this is the primary age group, right?
Yeah.
So this is what is key to them at this young age, and what do they see as the most prominent thing in their local area. So yeah, really excited to see what they put together.
Yeah, I think you can see a lot of local sort of highlights in the sense. We could potentially see some castles come out, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes your local area reflects in one of the major attractions being a castle. Right?
Yes, yeah.
Especially if you live in Wales, I can imagine. But I'm excited to see what they'll do. They're actually just got underway, so we'll jump in game and check out what they're doing. So, we have the Merity Mystic erecting a wall of black concrete. They might be trying to do some pixel art potentially on this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a nice little backdrop to whatever they're going to do. I wonder what this will be. Again, it's already striking me as this is presumably not a landmark, right? I wouldn't say I'm not aware of a large black concrete wall in Wales anywhere. This would be fun to learn about, I suppose. Over here we have the Uskal Penant, who I believe were the last year's winners for this age group. So
wow,
a lot to live up to, especially at the late stage of primary school as well. So let's see what they can put together. Really interested to see where this is going to go. This feels like one of those more ambitious builds, right? Kind of what we saw from the older age groups earlier on, where it might not look like much until it's done, but once it's done, it'll really come together.
Look at these the macros though. This player who is erecting the wall is a efficient athlete, right?
Oh yeah,
they've very clearly been selected for the job. Now, we do know that Uskal Penant is tied for first place in the group with St. Mary's Catholic School.
Yeah,
right. We saw St. Mary's literally popping off and shooting fire over to the other side against the Mize Miners in the previous one. And they also let me know that they had a bit of a rivalry with the Mize Miners. They were the ones that knocked them out last time when they came to the semi-finals. So they want revenge.
Grudge match.
The Mize Miners, though, is actually the underdogs coming through the group. They're actually at the bottom of the group, number 4 right now. So we'll see what the judges rule for that to come out.
Hey, look, if you make it to the finals, all you have to do is perform on the day, and you might come up short, but we don't know. It could have been very, very close at all points, despite them coming in as the bottom seeded team for this. That doesn't mean that they are down and out of this by any means. They are absolutely can turn it on for the day. And that's already a challenging build. A diagonal hill being erected here, that's already far too complex for me.
Now, I'm loving the block variety. I mentioned earlier that Prismarine, notoriously quite difficult, right?
Yeah.
Great for aquatic build. Great for teal or bluish sort of hues of like maybe a creature or character. One of the themes was Scotland with the Six Nations, right? We are in the home of rugby in Wales, in the Prince Andrew Stadium. And the WRU has a lot of influence of the themes that are coming through. Scotland, they played against them in one of them, and we saw a lot of the Loch Ness Monster.
Of course,
right?
Yeah.
That week, we saw the most Prismarine usage any other week in the Minecraft Cymru League series. And then in the grand finals and the semi-finals today, in the different age brackets, we've seen the Prismarine blocks come out to play.
Yeah.
It's quite bizarre.
Like you say, it's the advanced blocks, and you have to be really confident when you want to use them. And what better time to bring out the trick than in the actual grand finals there? And you can see, again, it's another similar type of setup going on here, where there are clearly 3 pairs of teams within Uskal Penant here trying to sort out their own little sections and maybe see if that comes together as a cohesive build later on.
Now, one thing I want to highlight is I can see over on the side of the Merity Mystic, we're talking about those niche blocks, right, that are difficult and notorious or have like a very specific usage,
Yeah.
they are using sculpt blocks to create a starry sky.
Wow, that's very, very cool.
As you can see, there's a glowing little animation that is fading across it. So it looks like we might be capturing a slice of a narrative for the side of the Mirror Mystics that represents the local area in Wales, right? What represents it to them? Now, this does make me question if they live in complete darkness.
Do they have electricity over there? It is yet to be seen.
But
how this turns out.
I think they've given themselves this setting the stage for an opportunity to get some points in the aesthetics for the lighting.
Yes,
right?
yeah.
They created a dark environment with some intentional lighting, and that will allow them to dominate when it comes to the points in that field. It'll be interesting to see how they bring that together. They've also got something on the other side, so it's quite interesting. They might actually approach this from a split perspective.
Yeah.
Maybe they have two solutions for the theme, and they're not sure which one, so they've opted to just split.
Do a bit of both. Yeah. I mean, not against the rules, right? It is my local Wales. If this is how they feel, represents their area the best, and this is a good way to do it. It does seem to be some kind of night and day system, almost like a chessboard, checkerboard setup going on over here. I do wonder how it will all piece together. Like we said, a lot of these builds, they are not quite clear until you get to that very end stage as well. So definitely going to have to see how it goes throughout. But again, they have to get used to the time limit. It is only a 20-minute build. This is an ambitious build. I call that right from the start, right? When we saw that wall going up. Plenty of time to work with, of course. Lots of time in the bank still. But that is a big, ambitious build over there. Probably will win them some points on space usage. But on the other side, let's go for that. Plenty of usage of space themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of horizontal space, right? Both teams haven't opted to raise the base plate. It does eat up time, right?
Yeah.
So you are losing points in the visual elements in comparison to, of course, the points that you get in the total area. Now, it very much so looks like the Mirror Mystics have opted to get that vertical element in, right? Yeah. They're probably dominating in the area and space points, but I think that, as you mentioned, Escorpinant is very close behind with the total space or the base plate that they're using.
Yeah.
And also, again, don't forget in the area and space part of the story rubric, it has to be contextual to the build.
Yes.
And we can see a mountain forming in the side or in the corner of the Escorpinant, which might represent a local hill or mountain that's in the background of this school environment, right? And so that might win them back some points to actually take the overall category for the Escorpinant, despite not having the same vertical length as the Mirror Mystic. But we'll have to see what both teams opt to do. The Prismarine structure, the little building in the background for Escorpinant, very good use of texture, looking very good. However, the Mirror Mystic obviously answered back with the sort of, as you mentioned, almost checkerboard area. This looks like a very rocky terrain in the corner. And I wonder if we're seeing something that might be... Oh, there we go. The night sky is rolling across both sides. We've got some glowstone up in the ceiling as well. Stars. That's
very cool.
I'm wondering if they're trying to give a little local nod to, again, that whole heritage. You can see there's a pile of coal up in the corner with a minecart circling it. We might be looking at a local mine that they've decided to recreate in Minecraft.
That's very cool. And, you know, the darkness, well, we were thinking, you know, night sky and everything. They might be thinking, you know, inside of a mine. You know, and actually being underground as well. That would be really cool. Again, very traditional heritage style build. And, you know, if that is, you know, their local Wales and how they want to represent it, then that's perfect. That's the exact type of thing you should be going for. And I'm not quite sure what the structure is on the left-hand side with this sort of glass box of this sort of starry texture. I can't tell if that's the glass.
That's
or the actual.
That's built inside the same things that they use to create the roof.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm curious to know if they've hidden redstone inside it. Right. One of the parts of the redstone for the scoring rubric is making sure that your redstone is hidden. They might be treating this as a backstage to the front visuals that they're building.
Well, that's a cool use of the space. Again, the entirety of the space doesn't necessarily have to be part of the build, particularly when you say it's about the hiding of the redstone and everything. I do wonder if we'll see any of these teams just put up a solid wall on one side so the other team can't see what they're doing as well. Well, but maybe have to block off some dragon fire, potentially, based on what we've seen today already. But this is looking really cool now.
Yeah.
Again, we look away for a few moments, give them some time to build up. That's a really nice... how do I describe that area? It's almost like it's like an organic, like sort of lake or loft type of area. Really, really cool. This feels picturesque to me, as if they have researched an image and they decide, right, we want to build this area in particular coming through. I'd love to see what the inspiration for this.
Yes, I think this is the first team that has used leaves that's not part of a tree that's been grown, right, with bone meal. This is the first team that's used leaves intentionally as foliage, right? A lot of teams have gone for the moss, the mossy cobble into cobble, that sort of like green to grey gradient, right? But this is probably the first team, as us will put on, to use the leaves as also an addition to the foliage. We can see that there's a little bit of a conscious gradient as well from the pond, right? Where the water will wash up on the side, and then of course dampen the area. It will reveal some of the stony structure, the little pebbles, etc. Oh, we can see a classic in the Minecraft build battle experience. We have a minecart powered and activated.
You know, that looks like
firework.
A geyser to me. It's like coming out, right? You see the blue and the white sort of spray from the water. Yeah, that feels, it's not just a firework, right? It's that contextual firework, and that's really cool. I think we're about 12 minutes out as well. We should maybe start to look into getting maybe a bit of an insight from one of these teams at some point.
They've just hit it with the mossy carpet as well, to make sure that the redstone is hidden. We are at the 12-minute mark. We're going to go grab some casters. Oh, and we actually have a little gateway in between the two areas. One of these schools might live on a different planet.
This might be a different dimension. Traversing. I have to know what's going on with these two builds. These are very, very cool. They're not at all as I was expecting from the My Local Wales setup, right? Like, you know, you're expecting something. Well, we were expecting something very traditional, I should say, but no, it's come out really, really cool. This does appear to be that type of backstage area. We were sort of thinking of, they're now starting to block my view with a bit of this trees coming through too, and this is looking really, really cool. We'll get her in. We do have one of our guests coming in. We're just going to get them set up right now. All right. So, first things first. Hop on in. Please speak into the microphone. Tell us who you are and what school you come from.
So I am Chris and he's Joe, and we come from Penna.
Yeah.
And today we're building the Tanna Valley Bedouin of mountains from our local place. And we're building this Raider from Ken Raider.
Yeah.
It is very local to us. And also we're building the Kennelton Tower in Kennelton.
Yeah.
With we're gonna do redstone in it as well, and we're gonna do street on top of the Tanna Valley Bedouins.
Yeah, up in there, isn't it?
And wild animals live there.
Oh, nice. So, can someone talk me through what's going on with the fireworks over here?
It counts as rain.
Yeah.
Because it's a stormy night in Raider. We haven't done the water yet.
Yeah.
But we'll try and make it look as best as it can.
Cool. So, how did you guys feel when you found out that this was going to be your topic today? Were you excited to have this one? Is this what you were planning on doing? Yeah.
Because we were going to do District Raider and Bush Anderson, and we were going to do the Baron. There's lots of other plans about other topics.
Yeah.
But this one is one of the best ones we would like.
Oh, cool. It's looking really good now as well. Obviously, 10-minute timers just coming through here. Are you guys happy with how far into the build you are at this point?
Yeah, quite happy about it. Because we are going to do, I think we are going to do a little bit more with the tower and the redstone in the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm quite happy about it.
Oh, good, good. Right, so 10 minutes. Best of luck for the last half of the build, right? Hopefully, good. And maybe we'll see you guys on the other side, okay? Cool. Nice having you around. That is very cool. You can see the sort of locality coming through here. The wall towers come through.
Next one.
All right, no problem. So just going to get set up for our next person coming in here. Gonna turn that off for a moment, but yeah, we'll take a look, swoop on over to the Merry Mystics, see where they're going with this, because I have got to find out what's going on down here. All right, first things first. Why don't you speak into the microphone, tell us who you are and what school you go to?
Hello, my name is Bella and I go to Mardy Primary School.
Lovely. So, we have got to know what is going on with these blocks up here. Tell me what you guys are thinking.
So we are thinking of doing an old and new Mardy. We're from the Rhondda. And we thought because we have a heritage of mining.
Yeah.
So we thought we would do half old Mardy and half new Mardy.
Nice.
So we are going to be doing a dark side, which is like black and white, with the pit wheel, the mine, and we have a cart, a redstone cart going.
Yeah, I see that.
And on the other side of the wall, with the portals, there's new Mardy. So in 2019, we were meant to have a planetarium built in Mardy, but it never happened.
So
we decided in new Mardy we're going to put.
I'm gonna put it in.
Yeah,
really cool.
Put the planetarium in. And we're also building wind farms.
Yeah.
On the left of the planetarium, we're building wind farms because that's currently being built in Mardy.
Oh, that's really, really cool. I like the idea of the sort of left and right split. That was one thing we were talking about. I like the idea of it being black and white to sort of represent how old it is. That's really, really cool. I really like that. How did you guys feel when you got given this topic today? Were you excited to have this one? Is this something you were looking forward to?
Yes, we were most confident with this topic.
Cool, good. So, only other thing I want to ask is, what's your specific role in your team for this season?
I am the researcher.
Yeah.
So I'm researching things. I'm checking how people are doing, and I'm just seeing if they could make any improvements and if they need any help.
Great. No, really, really cool. Best of luck for this one. I hope you've had a nice time.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you once the build is complete.
See you.
See you soon.
Thank you.
7 minutes, 30 seconds left for these builds. Really, really cool. Leon, you're going to be so disappointed you missed that. So I have had the breakdown of the left and right here.
Right, okay.
On the right-hand side, you have Old Mardy, which is why it's in black and white, old-style coal mine-esque. On the left-hand side, you have New Mardy, where they had a planetarium that was supposed to be built, but didn't. So they've decided they're going to put it in. And they're also putting in things as well. That there'll be a wind turbine. A wind farm is currently being built in the area as well. Really, really cool idea. I like the idea of the dark, like I said, black and white nighttime feeling, and then switches the other way. Really cool idea. Again, surprising from the primary school age group. Wasn't expecting something as out there as that. You know, that's really, really cool ideas to come through. Really, really fun. On the other side, though, it is that tried and true traditional style. This is a local area to them, and as far as I can tell, it might as well look exactly like this. The way they were describing how it feels, the sort of stormy nights around there. You see that nice, fantastic looking bridge. I could feel myself wanting to walk through there on a rainy night. And apparently there's a very famous hill with sheep on top of it as well. Really, really nice attention to detail. And coincidentally, both sides are very excited to have this particular topic come through.
Really?
So that's why I think why you're seeing such high quality in these builds.
That's interesting. We can see some more additions of the redstone as well.
Yeah.
We know that there's that contextual fireworks for the environment, right? I think we just saw that goat that you mentioned on the top of the hill jump out of the fence. We have some people jumping up and down with the piston. We can see that more redstone's being loaded up. I love this waterfall, though. They've definitely got a vertical element back in the build. They've also used that raw tuff, right? The texture in here is really good. Us Finance should be very proud of what they've built today. And then, as you mentioned, this is probably the first application of this old versus new approach.
Yeah, so cool. That's such a good idea. And now they still have to put that across to the judges, right? The experience of the old versus new Marty, but I like how they've done it. You know, like they've actually gone for, again, subtlety is not the name of the game here. Make it a straight left and right split. This is the old, this is the new. Such a cool way to do it. And it speaks volumes about what the students want to get across, and the way they've done it is just so cool. Again, I love both ways to do it. This is a very almost abstract way of thinking about it on the one side for the Mighty Mystics, but on the other side, Roscoe Brown, again, very straightforward. This is a location straight from our locale that we want to show. So cool. Glad I'm not a judge. Oh my god, I will say it all day, but I'm so happy I don't have to call this, because this is so tight.
Now, I don't know what redstone we've seen on the side of the Merity Mystics. I know we have that track and cars going around.
Yep.
I've seen some fireworks, right? But Uscopadant has the fireworks that is contextual to the water.
Absolutely, yeah.
It has some rain particles. It has the characters jumping up and down. Both teams have multiple redstone for their build, right?
Yeah.
The application and the effectiveness is what might separate who wins that point in that sense. I do think Merity Mystic, they keep on climbing and climbing as the build goes on, right? This wind turbine is literally level with the skyline of the old age Marity, right?
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to see that they are so conscious of getting that size and area point, right?
Definitely, yeah.
It's definitely one of the easier points to get as well. In terms of topical relevance, I think you could definitely award it to one team over the other. I think in a literal sense that Usco Finance probably hit it more, right?
Yeah. Like you say, it is a direct rip from the real world, right? This is a spot from our locale, and it does look beautiful. Honestly, that looks fantastic.
I do notice, by the way, that they've decided to build a cloud higher than the other team.
And look, everything to score a couple of points. That's the name of the game. It is going to be close. This is absolutely going to be a close one to call. So yeah, any small bits of detail like that you can get, you can make the point to the judges. Look how high our build is. It does go taller. And again, if it's the theme, like you said, it's meant to be a rainy day. It's Wales. When isn't it a rainy day? So you might as well add the rain cloud, the geysers, or the firework effect of the rain. Very, very cool. Really, really nice way to do it. Obviously, we only have about 3.5 minutes left, so finishing touches will have to be coming out. I'm interested to see what the bouncing people are going to represent here, because we're seeing them there. Possibly some kind of not tourist exactly, but almost like a setup for people who are visiting the area. I really like to see it in that sort of context as well. I like, again, this jagged hill, the way they've set that up to have an actual location ripped straight from their local areas. Really, really cool. It just looks, again, picturesque. As I said earlier, the fact that it seems to be, I feel like I could imagine this place in real life, and it does look like an area from Wales. Again, you've got the rain, you've got the grass, the terrain being the way it is, very hilly, of course, in these areas of these schools. So cool. I wish I knew more about the area being discussed here on this sort of left and right side, but it's, again, so cool. Eventually, they're getting to these finishing touches with the black and white sort of setup coming through. I think that's a very cool way to get this done. And I like the vibrance of the left-hand side, and almost like a juxtaposition to the old style coming through. Now, we do seem to have a few more members of the Merry Mystics on this right-hand side. It clearly has a bit more of the attention to detail, this huge cobbled structure coming in for the finishing touches as well. Whereas on the left-hand side, someone's been very hard at work on this wind turbine. I just want to take a quick peek at the time. Yeah, only 2 minutes left, so definitely want to get these last little bits and pieces finished. I like the way that the wind turbine is shown to be like in motion, right? Again, you don't expect to see those things stopped in the daytime when this is meant to represent. So that's a nice way to show it as well. Just a live wind turbine, and yeah, it's getting the split up, all coming through there as well. And looks like some dispensers being placed in the closing stages. That little bit of extra redstone points again. Final 90 seconds or so. This is where you're fighting for the final points, right? This is where you're fighting for any last little details. Seeing some extra rain coming through. They're really starting to lay on these rain clouds, the rain, fireworks coming out. It's just more and more detail. And the last couple of seconds, right? You need to add these finishing touches to these pieces.
Yes. Now, I just had some insight from the judges. They are stumped.
I don't blame them.
This
I really
is
don't blame them.
two different approaches for two incredibly powerful results that represent it in two different ways. One is very literal in a sense. This is our environment. Check it out. It's gorgeous, right? The texturing, everything, the aesthetics, well done. The block palette, incredible. Definitely playing to the strength, right? The other one has dominated in probably arguably the most creative result we've seen today, right? Having this split screen visual creativity of old age, literally black and white to make sure that you get it, right? This is old Meredy. And then what they believe would be the new one, new green energy with a planetarium with nice new exciting things for kids like them to go check out, right? So it's very hard. And again, even like this split approach has split the team. It doesn't mean the team's not working together. They're working together incredibly well. It just means that they have approached it with a different tactic, a different strategy in comparison to us open on.
It's so cool. It's so cool for everyone here. Like it's horrible that we have to pick a winner and loser out of this. It just feels so unfair. But no matter what, both these teams hold their heads high because these are fantastic builds.
We're down to the last 10 seconds
10
now.
seconds, here we go.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. There's a little bit ahead. There you go. Well done.
Controllers down. Fantastic.
I think the judges are still trusted for this one.
Normally you'd have an idea, right, of what just kind of got the edge, but right now, absolutely not.
I mean, literally,
so cool.
Both teams went back to back, literally band for band. Oh, your build is taller than ours? We'll make a cloud taller than yours. That is a hilarious back and forth. Some really good results. I love the little attention to detail with the redstone application. We didn't get to see much of the redstone from Meredy Mystics. Maybe that's the point that they're willing to sacrifice. Because they are dominating, as I said, in that visual creativity field, right?
Yes.
The block palette they've used, what we're looking at right now with us open arms right in front of us, the gradient and the foliage, the organic are incredible. That's environment. Creativity and visuals is the second category, and I have to say that Meredy Mystics have 100% taken that point.
Really, really good. Really well done. Again, it's up to the judges to go into the fine-tuning and the extra little details, but man, so close. One of these teams is going into the final, and it's almost disappointing that this couldn't have been done in the Minecraft Principality, but again, whoever does make it through absolutely will have deserved it as well. So really excited to see the results of this one.
One thing I have to say is, I really feel like time was against them on the side of the Meredy Mystics as well. I feel like they wanted to do more. As you mentioned, I think they had an incredibly grand idea for it. And they managed to get the overarching, iconic part of the mining history for Meredy, right? But, however, there's not much else on the side of the vintage side, right? They got the minecart going, they got the visuals of the floor that communicate that it's the old, it's the past, right? However, if you look over on the side of us open on, this looks a little bit more like a finished product. Right?
I see what you're saying. It was an ambitious build from the start. For the Meredy Mystics as well. This is again, it will come down to these finer details on exactly which side comes out on top. But really, really cool, really tight. Don't envy the judges. We'll actually wait for their result to come through, and then we'll see what happens in the finals of this age group.
Indeed. I have to say that an incredible showing from all four teams towards the semi-finals. Of course, we're looking to go to the grand finals for the primary schools coming up. And as soon as we know who is faced off against who, we can reveal the results of the winners from both games to you. But in the meantime, we'll cut through a break and we'll be back very shortly with more information and future games coming up. We have some exciting builders who've come over amongst in between as well, who said, I can't wait for the post 16. So we'll see you then. Catch you in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and everyone who's watching at home. First off, shout out to the Welsh clubs around Wales who are tuning in. We saw the go to the chat. Shout out to you. And also, we appreciate the love for the Esports Wales jersey. We love that. Now, we are back with the grand finals for the primary age bracket this time. Ysgol Penarth came through on top in the game that you just saw for their local Wales, right? Maradi fell behind a little bit with trying to finish the build. As you mentioned, Judas was an incredibly grand and ambitious build to pursue. I love the creativity. They actually won all the points when it came to the creativity element anyway. But they lost out on the points when it comes to other stuff for Penarth. And then they're up against, right now, in the grand finals, the Miners. They were the ones that were cheering originally
for their first
the legends and different creatures reimagined in Wales, right? They're the ones that had that sort of like Cyclops-looking character. The futuristic Snowden, right? They probably lost out points on the aesthetic and environment, but the creativity and the block palette definitely dominated there. And not only that, the triple extension piston ball.
Yes.
Oh, it is. Right.
Well, of course, we are getting to our grand finals now. And of course, there is a theme, but there is a twist. This theme is actually Wales and the world. But the twist is that you have to show a connection to another place and a clear exchange. What that will mean, that is up for the interpretation of the students, luckily.
Indeed.
But we are underway. I think there's a little bit of technical issues going on there. Someone's laptop has come uncharged, but it doesn't seem to be getting resolved and sorted. And we will be underway in just a couple of moments. But
now, one thing I want to touch on, Judas, is, as I mentioned, the WRU, the Welsh Rugby Union, has been very involved in the Cymru build battles alongside Hub. And they have had a lot of themes around the different Six Nations games that the people or the players of rugby have been playing in, right? So there's been people coming all around Wales to watch the rugby in the Principality Stadium. And of course, will we now transitioning to that very same Principality Stadium, but in-game? But they have all got experience with building in different cultures and landmarks. They've all done France, they've all done Italy, they've done Scotland, they've done England. So this is actually probably a theme that is ironically a little bit closer to home than you'd realize. Now, of course, they have to get that Welsh element in first, which at this point could be second nature to them, right?
Of course,
And then hopefully we'll be seeing some influences of other cultures included in the build. Now, what that could be, I have no idea. We could go down the route of having a bakery with some baguettes and some cake for France, right? Very stereotypical. Keep the iconography very simple for the judges.
Of course, absolutely.
Or we could be going something a little bit more niche. They could be having the Bridge of Rialto in a Welsh town.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could, I think a bridge could be a really good idea because, again, one of the twists is a connection to another place. Having a sort of left and right, as we've seen, but either side of a bridge could be a really cool way to do it.
That.
Or maybe even think another way, like maybe a boat or some other, a plane, some other way to show a transition of transport. Again, transport was another theme we've already seen today as well. These are all key things that these players will have been practicing and thinking about. And I'm actually seeing what looks to be the building of a boat in the center for Ysgol Penarth there. So maybe, Leo, maybe just once we might be on to something.
I feel like we've got a lot of good reads on the theme so far and what the students are sort of providing as a result. I think, as you mentioned, this is, as for me, as clear as day, a boat, right? It's the start of a boat. There'll be a little bit of a moat, the water, a river for it to go through. Oh, we have a tent being popped up right in front of us as well. I love the block being used for this. And I think, as you mentioned, I mean, Ysgol Penarth, they dominated in the aesthetics and the environment. I'm confident that they'll be able to bring some foliage, right? Bring the environment up, the plants, the organic, right? They are incredible at that. And then the Miners were actually bottom of the group. So the fact that they made it to the grand finals, beating out St. Mary's, is a testament to their skill. The underdogs making a climb on the red base plate. Now, when it came to their build, they went for like, what was that, as I mentioned, themed hardcore approach, right? A little bit of something all over the place, and it was popping up, and it came together as a cohesive build in the end. So I wonder what strategy we'll see, because from what I can see so far, to me, it looks like the Miners aren't going for the same approach.
Yeah, definitely going for more of that abstract sort of, this is a like a thing or a concept rather than going for this is a location that we can directly reference, right? So having to go for something a bit different this time around. And this side on the Mike Finals here, not quite sure what this is going to represent. Obviously, I'm not aware of any deserts in Wales, so not sure if that's exactly what that would be here. But again, I imagine this will be that sort of connection to another place that they're looking for here. And I do wonder how they're going to interpret this clear exchange, right? You could assume something like the trading of goods, for example, or the passing of language, things like that. There's lots that you could do with that, but where are this age group thinking is what I want to wonder. Like, what exactly springs out to them? Because again, they only have 20 minutes, and they only found out about this twist about 5 minutes ago. So have to really think on their feet for this.
Wales and the world. I think Yscophanon have got a really interesting approach, right? They've gone for a campsite, holiday location.
Oh, yeah.
Very common, you'll see different cultures combining. I mentioned recently, I went to Tempe, right? A lot of Italian restaurants there. I met some Italian people. They're lovely, right? You wouldn't expect to see that in Tempe. That's Wales and the world, right? They've gone for a campsite, a literal cultural exchange location, right? You'll be people of all sorts, all different walks of life coming together. A very literal approach. Now, on the side of course, the Miners, I think that we might be seeing, this reminds me of those long tunnels in an airport, right? The thing in the background.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's that and there's some sort of location surrounding it, but I think we can get some insight from the team.
Yes. I think it will be about time for that. Let's get them set and get them going.
So, whilst Judas goes and grabs some folks who are willing to talk to me about their build battle experience so far and what they're doing for their sort of solution to this new twist to the theme, it looks like Miners are working together on a larger structure. They've gone for the environment first. They've also got a little island isolated space. So they could be having, as Judas mentioned, that element of like travel, right? There could be boats around coming to a one sort of collective point. We'll see how it goes. It might also be a castle, really aiming in that Welsh theme and then bringing in the world afterwards. During the group stages leading up to it, we saw actually quite a lot of Scottish castles as well for the Scotland one, as well as a little nod to the Hogwarts train track that can be found in Scotland as well. So it'd be an interesting approach for that one. Both teams have opted to not send up a caster just yet. This is the grand finals. They need to be locked in.
They are locked in. Literally, I went up to some of the researchers, said, hey guys, anyone ready to talk to us? And through some furiously scribbled notes, they said, could I have 5 more minutes, please? So no problem. Let's just give them some chance. But like we said, this is the grand finals. These builds are already looking quite complex. It's understandable that the teams want to be as focused as they can, at least until they feel like they've got their comfortable direction.
Now, my question is, we can see a flag has been constructed here. It's pixel art based, right?
Yeah.
My geographical knowledge is being tested here.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure I know of a flag that represents a country like that.
Now, luckily, I happened to be walking around while the kids were very loudly shouting, Patagonia. So I believe that will be the flag for Patagonia. Of course, Patagonia famously also speak Welsh. Really? So, it's a country, I believe, this is going to test my knowledge. I want to say south of Argentina, but I might be incorrect with that. It is either in Central or South America. I'm not going to stick my hat in that. I'm not quite certain, but it is a faraway country that does also have a Welsh section where it's actually, you tend to find a higher percentage of people there will actually speak Welsh than in Wales itself.
That's
funny enough. So, it's a really interesting idea to come up with. Honestly, to be aware of that at a primary school age. I mean, and they've committed to it. It's really cool.
That's the testament to the researchers, right?
Absolutely.
Everyone at home may not understand this, but the people you see on the screen aren't the only people in the team. Every single team is comprised of leaders, shoutcasters, builders that then specialize in their own respective fields, and then, of course, the researchers, right?
Yep.
Without the research, you don't have a build that is contextual. You can't even get that first point in the first place of topical relevance. So the fact that you've managed to identify going around, that's some great insight.
Yep.
That we have a country that speaks the language of Welsh, and we're building something that represents that. That's incredible. And as you like to say, Judas, blink, you look the other way, and then you come back, and oh my lord, this
What is
entire structure being built up.
Wow. So, we were trying to obviously work out what is going on here exactly. I was getting the idea of maybe a pier coming through.
Ooh.
Honestly, I still don't really know. Again, I'm very eager to actually get to talk to some of the members of the team, because this is really, really cool. What's going on? I know, again, I've picked up the news of Patagonia for the other team there, but I'm still not quite sure what the Mice Miners are going to be looking at here. Do you have any ideas, Leon? Anyone that you'd like to shout out as an option?
I think you hit the nail on the head when it came to a harbour, because they've surrounded and flooded it. So originally I was considering like an airport tunnel,
Yes.
right? Maybe even you could argue a train station, but very clearly they've gone for something ocean-based.
Yeah.
Now we can see a little insight into, they have a flush double piston door on either side. Now, that triple extension piston door earlier definitely still takes the cake for the best door I've seen all day. However, this is clean, it's synced up on either side, which means that the redstone expert has made sure that it's lined up in terms of the delay on either side. You can actually see that they're playing with it right now.
Yeah.
So it's opening on the same tick, but then it's closing. Oh, there we go.
There
They
we
just
go.
nailed it.
Yeah.
It was previously on different ticks, so they've got to go in. We can see that someone's framing the environment to make sure that the stadium of the Principality is not flooded with the water from the Mice Miners. We appreciate that, Mice Miners. Thank you very much. But I like the block palette that's being used, right? I like it when teams are conscious of, this is probably more of a modern building. You can tell because they've gone for polished tough block, tough brick, right? And they've done it in a way that really feels like it's foundational and building up. So on one side, we've gone for almost like out in the woods campsite experience, right? Potentially based in a completely different country, but bringing the Welsh to them. And on the other side, we've got a more literal approach where it's, hey, this is a harbour, this is a pier, this is where people will be coming and checking out Wales for the first time.
All right, I'm going to go over and check and see if we can get some actual detailed insight here. These are some really cool builds. Let's see what they got.
We can see some redstone being built up as well for us open on. So we have some fireworks being shot up. They're hiding it behind the mossy carpet again. That's a really good, effective use of the carpets in Minecraft. They allow things to travel through it. There's a projectile base. That's great to see. We also see that they've used a couple of armor stands. They've got the people popping up. They've got more tents being erected. I really love the use of this block right here. This white terracotta that has a slight beige sort of texture to it. Something you would expect in a fabric like you'd use for a tent, especially a traditional one like this. We have quite the contrast though. We had this earlier. This is a little nod to the creative aspect. You can see that they've used walls to frame the front door, and they've used fences to then create an archway between the two walls. That's some really niche knowledge of the fences, and really well used as well. I think we have our first little caster to come up, though. Alright, one of you take a seat and then one of you grab the chair. And then we'll be good to go. Alright, fantastic. So, welcome both. For everyone who's at home, I'll ask you what your names are and what school you're from.
So my name is Sam Moore, and I'm Robin Davis, and we're both from my child.
Wait, hey, fantastic. So, 5 minutes remaining. Sounds like the build battle's been going quite well so far. You've got quite the structure. I love the redstone at the front as well. Can you explain for everyone at home what you've done to address the theme of Wales and the world?
So, have a college in it can go all the way to countries, and you see, so back in the day, a whole exchange was a big modern park.
Wow, okay.
And then now it's a hotel.
No
and
way.
It still uses bring minerals and
Wow.
still help trade.
Damn, and how do they get those minerals to trade and the people there? Is it by boat?
So, well, it's by boat, I don't remember, but it was in the particle exchange was originally built as a dedicated trading hub for coal from South Wales, serving as one of the most important global centers for the coal commerce
Wow, well done.
in the late 19th and early 20th centuries.
Damn. So you guys have tapped into the exchange of coal, tapped into the Welsh heritage, right? Of us being a global leader, exporting coal literally all over the world. And of course, then you've done your research and said nowadays it's a hotel. I never did that. That's amazing. Wow. So the build battle, we have around about 5 minutes left. How do you feel like the build battle went?
Yeah, it's looking really good. Just one thing I work on is that water there.
Yeah?
Just tipping out of it. But like, it is why it's just like that. So, because it's now just now a PM.
Yeah?
But so it's still serving the country because like people from all around the world come to Cardiff to see
Wow.
the whole exchange again. So it's still like the people from different countries come up to Cardiff to see the whole exchange.
Wow.
It used to serve countries with their also.
That's interesting. So you've tapped into both the heritage side and the modern side of the museum, where people used to come for the coal, the minerals previously. Now they come for the history and the lore of course, Welsh heritage in Wales. That's awesome to see. I'm going to let you guys go back because we have only a little bit of time for the other casters. So thank you very much. It's looking great so far, and I'm sure the judges are going to have a difficult time deciding who's winning this. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Alrighty. We'll try and see if we can get another one in. I'll shift over as well to make sure that they're in the picture. Well, hey. Alrighty. So, if you would both like to introduce yourself and also what school you're from for everyone at home.
I'm so interested from Scotland.
Well, hey, Askel Penant. So, you guys were joint favorites going into the finals. So, right now, you guys are the ones to beat. Your opponents are the Mice Miners, who you guys have actually beaten before. And so, they're looking to get a little bit of a revenge story as an underdog. Now, they've decided to go for the cultural exchange. They've gone for the Welsh heritage, but I've heard that you guys have gone abroad. So, what have you guys done for your results for Wales and the world?
We've done a bit of that.
Yeah.
And we've got some fireworks, which is the wave.
Beautiful.
And over there, we've got Wales, and we've got jumping because they're fine.
Oh, hey, I love that.
Patagonia.
It's Patagonia.
Yeah, Patagonia.
Nice.
Yeah. We have Wales over here on this side.
Yeah.
And then lots of like flowers and stuff make it look beautiful. Because Wales is a beautiful place.
I agree.
They care for animals and get farmers up there.
I like it. You tapped into the culture of the people in Wales with this one, right?
Yeah.
You talked about how they care for the farmlands, the farming industry in Wales. I love that you've done Patagonia and Wales both on either side. And then is it the boat in the middle that's connecting the two?
Yeah.
Wow. Who came up with this idea? Because obviously you just learned about the twist. Whose idea was it to build the boat? Ooh, wow. So, you've done a connection to another place, and you've made a very clear exchange. How do you think the build battle has gone for you guys? Is it gone good?
I don't think it's done good, but it will be hard to beat because they look like they have done a lot of work and built it all up.
Yes, I agree with you. They've definitely done a lot of horizontal space. However, you guys are taller. So you've got more points probably for the vertical space as well. I think you guys got more of the environment as well, right? With the grass, the foliage, etc. But you guys did really good in the one just beforehand as well. You guys are the ones to beat when it comes to the environment. They've gone for more of a structured approach with newer blocks, like the tough blocks. And you say that they've done really good, but I think you guys have done just as good. I'll let you get back to your team for the final countdown. Thank you very much, sir. I am. Right.
Yeah, we have got some gamers here today. Let me tell you, there are some of these kids have focused so hard on what's going on. One block went out of place, so one of the team members immediately goes, "Hold on, that block's wrong. We need to change it, move it back," and they immediately swapped it around. So focused to the attention to detail. Really, really cool. What's been going on with these teams? I was getting to watch everyone as well.
Yeah.
It's really fun what's going on, and these builds look really good. Either one worthy of winning this one.
So I've had some incredible insight from the students, and I'm going to relay it again for the stream. But we have, as you mentioned, Patagonia, right? I believe I've said that correct.
Yep.
With them on the left side and Wales on the right side, and they have a boat bridging the two, showing that literal connection to another place.
Fantastic.
With the exchange going on, right? They have the tent, which they've alternated some of the blocks, some really good use of the stained terracotta. That's really effective.
Yep.
The firework is the waves flashing up and over the boat, right?
Nice. Yep.
So again, Ascol, they did that previously with their pond.
Yep.
They've done it again here. Using the same strategy is effective. They've kept it going. And then on the side of the Mice Miners, they've got the coal exchange, the main port that was in the history of Wales that was responsible for sending all the minerals around the world. However, they're tapping into the modern day element as well, because it's now both a museum and a hotel.
What?
And so people used to go there for the minerals, the coal that Wales had to share and offer for the world, making it a global powerhouse.
Yep.
And now people will visit it to see the heritage and the culture of what once Wales as a powerhouse on the international scale. It looks like we might be the best country in the world for builders of Minecraft at this rate.
Yes.
So I love how history's progressed in that sense. But they've gone for a very structured approach. They said that they weren't too happy with the surrounding water. They wanted to do a little bit more texture in.
Yeah.
But they are very happy with the end result. They said that the redstone kind of synced out a little bit as they were messing with the end. They kind of ran out a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But they've definitely got an effective result. And they said there's a lot more to see inside.
Yeah. Sure. Let's get in.
So as you can see inside, they've created a little museum area and also the smeltery that they used to have. And they have a glass ceiling for the museum element as well.
Fantastic.
So we'll jump back to us now as the next games are lining up already. But hey.
Oh, it's been an intense day, but so cool so far. There's been so many like really, really impressive builds that I wasn't expecting. To be honest, I wasn't fit to see things like this. But yeah, I think some of these ideas coming out, some of the research that the students were able to do, like again, coming up with Patagonia for that.
Wow.
Like, not what I was expecting, right? Just someone plucking that out and saying, yeah, let's do this. Really, really cool way to represent it. And yeah, I'm so happy with how this has been.
Yeah, that's insane. One thing I'll mention is, of course, we won't get the results for the grand finals for the under 16s and also the primary until the end conclusion. And so we will let you know as soon as we do. We'll pass it over to an intermission in the meantime, whilst the next age bracket lines up. We will catch you in a bit.
All right, everybody, we are back with our third set of semi-finals for this today, and this is the ALN group of semis. We have WHS Minecraft versus the YTC Warriors as well. And so this group does share the same set of prompts as the primary group, so we will actually be having our first repeat prompt of the day. But luckily, it is probably my favorite prompt actually out of the whole list. It is Welsh Creatures and Legends Reimagined. It's just such a fun prompt.
Yes, indeed. And a lot of opportunities for a lot of creative results, I'd say, right?
Yes.
You can take the Welsh Dragon and make it like a cyborg, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You could make the Welsh Dragon look like Godzilla if you wanted.
Yeah, yeah. and you could make the Welsh Dragon breathe fire on your opponents. Why not start it early this time and have some warfare going on?
Oh, there's
yeah.
an option.
Yeah, like I said, there's so many fun possibilities with this prompt, I think, is why I really like, and I don't mind it being repeated. This is one, if I had to pick one to see multiple times, it would definitely be this one, because there's so many cool things, and obviously a different age group now, a different group of students who might have a different take on what we've seen so far today. So yeah, really excited to see what happens.
So the build battle is just getting underway. We do, however, have some inside knowledge. The YTC Warriors are down some members, which means that they are at a slight disadvantage. They'll have a hurdle to overcome. Yes. I'd love to see the teamwork of how they manage to face up against a team that has nearly double the amount of builders that they have, right? We're going to jump in game now and check out what's going on. We can actually see that the WHS Minecraft, their team has already managed to start erecting what I can only presume is going to be the Welsh flag.
Yeah, it's a simple starting point, right? It's you have to get your sizing just right on this, right? If you have the Welsh flag slightly off, it doesn't quite look right. So they do have to be careful if they are going to do that. And it's a good place to start. That's, particularly when you have your 6 builders, right? Doing a big project is what you want to do. Obviously, like we said, with the YTC Warriors, they have a smaller team, but that doesn't mean they can't compete, right? They can still have their own cohesive build with the 3 separate builders, and we'll see. There they are, all 3 of them in their glory, just ready to put this together. And we'll have to see what they can come up with, because obviously there are, benefits to having more members, but there are also, downsides too. It can get quite complicated. A lot of communication needed to happen. They do still have people helping to communicate with the 3 builders as well. It is not just a 3-person team. They have elected to have only 3 builders, and that might work in their benefit. It might end up being quite a cohesive build.
Yes. Now, I don't think there's anything more iconic than the Welsh Dragon itself. Right?
Yeah.
Here, of course, the Cork Dry, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Cork Dry, or Dry Cork. I think it's that way, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Pretty sure. Dry Cork is the Welsh Dragon to think of when it comes to laws, folklore, etc. Of course, there's that famous story of the Welsh Dragon, the Red Dragon versus the White Dragon, right?
Yep.
I grew up listening to that in my primary schools and secondary schools, etc. And so it's great to see that we've even come up a couple of times for this theme, right?
Yeah.
Of course, we saw St. Mary's literally trying to take out the competition in a blaze of glory. And now we see WHS Minecraft erecting almost like a shrine, right? The flag is a nod to Welsh heritage, the dragon itself.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see what the YTC Warriors will try to tackle in both the limited time that they have and numbers. It'll be a very interesting approach to how they manage to, approach it in a way that makes it efficient, but still deliver within the theme of this week.
Yeah, like we've said, a lot of the time, these teams they'll build their main structure, their main pieces, and the last few minutes are kind of, utilized to have the finer points, the details, the foliage, things like that.
The environment, right?
Yeah, no, you may not necessarily have the chance to get to that point with only the 3 builders, but you might still be able to put together a cohesive enough build that it doesn't actually matter, as long as the topic is well thought out and the build is executed well. That could be enough, and the judges will take it into account, how they've gone about their business. So again, teamwork does score you points. A tighter, cohesive team could end up netting you those teamwork points. So, it will be interesting to see exactly where they end up. Again, going for a less ambitious but still good build, and how that will compare exactly to WHS Minecraft. But it would have been a tall task anyway, because WHS Minecraft, top of the table coming into this tournament.
Yes, indeed. You can see why, right? With how fast they've managed to erect the little structure. I mean, they have really easy references, literally surrounding them in the stadium. But of course, they put some practice into this as well. It's all calculated how they're doing it. I believe they're building it from this side around.
Yes, I think that makes sense.
Facing the timer. And they've also started building the environment behind it too. So I wonder if it's going to be situated in something, trying to appeal to different points they can get in different categories.
Again, it's not just Welsh legends, right? It is the reimagined aspect that you have to add to this. So what are they going to do here? Welsh flag is nice and all, but we can see that it's been done. So what will you do to actually reimagine this piece? That's what I'm really excited to see what they think of. Because, you know, a Welsh flag, greatest flag in the universe, non-biasedly saying, but how can you adapt it? How can you adjust it to make it better? There are, like you said, references around. Those are not just plain old Welsh flags nearby. They are slightly variations. But what can you do that is your own version of that? That'll be really exciting.
Yes, I think the teams that we saw earlier that had this theme had some really creative results for it, right? We had the literal iconography, the giants and some of the folklore, the Welsh dragon, right? We saw one that took it and then applied a very creative twist, right? Going down the futuristic pathway.
Yeah.
And then doing Snowdonia of the future with the legends and the creatures reimagined in that situation and scenario. Wales is often seen as a very fantasy-like country, right? With all the sort of mystic elements to it.
Yep.
And so I can definitely see some teams tapping into the elements of different folklore that might appeal to that, right? I think a nod to the judges with the theme selection, to be honest with you, adding reimagine to it gives such a creative window of opportunity for the students to bring their own personal flair, right? We've seen a lot of personal flair or team identities throughout the day. We've seen the glass-based water from the Treorchy miners, right? That was incredibly exciting. You saw some teams take some inspiration from that too. So it'll be interesting to see if WHS Minecraft or YTC Warriors will be taking any inspiration from any of the build battles they've been spectating today. I like the selection of blocks that we can see in this flag so far, right?
Yep.
We've got some powdered concrete. First time we've seen that today. It's like a paler, slightly textured version.
Yeah.
Really good for creating the underbelly of the dragon towards the neck as well.
Yeah.
And then we got that very saturated red concrete, right? That's looking pretty good. With the lime blocks building it up to get the grass. They'll probably replace some of that with some white blocks, I can imagine, towards the end. Because, of course, the dragon is situated in the foreground of the two, the sky and the ground. Here, however, for Welsh creatures and legends reimagined, I'm seeing some structures.
Yeah, that's interesting because what we've seen so far with this prompt has been creatures. Basically, it's been stuck to that or a story where characters are prominent. This one obviously seems to be some kind of location. I'm not quite seeing yet what it is an actual representation of, but this is an interesting one, Leo, because this is actually one of those builds, like we've been touching on today, ambitious in the sense that it won't look like much until it's complete. Once it's complete, it will really be put together. But obviously, this is the team with a limited amount of builders. So how do they put that together? And how do they make it into this cohesive build that does have to finish? And if it does finish, what will it turn out like? But again, you can see them. There are three distinct sections to this, but they are not working individually, right? They are still working together. There is still this teamwork aspect going on. So I like how it's done. It's very neat, textured, and interesting. Different to what we've seen so far, right? So I'm really excited to see how this actually turns out. Because right now, not quite seeing it. Once it's finalized, I'm sure I'll be like, that's what we're looking for there. So yeah, really cool.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm in a position where I'm a lot more interested right now in what the YTC Warriors are doing than what WHS is, because we can see it, right? That's a testament to the skill and the building of the WHS Minecraft team over on the green plate, because you can see they're making the Welsh Dragon, right? YTC has some question marks. I'm curious as to what they're doing, and as you mentioned, you can still see that they're working as a unit. You've seen that they just came to help each other out with this, I'm assuming, potential character or creature being summoned in the sky, right? So the person who's just helping out there was literally, and they've just gone back to it, doing the base plate still, making sure they got that total area down to the T, right?
Yep.
They're conscious of how they get the point, and they're all working towards it. I'm going to say that right now, YTC has definitely got more points in the area aspect.
Yes, as you were saying, it's a wider build. It's not. There is the central focus of the flag and the scale of the flag going straight upwards. They look like they are building right to the maximum there. It's actually taking the flag to the limit, funnily enough. So they are on the very cusp there. But yeah, that's starting to sort of finalize. Actually going slightly outside the limit there, just to get to the top of the flag. But that just states how ambitious this build is. Again, how they've gone for that little bit of texture around the outside, but they will need to finalize that for it to be a cohesive part of the build here.
And we just saw the first little inkling of some potential redstone in the build as well.
Yes. Look,
we got the classic, fireworks are back, but they've actually hidden it in the surrounding area and environment. I was initially questioning what WHS was adding in terms of the little build-up and the mounds, but I can see now that that's what they're using to hide the redstone and make sure that they get the points for hiding it in the first place.
Yes, that makes sense. And it would provide a nice backdrop to the flag, you know, like with the fireworks going off and those particle effects spraying out behind the flag too. I think that could be really cool, particularly when the flag has finished itself off. You can see very ambitious for the time limit that we do have. You know, we're approaching just under 10 minutes now left. So halfway through your time, and it is fair to say they are more than halfway through that flag. So they've taken a risk, but it has been calculated, and they have done it well. And now I'm looking to see where the twist starts coming in.
Yeah.
As White Warriors, again, you look away for a little bit, and they have progressed in the build.
Now, I can only assume with this structure and the block palette being used, I think YTC might be inspired. They saw the giant flag being erected by WHS, and now they're like, you know what? You could do a dragon, we could do a dragon. And so they've decided to make a 3D dragon instead of the 2D pixel art approach that, of course, WHS has employed for this build battle. I'm going to be very excited to get some insight into what the structures are and how their relevance applies to creatures and legends reimagined. Or it could be the case that they are simply going for some point in the other categories and just dropping the ball when it comes to topical relevance.
Yeah. And just going for what they know they can build. Well, again, limited scope with the 3-person build team. What can they do with what they have? It's still an excellent looking build, right? Like it has to be said. Just creating these structures, they just look so nice, so cohesive, neat and tidy. It's like, if I was playing Minecraft, I'd want to live in a house like this. You know, it does just look really nice. The bridge setup they've got going on is really cohesive. And it will come down to ultimately what this character ends up being, whether it is a Welsh dragon or like I said, there's some similarities. But again, it could be a reimagined dragon that stands on 2 legs. That could explain the sort of angle going for, and that is part of the topical theme, you know. So whatever they do end up doing, that will be relevant to how it ends up. But again, it all just looks so nice, and it has sprung up quite quickly despite the limited number.
Yes. Now, we are approaching around about 7 minutes, right? We can see that both teams have definitely done something to appeal to the theme of the build. However, Judas, I have to raise a point, and maybe some of the viewers at home might be thinking a similar thing. Would you argue that that's a flag and not a creature?
Ooh, that's a very good point. Because, like you say, the theme is Welsh creatures and
legend.
The dragon, it is obviously a creature, and the Welsh dragon is based off of a mythical creature, but that is a flag, as you said. And ultimately, it will come down to the judge's interpretation. Now, it is a nicely done flag. You can see the skeleton there with the stone blocks they've got of the actual wings, the more detailed part. I like the way that they've set this up. And again, all of this counts as points, right? The way you've organized as a team to build something, it all matters. So the fact that it is a flag and not a creature might not hurt them too much, but it does depend, like you said, on the judge's interpretation on exactly how they feel about it. Because again, if this build for the YTC Warriors is a dragon as well, but it's a dragon, not a picture of a dragon, right? Maybe that will actually benefit them a little bit more.
Now, there is a subcategory of the first points that people can earn, right? Topical relevance. How relevant is the theme? Have you hit the theme, right? Have you addressed it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
One of the other points of it is if the build is fully 3D.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Now, you could argue that they're all cubes and thus everything is 3D. Of course you can, right? But right now, between the two, YTC have made a sort of caricature of the Welsh Dragon, and you can definitely see that it's 3D. They've just added some end rods in the mouth, the teeth. That's a great use of the block.
Yeah.
Very creative application. However, will they manage to get it finished in time? Because we only have nearly 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
For the build battle.
That's going to be tough. You know, we're going to get to that crunch time. You see the base layer now starting to come to completion here for the YTC Warriors, and the flag just about finished off for WHS Minecraft. So what do they do to finish this off? Right, it is a nice flag, but the idea is meant to be a reimagining here. So what do they do, or do they decide to go for some kind of reimagining? Though I will say it is great to have seen them spring that up in just less than 20 minutes, right? That is something that would have taken me all day with a YouTube tutorial. So the fact that they've just sprung this up is very, very cool and really, really well done. You see them now filling in the base layer a bit more. Going to look to fill some of these last little details in. We've seen that element of redstone with the little fireworks behind. Do they add some more? Do they add anything a bit more complex? That will remain to be seen. But yeah, you can see them definitely now looking to put these finishing touches on.
Yes, and we haven't seen any redstone from YTC Warriors. Maybe the redstone expert isn't present, and so we're in a situation where you have to look elsewhere for the point, right? We can see that there's little horns being added in the background. That's looking awesome. I think that's definitely got some appeal in terms of it being 3D and also being not a literal one-to-one, right?
Yeah.
They've definitely added their own flair. I love the big googly eyes on it, right? That's sick to see.
The big teeth, the big gnashes. Yeah, no, I like, again, it is a reimagining. So, I like seeing it that way. It's nice to have your own little spin on how you want to design the Welsh flag. Again, especially in direct opposition to the other side as well. It's a really nice little juxtaposition, so I do quite like the choice.
Now, I do have to wonder what this house and bridge represents, as I mentioned previously.
Yep.
Because this could be crucial as to a make or break if they get access to more points, right?
Yes.
They get some size, they get some area. I do have to say, as you pointed out earlier, I think WHS is probably winning in the vertical space. Horizontal space, you could probably argue, but as soon as you face it flat on, it's literally one block wide.
Yeah.
So they've got 2 dimensions. They haven't got a third, but obviously YTC have managed to successfully get that in the first place.
Yeah. And a lot of this will come down to not just the judge's interpretation, but as we've seen with some of the other teams, how much do you schmooze the judges? You do have to explain your build and what you are going for. Yeah, and it is up to then the players to convince the judges of exactly what they're going for and how they want it to be interpreted as well. So that will, that's an important skill to have, an important part of this whole build battle. So it will, when you get to the finer details, it will come down to just how well you've explained yourself. It sounds like we are coming to the last couple of minutes now, so they will need to finalize their final details. What do you want to add? What do you feel like you might need to take away? And it was just seeing the final touches on this dragon over here for the YTC wall.
Yeah, we can see some attention to detail being applied for YTC. Oh, here's the inspiration.
Yeah.
The dragon's mouth breathes the fire, and
smartly
it looks
not pointing it at the enemy team.
Looks like we're shooting it out towards the timer this time as the timer counts down. But I've just heard from WHS that they're really conscious of the environment. We tend to see the environment being one of the last parts that gets built and put together.
Yeah.
And we just heard a little bit of a rush, a little bit of sort of communications between the team being like, hey, let's get some trees, let's get some flowers, get the bone meal out. We got the landscape down. They've also considered actually texturing the stone surface as well. You've got your gravels, you've got your andesite, you've got your stone, right?
Yep.
They're literally trying to apply as much as possible as they can, trying to appeal to that visual creativity point.
Yeah. And that's what it's about in the final moments, you know. Get those points, see what you can get, and start to put it together. And they've done a good job of that. Like I said, they blasted that flag up very, very quickly and really well done. Then you've got to add these sort of extra bits and pieces for these final points. 90 seconds in it, it is just now. Can you get your redstone working? Can you get your final parts out? Obviously, we see the implements there for this fire-breathing dragon, but can you get it executed in time?
I think our dragon character over here for YTC has just been to the dentist because he's lost some of his front teeth to make sure that the fire can go out of his mouth. So some little revisions to the design of our 3D dragon, which is looking incredible. But I have to say, that is probably one of the best flags we've seen built to date.
Yes.
Arguably, potentially, I've seen a lot through the process of the group stages leading up to the grand finals and the semi-finals right now for the ALN.
Yeah.
This is definitely the best Welsh dragon we've seen. It should be featured up on the wall alongside the other dragons for this stadium. We only have 30 seconds remaining for both teams to add those finishing touches. Of course, we've seen that WHS has been very conscious of the environment, making sure that their foliage is added. It's nothing too crazy, right? They played this safe. They've got their trees. They haven't done a custom tree or anything.
Nope.
But they've put all of their time, all of their investment into a flag that looks incredible for the end result.
Yeah, will it pay off? And look, we've got the final feat coming thing. It looks like it will be a two-legged dragon coming out. So I do like the reimagining here for these final seconds.
And that concludes the ALN semi between WHS and YTC. Down both teams. Well done. Judas, what a very contrasting difference between the two builds. That's looking incredible.
Completely different interpretation, despite having, you know, what is a very similar, it's a prompt that is, you're able to go a few different ways with it, but they definitely landed on a similar idea of the dragon and stuff. But they have interpreted even that similar prompt in a different way. So yeah, really interesting to see how the judges going to score.
Absolutely. I think both teams can be very proud, especially considering that the YTC Warriors were literally down half a team in comparison to all of the competition around them.
Yeah.
The fact that they've managed to get something that has this many items in the base plate within 20 minutes. That's less than normal. Is a testament to the builders that have turned up today. So well done, both teams, and a special nod to the YTC Warriors for pulling through.
Yeah, no, really well done for them. Obviously, we're going to go through that and see who the next two teams are coming up. And, looks like we're not really slowing down. We're going to be getting onto them very, very shortly.
Yes, so we have the transition coming through. The teams are checking out the remainder of the builds as the judges go through. We'll check it to a break, and we'll be back very shortly. We'll catch you in a bit.
All right, everybody, we are back, and we're just going to head straight on into the game because they are already up and running with the other half of our ALN semi-finals. This is YCL T-Pen LAN versus Trinity Fields. This time, Trinity Fields on the red side, YCL T-Pen LAN on the green side. And we have, again, the random wheel has spoken. We've gotten the Welsh Creatures and Legends reimagined again. Which we've gotten to see a couple of times now, but that's not necessarily a bad thing because it means we'll get to see a few different ways that these teams have actually interpreted this, right? We'll get to see how each version comes through, because obviously the Welsh Dragons we've seen be quite a prominent figure, which we might be seeing a hint of there from YCL to Penland. But obviously this time not going for that flag style, instead going for more of a general build, something with a bit more texture and a bit more of an environment going on. Just take a look over to the other side, and that'll be Trinity Fields. It looks like they haven't got too much built. Maybe look up. Woo, there it is. Looks like they've got something in the air. Again, unsurprising to see potentially a Welsh Dragon theme, but of course it is meant to be reimagined here. So with the reimagining, we'll see something hopefully a little bit different, you know, not just a standard Welsh dragon, maybe the two-legged fire-breathing dragon from just now. That was a very cool interpretation of this too. So yeah, it's interesting to see how both these sides do this. And again, we have seen the theme coming through a couple of times already, but not just us. That'll actually be all these players have been sat. They've been watching today throughout the day. And they've had the chance to see what the other teams have built, what the other teams have decided to go with when it comes to things like how do they interpret, you know, the full build? How do they interpret what they've got going on compared to what other people have done, right? Like it's not just going to be the same thing. It will always be a little bit different. And I actually already see so a bit of a water effect going in here. This is now looking less and less like a Welsh dragon, as I'm seeing it there. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but it's much more shaded and textured of a profile or figure than we've seen previously. And yeah, definitely splitting up the team into squads. You got the builders on the front side, just focusing on what seems to be the environment, or some kind of, not necessarily structure, but some kind of facility for this creature, whatever it ends up being. On the other side, they seem to be going all in on, well, whatever this, again, it seems to be a simple, again, I would predict a dragon in the sky for Trinity Fields here, but what they've got going on this lower half with the water effect coming out, I'm not quite sure what that could be. Again, it's, you know, a chance to reimagine the typical creatures and stuff. It might be reimagined as maybe some kind of dragon that lives in the sea. You know, that's not a typical standpoint or sitting point for the Welsh dragon. So I almost got similar themes coming out, right? Because one of these sides, or both these sides, incorporating that little bit of water this time around. I'm not sure where it's going to end up. This is feeling like a little bit like a crab to me, but that almost feels a bit too simple. I think they might be going for something a bit more than that, but you know, it could be. I'm not always wrong about my predictions today. I've been pretty good. I think looking at it from the other side, where the builders might be playing from. Again, not quite sure what this will be. This feels like another one of those builds that will make a lot more sense once we have the full picture. You know, once we see, again, they've decided to split the resources of the team. They're not just all focusing on this one creature. Some of them focus on the front, as I mentioned earlier, and some are focusing on the actual fantasy creature that they're going for in the back there. So we'll see what it lines up as. But yeah, cool sight. We have, like I said, Trinity Fields on the red side, going for what I imagine is another red dragon, but there's some kind of water element coming out. There's almost look like bubbles coming out, whereas on the other side, can't quite tell what this creature is, Leon. I'm wondering if you might have a bit more of an insight to me, but they've spent a lot of time on the structure around it so far.
I mean, for me, this is clear as day. Is the Welsh dragon again, no?
I thought so. Isn't it Welsh dragon drinking water, do you think? I thought so first, but then the colors are a bit different.
It's paler, right?
It is paler.
But they've gone for just exclusively using stained terracotta, I think. Maybe there's a bit of red concrete in there, but I'm pretty sure that's the first leg, second leg, third leg.
Yeah.
And we'll see a similar approach to what we see behind us.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think that's what you're looking at on the side of YCLT Finland. And then over here, this is, very interesting. It might be bubbles. It might be a creature. You can see this is looking like the Welsh dragon flying above.
Yeah.
They have definitely consciously made the decision to build it this high outside of the build area.
Yep.
But you can use that vertical space. It's there to be used. This looks like a mouth of a creature. Looks a little bit terrifying right now without any eyes on him. It's quite scary.
Yeah, this is definitely a wilder take. Like I said, this is reimagined creatures, and this does seem to be quite reimagined. There's already a good start. There is something strange going on here, which is good. It's intriguing. You look at it and you go, "Oh, what is this build going to be?" Maybe the tongue of a creature coming out. It almost looks like some kind of frog. I hope the Welsh dragon does not get snatched by a frog. That's not what we're here for today, but you never know. You never know what the players might opt to do.
Oh, we have another creature, a little salmon. He's made an appearance in the pond. Put it for scale, I don't know what it could be. It could potentially be two little creatures battling between each other, the Welsh dragon versus something else.
Yeah.
Is there any folklore in the back of your mind, Judas, that might apply to this?
No, not that I'm really seeing. I don't know. I mean, we've had Godzilla versus Kong. Why not Welsh Dragon versus Loch Ness?
True.
That could be pretty cool. Something like that. Oh god, it almost looks like some kind of snake, but it's clearly a water creature.
Yeah.
I hope there's not something obvious missing with it. But
this reminds me of a giant leech.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I'm getting right now.
Yeah. I can see it. And obviously, 11 minutes to go. We're already almost halfway through. So these builds are ambitious, much more ambitious this time around, but they do have to be completed. It is looking a little bit more Welsh Dragon, but that almost looks, I don't know, I'm seeing a cat.
It could be a griffin, perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have to see. There's key characteristics, mainly the face, right? Hasn't really come through just yet.
Yep.
I have seen the coil of the tail. That's the little fork towards the end, right? With the arrow of the Welsh dragon. So you got the loop, you got the little triangle at the end. As far as I'm concerned, this is definitely a Welsh dragon. However, look at this little creature in front of him. Talk about the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Oh, right. I'm wondering why they've gone for the Welsh dragon. You think they're looking to build that as a structure? I can sort of see it. Yeah, they've gone for similar to what we saw previously, where you don't go for the high detail parts first. You'll sort of leave that towards the end. It almost looks like it's in a slightly different pose, but yeah, I can see the three legs sort of coming out there, and the spiked tail combined with the Loch Ness Monster. Though I'm not sure if the size difference is quite accurate then.
Who knows? I do quite like the visuals of having a border around the dragon. Now, of course, we saw the Welsh dragon situated within a flag, right? White, red, green. Not really an edge to it, but there was some grey block used to detail
shading.
some of the wings, right, on the flag. But this time, it's very clearly meticulous in how they've placed it around the dragon's edge for the color, the contour, given this nice outline that makes it pop. It has a bit more contrast, and as a result, it's a lot more visually in your face, which for me personally, I'm enjoying a lot, to be honest with you. However, look to the other side, Judas. We got 9 minutes remaining, and somehow we have something that is just about to reach up towards where we assumed this was the dragon. I don't know if this is a dragon anymore.
Yeah, it does. Oh wait, you know what? That feeling like is that so? That'll be the feet of the dragon. Is that meant to be the head? I thought it was the tail. Now I might be thinking it might be the other way around. And how does that relate, I wonder, to the creature coming out of the water? Like that will have to be something that will be explained to the judges. Right? Again, this is it's a lot about your interpretation of the prompt, but then also how you can express that to the judges and to other people. So yeah, it's using these glass towers a lot here. I'm not quite sure again where it's coming out from, but this is definitely an interesting interpretation compared to what we've seen already.
Yes, I am looking around as well. I can see that Trinity Fields is down numbers in comparison to the YCL to Penland. So we can definitely have something in consideration that they might be scaling things back. But I say that this doesn't feel scaled back
No, they've
at
gone
least
big,
one
yeah.
bit, right? I feel like these are building, right? Tall buildings scaled, and these feel almost like as that Godzilla element to it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Giant creatures around Cardiff potentially, right?
Yeah. The tall glass buildings, yeah. I can
It's an
definitely see
interesting
that.
approach.
I would love to hear the interpretation of one of these. Or again, these lower down monsters. Like, is that the Loch Ness monster coming out again? This would be one interpretation over here, and then a completely different one over here. A worry over here though for YCL Penland is, they've got not that much time left to actually finalize this dragon, and surely that is the centerpiece of this build, right? They have clearly put it in a setting, like with these buildings around it, but you do want to make sure that your build is at least finalized to a point you're satisfied.
Now, they haven't run about 8 minutes. They've done, I'm going to argue, the more complex parts, right? The tail wrapped around.
Yeah.
That's quite an intricate detail to do with this level of pixelization at this scale, right? Yeah. They don't have many blocks to work with. They have to be really intentional with where they place what to communicate the final product. The wing is looking great. You can see the ridges of the dragon building up.
Yep.
And I can expect you'll see a little bit of a horn for an ear, and then his face come down, and then hopefully you'll have the little arm pop up next. So they only have 6 minutes to get it done.
Yeah, that's a lot to do in that short space of time. If they do decide to combine their efforts, though, it might be a little bit easier for them. Obviously, they'd started off the build, splitting up, right? Some people working on the dragon, some people on the terrain, some people on the buildings. Whereas now, if it's like, all right, dragon needs to be finished, I think that might be why we're seeing the sort of skeleton being placed by some of the builders, so that then when it just comes time to sort of filling in the colors and retexturing, they might be able to do that as a full unit. So it's not that it's, beyond hope. They still have some time to work with, and you can, as we've seen throughout the day, surprisingly do a lot in Minecraft in 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. And we can see actually that YCL have started considering their environment and the aesthetics of the surrounding area already, right?
Yes.
It's kind of bled into the main attraction of the build, being the, pixelized, pixel art Welsh dragon. So it's a bit of a shame there because I think there's some pruning of the trees going on to make sure that it doesn't take away from the design. One thing I want to note is both these teams have somehow gone for a similar setting. How have they both gone for large, modern buildings in the background with literally the same approach, right?
Yeah.
They have a block surrounding the framework, and then they have glass blocks in the middle representing the windows. Both teams, same setting, same design, slightly different outcomes.
It then comes down to execution, right? If your ideas are similar, then you have to really emphasize the part of that idea that makes your idea that little bit better, right? So have to see how both these teams round out their builds to really get those final pieces of the point scoring in. Because like we mentioned, Trinity Fields are a little bit down on the amount of members of their team. So they've had to scale down their build a little bit, not in size, mind you. They've
Definitely
gone all big, but maybe a little bit less on the detail. However, despite the more detail coming up from YCLT Penland, they still have to finish the build, right? If that more detailed Welsh Dragon is not completed in time, you will certainly lose a lot of the benefit that you would have had you managed to actually finish it off. But another creature coming out here, I'm not sure.
I think
that would be.
This might be the nod. This might be a nod to the Welsh folklore and story of the king or the prince that slayed his own dog that protected the baby.
I believe that is Gela, if I got that name correct.
Maybe.
And I could definitely see that being what they're looking for. Again, placed in the modern day setting, like we've been talking about here. So Yeah, that could be what they're looking for there. Again, a lot of it, even if they can't go into full detail because of the limited builders, utilizing their explanation to the judges and the way they've gone about the build, we can actually visually see the judges nearby paying a lot of attention to what's happening at all times. So it is important, how you put this build together. And again, if they can cohesively finish it, then great. But blink and you miss it. On the other side, YCLT Penland, they're dragon. Boom! All of a sudden, they've really hit the gas pedal and basically finished that off already.
Yeah, I think that strategy of setting up the outline, having the person who very clearly is working on design take their time to meticulously place the block in the right position.
Yep.
Again, the scale of this pixel art is huge. It means that they have very little blocks and pixels, in a sense, to work with to make sure that it communicates as the Welsh Dragon. And props and credit where it's due. Someone on YCL has done an incredible job of getting the design down. They're now populating the actual pixel art element with all the different colors, right? We can see some of the red concrete, a bit more saturated, right? Maybe showing the shadows a little bit more. And then you have that pale red sort of glazed terracotta on top, looking really good. It'll be interesting to see if they try to do any detailing internally with different shades and hues.
Yeah.
But to be fair, they've got the scale and the situated environment all sorted for the dragon.
Yeah.
We can see now some glass planes coming out to get the different fire sort of effect for the dragon breathing fire.
Yeah.
It's an interesting, very conscious, creative approach, right? To take a 2D dragon design and apply it to a 3D build.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, Judas, that might have been in consideration of the time frame.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Because obviously they're just about finished. 90 seconds left to go. It can't be easy to have that sort of time crunch in this pressured environment, right? Like you're still working to a clock, which they can see at all times, right? I think there's nothing worse than that clock just in your view for the whole time that you're trying to get these last little details coming through. But we're seeing now the finalization for Trinity Fields is built.
There's another one.
Oh, wow, yeah.
It's a new creature.
They've just decided to go all in on the creatures, which is a good strategy, to be honest. It does fit the theme very, very well. And they've clearly put these creatures in their own way into how they'd like to show it. So, yeah, I like that they've done this interpretation, right? They've got different sets, different creatures reimagined into this modern day environment. So, it might net them some really big points. And the scale is still absolutely there. And despite them not having as many builders, they have done a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, the scale and the just sheer amount of blocks placed between, the 3-4 of them that's building, the fact that they've managed to get this much done in the time frame is a testament to this skill, right? Their efficiency. And the fact that I'd argue that they've probably got more blocks placed total on the side of Trinity in comparison to the YCL. I think they definitely are probably dominating in that size area category for those points, right?
Yeah.
And not only that, there's a good variety of blocks being used, and we see some redstone as the last few seconds count down.
Oh, controllers down. Builds complete. Honestly, these two teams have done a really good job. Yeah, both ambitious builds that took some time to really get going, but once they started getting set up, they come out really, really well. And I think both teams will be happy.
Yes, Diane, both teams. That concludes the ALN semis. And of course, they both had similar themes for that one.
Yes, same team. Yeah.
So both teams can see some comparisons across the board, and they can sort of size up the competition and start considering, do we have a chance?
Yes.
If we win and go into the grand finals, who do we think we're facing?
Yeah.
Do we think we could beat them?
Yeah.
It's quite interesting that there was two almost flag approach pixel art dragons, right? Yeah. And then on the other side, you had two sort of organic, unique, designed by themselves approach as well.
Yeah.
So you can see definitely a contrast in the philosophy for the build battle, but I think a very effective result.
Yeah.
As we can see on the screen as well, YCL have added some of those last second little hues and changes, which maybe some of the judges might miss towards the end, but these are extremely effective in getting the sort of like You managed to get something that feels 3D within a 2D space.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Yeah, and that's definitely what they were looking to do. Like we said, they sort of filled in the gaps that they had to do. Then they've managed to get these last little bits of detail in, and yeah, they've done a good job.
Indeed. Right. Back over to us. How we doing, folks? We look like we're sizing up who's won what in between the two different semi-games that we just witnessed.
Yep.
And then we'll be looking to get onto the grand finals shortly. Judas, what an incredible showing of things so far. The building skills from not just the ALN series, but all series we've seen today
Absolutely.
is incredible.
Yeah, no, it's been really, really cool. Lots of
Incredible.
really creative ideas, and all looks like we're going to be getting on very, very soon. I think we'll take our quick break now, and then we'll let you guys know exactly what the results are soon enough.
Indeed. We'll catch you after this short break.
Your
No. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the ALN Finals, the Grand Finals, hosted in the Principality Stadium. As you can see just behind us, the players have just got in and have started placing down some of their initial blocks. But the matchup and the winners that went through the semis are WHS Minecraft versus YCL T Finland. These two teams are the teams that came with the full roster, right? So it's a great matchup for the final. You get a full power versus full power. And they both had the sort of visual flag element going on. One literally did the Welsh flag and did a very good job of it in view. And then the other team did a pixel art sort of approach, which I'm a big fan of.
It does.
My favorite dragon of the day, I think. But they have a very interesting theme. Judas, what theme are they working with now?
Of course, it's the finals, so there's always a twist. So the theme was Heartbeat of Wales, Rugby and Community.
Wow.
But the interesting twist, you have to include a live match day moment and a community element. So it's really quite a lot of layers to this one. You know, there's a lot to think about and a lot that you have to get down in only 20 minutes.
Yes. Now, of course, they've just started the build battle, so we're going to jump into the observer's point of view. And I've heard so far a lot of communications to my right. It sounds very passionate. So we'll jump in and see how the build battle is going.
Let's mark on out like it is a match day of our own. We walk through the tunnel. There's all of the fans up in Rose Z, I believe it goes up to in the Principality. I sat there once, funnily enough.
Really?
Yeah, it almost looked like you are looking downward. It was very frightening. I do recommend it. It was a very, very cool experience. And yeah, we see both these teams up and running. Someone getting a nice mid-air build up already. And already what I'm seeing is a bit of a clash of styles here. Oh, that's really nice.
That's smart, though. They've mimicked the stadium build battle arena because, of course, it's Heartbeat of Wales Rugby and Community. So why not replicate the pitch up onto the build plate? That is so smart.
Yeah, that's really, really cool. And it's a simple few points, right? We've been talking about this all day. Like, how do you get some points in easy ways, right? Because there's a limited time. You only have so much time to work with. How do you get the most out of your build? And yeah, just being able to follow the already laid down pitch plan. No, it's absolutely perfect. And just such a good call.
Yeah, I like whoever. That was definitely a last second call because, of course, they only find out that they're in this stadium when they get to the grand finals, right?
Yeah.
And so it was a smart little addition just at the end. I think on the side of WHS Minecraft, however, they are literally recreated the Principality Stadium, but scaled down.
Oh, yeah. That could well be it. And obviously they've been tasked with adding a community element as well, which specifically was said to them in person as a community element from outside the stadium, right? So they might be taking that, again, at face value and putting something outside on what it's like at a match day, maybe from the outside of things, like when you're actually queuing up ready to go into the stadium and stuff. So a really cool idea here, actually.
Yeah, I'm going to put you on the spot now, Judas.
All right.
What on earth would you do to address a community element that is relevant to the rugby and the Heartbeat of Wales?
So I think a good way to generally do it is look at the overall aspect of sport and community, right? And it's always a togetherness type of thing. So you could have, for example, a stadium where the match is being played and people are watching, and then outside of that, a small group of people watching on a television or something. I know, putting that unity of, you know, people being brought together by sport. I think that's maybe what I'd go with.
Yeah.
I could honestly see tons of ways you could go with it, though. So I think there'll definitely be some cool ideas.
I have some ideas of potentially doing the merchandise around it, right?
Yeah.
So you could sell little like plushies, or you could get the jerseys, etc. You name it, that could be included as well. We got the WRU logo in the pitch itself. That's looking awesome.
That's a good point.
And I'm also thinking as well, the fan zone. Shout out to Esports Wales.
They've
been hosting the fan zone where you can play esports within the Principality Stadium during a rugby match.
Yeah.
So it could be something to do with that. It could also be the grassroots element. I'm thinking the pathway to the Principality Stadium. If you're a youngster watching at home, or you're someone who's passionate about rugby, one of the things that you're dreaming of is being able to play in the stadium, but you're at your home local pitch initially first, right?
Yeah.
And talking about the Heartbeat of Wales, that could be that pipeline, the blood through the stream, leading from the grassroots, someone playing in this school or college, all the way up to when they get older, they can compete representing for Wales. Just some ideas, and I think we'll see elements of that come through in this build battle. Now, I've had a little bit of a realization, a eureka moment. As the camera was set over to the other side of WHS Minecraft, we actually have the goalpost for a rugby pitch made by YCL. They popped it up, and I thought it was actually the background this entire time.
Yeah, no, that is theirs. That is there. It looks like they are putting, I believe that would be a rugby ball being kicked into goal there, which is a really good interpretation of it. Again, a match day moment. I like the way that that's phrased, because the moment where a ball is on the way to a goalpost, that's the real heart in your mouth moment, and I really like how that's being shown there. It looks like they're trying to get the dimensions on it very, very accurate as well, which is, again, a detail that you don't necessarily have to add, but that can definitely score you some good.
Yeah, and not only that, it's in quite a complex position, right? It's a diagonally going down bottom left ball.
Yeah.
So it's coming up and down, and they're managing to capture it really well. I mean, we can see it from this perspective, and so that's a great nod to the ability to transform this 3D shape into not the traditional cuboid element, right? They're really trying to work with all dimensions here. So that's awesome to see from YCL. Really good job there. They've also got some of the lanterns, sea lanterns, with some lava and cauldrons for some subtle elements of lighting. Lighting is part of the aesthetic of the environment. It's how they get some points really early on. And the fact that we can see some points of YCL, or some lighting, is definitely going to work in their favor. I do like the difference of concrete and the dirt in the base layers of the base plate. But we have to give credit where credit's due. WHS, with this texturing, is doing an incredible job.
That's nice. Yeah.
You got a mixture of quartz there, wool. You got powdered white concrete. You have white concrete too, which has like a slight grey off sort of hue. Yeah. And they've mixed all of that, and then I think they're getting the little market stalls outside leading towards the stadium.
Yeah. Really cool. Again, like you touched on the event outside the stadium. Again, picking up like a scarf or a jersey on the way to the stadium is all part of the experience, So,
the memorabilia, right?
It's really like that they've touched on to that and really tapping into that side of it. It's like you say, it's a good way to interpret this, because, like I said, you want a match day moment, and the match day moment could be on your way to the match. It doesn't have to be during the match itself. So yeah, really nice that, again, like we've been saying all day, we're seeing two different interpretations of this streak, which I would say is relatively narrow as to what we've had today. This is actually, it is rugby, it is match day, it is what can you do with this, and still really cool creative ideas coming out from both of these teams. I'm not quite sure yet what this sort of fountain look is meant to be on this side, but I'm wondering, is this anywhere nearby? Is this some sort of monument that they were actually mimicking here?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not going to pretend that I'm the most...
Wait. That's a shower.
Oh.
That's a shower, right? They're having like a shower, like post-match. Is that what's going on there?
The scale of it, though, is washing the entire team in one go.
I mean, it saves water, it's energy efficient. I do believe that is some kind of shower going on.
Potentially, you might be on something there.
Yeah. I think that's where I'm going to hang my hat for the time being.
Yeah, I like it. Now, I can very clearly see the live match day at the moment for YCL, right?
Yeah.
The ball is going through the post.
Yes.
They've addressed the initial point, the first point of topical relevance, right? I'm going to say that probably WHS is winning in the visual creativity side, right? They've got a little bit more going on with the texturing. I do really love the base plate used by, of course, YCL. But is it enough to win the point over WHS in terms of visual creativity? No. Environment, absolutely, right?
Yeah.
WHS is missing a crucial element. They haven't filled out their base plate.
Yeah.
So they may be more collectively vertical in terms of the volume, right? Because of the inside of the little stadium that they've made. And my oh my, is this very, very cute. I love how they've done some fence posts with the end rod in between to make the goalpost. That's awesome.
Yeah. Again, it's a similar interpretation, but a really nice way of doing it. It's almost like a table rugby type of thing going on. But I still like the attention to having the actual foot around outside it as well. Very, very cool. I wonder if they'll have a nice little presidential suite and maybe a little table with some casters in it for us. That would that would be a nice little detail too. But
the Minecraft Cymru League is running in the corner. I see it over there. Next year, we're aiming for the middle of the field.
Yes.
Let's go.
The ever-expanding Minecraft Cymru.
Well, it's looking good so far. I definitely think that we have to probably consider more of the environment over here, right?
Yes.
I think there's some easy points you can just give up if you don't decorate the base plates. Even if you just add in some foliage and some trees with bone meal, it's something, right? Especially because the attention to detail so far is so good. I'll be interested to see how they're going to create that match day at the moment, as I mentioned. They could put little buttons on the field, which looks like the players.
Oh, yeah,
That would be really effective. Or you could use sea pickles, right? Or candles. Candles is probably the one, because you could stack multiple of those in one block at one instance.
Ah, okay,
And have
yeah.
them all grouped up almost like a scrum.
Oh, yeah, some kind of scrum or rough situation, yeah. Or perhaps put them to the side, make a line out, you know. Like you say, you could really interpret the set piece aspect of a rugby match as well. That could be a really cool way to look at this. I almost wish these players had more time to work with what they've got there. Well, someone's finally turned off the shower, it looks like, and it is on its way down. I think is that what are they going for there? That's a beacon being placed. I think no, that's an enchantment table.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused with that one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm wondering what they're going for exactly there. We're seeing some redstone torches now being placed. Obviously, the redstone element of your point scoring that you do need to get. So, important detail for these players to start adding here. But yeah, definitely want to start figuring out their last couple parts of this build. Obviously, not too much time left, probably reaching about halfway through.
Now, I'm trying to figure out what this redstone contraption, or what origin of this redstone contraption that could possibly end up becoming. I don't see the vision just yet, if I'm being honest. They used the redstone blocks to turn the redstone torch off. Now replace them with torches. So I think it's not a redstone element. I think it's a creative element.
A creative element.
But we were talking about how they can add players for the WHS Minecraft. Have a look at this. They've added little characters
with
little heads. That's awesome. I'm loving the look of that.
I'm going to see if I can get someone who wants to jump off.
Yes, sir. Right. We're going to see if we can get some casters going for us who want to join us and communicate what they're doing for the build battle today. So far, however, both teams are definitely getting a lot of the brief done within the time frame. It's looking pretty good. I feel like YCL has gone for a lot more of a almost like tycoon, almost like that theme park I mentioned earlier, where they have multiple elements going on at once. The scale varies quite a lot, though. I don't think a single one of these players could throw a rugby ball that big, no matter how strong they are, you know what I'm saying? So we'll see how they play with the scale going forward.
That's pretty good.
Oh, we see the redstone element coming through for WHS Minecraft as well. That's looking great.
Yeah.
The redstone lamp lined up around the corner. We're using repeaters to extend the pulse. It looks like the repeater might be facing the wrong way right here, though, so the pulse isn't carrying through just yet. But we'll see what WHS does to continue it. So far, it looks like they're trying to illuminate the entire stadium as well. The redstone expert is retracing his track, trying to make sure they all connect. He's looking like he's potentially going to add some more repeaters in. So we have one person laying out the redstone track itself, and then we have one person making it function. Everyone here on WHS is working as a cohesive unit. Probably some of the best teamwork we've seen displayed today. Look at that.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's really good. And actually, I know that there are points for the redstone elements being hidden away sometimes, but I actually think this aesthetic looks really good. When you consider an actual stadium and the lights, like the floodlights around, you can see it all. It's all right there. So actually having this here would be really cool. It is too much to ask, despite how fun it would be, to have a principality roof that could open and close. Unfortunately, we only have 20 minutes to work with here. It would be very cool. But yeah, I do like what they've done with that. It was ambitious, actually, to build a stadium in such a short time. But no, they've done a really, really good job of that. And yeah, I like how both builds have turned out. I really like seeing the choice to have some players on the pitch as well, as if they're in actual play mode. I like the choice of fences for arms, because you've seen those rugby players. Yeah. They don't look like you and me, Leon. They look like that. And yeah, a really, really fun choice.
Yeah, I think that's a great little addition. We have 3 rugby balls available to be sent out in the dispenser as well. I like that. Just in case they ever happen to lose one, you know, they've got someone to throw it back on the pitch straight away. I think that WHS is probably still missing that match or that highlight of the day element for them, right? But I think YCL has really managed to capture that on the pitch. I'm still a little bit lost as to what the fountains represent. They might be redstone components, like this one, but I don't see what would be launching. Oh, as we have a trident fly by. Looks like they're trying to get something working there. Maybe something to do with projectiles, but I'm not seeing it just yet myself. Unless it's appealing to the Cardiff Bay element.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. I wonder if there's a particular type of monument that they are thinking of. Again, it's community outside of the stadium as well, so not just on the match day. And yeah, definitely trying to find out where they're looking with that and what the thought process is. I'm disappointed that my shower prediction seems to have gone away. It was looking like a shower, but no, I love this.
God.
This is really, really fun. Again, it's that merch store that you were talking about. Fantastic. Oh, nice.
So that's what they've done as the solution for the inside of the build. Instead of little buttons or candles, they've decided to scale it up a little bit and make sure that you can very clearly see that this is a player by putting the Steve heads on them. Maybe they took some inspiration from YCL where they saw their characters getting set up. But I think the way they scaled it down just once more really works them really well. They even have a zombie in one of the shops, you know?
I know that feeling.
And either these people are hugging it out after the game is done, or they might be having a little bit of a scrum outside the stadium themselves.
I think it's really cool. It's really nice the way that these have all been placed. I think it's interesting as well that obviously this stadium has been built very quickly. And don't forget, these players have been waiting around for a while today for their actual matches to start. So they've actually had the opportunity to go on a tour already around the Principality before. So the fact that they've gone for this tour and have then come back to then build what they've just seen is just very, very cool. And yeah, it's really, really fun to see. Obviously, WHS Minecraft going for, like I said, an ambitious build of an actual stadium. But again, it's what they've been experiencing today. It's what they truly experience when they see, you know, the stadium on TV and the rugby matches on and everything. It's just been really, really nice to get them close to home. And it does look like they are thinking of closing this roof, as controversial as it may be.
It looks like they're setting up the details at the very least. I love the alternating end rods, right? They've used this in a very effective way to create the supporting beams and the struts for the Principality Stadium itself. That's a really good use of the block there. Most of the time people use it exclusively as lighting, but the fact that it's both lighting and a visual creative element makes WHS look very strong with the Principality build right here as well. And I think the volume of their build, it may not have as many vertical elements, but the sheer volume of it might let them take some points in that size and area category for WHS. It's looking really good.
Yeah, both of these builds look fantastic, honestly. I love the way that this has turned out. It always shocked me. I will repeat it ad nauseum throughout the day, how creative these players can get with just a simple prompt that is similar for both sides. Get something so vastly different, but still so effective. It's just so much fun.
So we just had some news from the main announcer, Sarah, who's hosting the event alongside John, the CEO of Esports Wales, that there will be some grand finalist results. And this particular match, the ALN Grand Finals, is ending in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Diane, well done. Well done.
The controllers.
The controllers drop, the hands raise and cheers and clap as another successful Minecraft build battle is completed in both the virtual and real life Principality Stadium.
Really good fun. Really, really cool how these have turned out. I wasn't expecting the way to create players like this. I think that's fun. Having the spectators seated around the stadium as well. This is all important details that really do matter in the final scoring chart as well. I think it's been a really, really fun situation. I think the players having a good time. We've seen hands being shaken like it is the end or the beginning of a rugby match as well. Everyone shaking hands, everyone having a good time. Oh, there's a signpost there actually. Oh, last
Stadium by the team, YCLP Penland.
nice.
Well done.
Nice. Very, very well done. Really, really nice build. And whoever is the winner of this is absolutely good.
Yes. Now, I will admit, I do actually have a team that I think is deserving of a win here.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. You won the pick?
Yes.
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
I'm willing to put my neck out. I think WHS are deserving of the win on this one. The ones on the green plate.
Yeah.
Because they have not only hit the brief of Heartbeat of Wales rugby, they built the symbol that represents it in Wales, right?
Yes.
They've built Principality Stadium. They built a game going on inside. And they got the community element just right outside. Now, have they done a live match day moment? You could say and argue on a smaller scale, but I think that might be a bit difficult to communicate, right? On the side of YCL, however, I think they smashed all of the topic brief points. But I think when it comes to the scoring rubrics, it comes down to where you can get points and everything. And the topic relevancy is only one part, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Hey. So we've just received some news. The post-16 team are assembling. They're getting ready to face off in the semi-finals. We will be getting the results for ALN primary and the under-16s just before the games. So we'll keep the feed going live so we can communicate it live.
Yeah. While the results are coming on it.
Yeah. And then hopefully we'll be able to transition very fast into a post-16. This is your colleges, this is your sixth forms, and also some insider knowledge.
Oh, yeah?
They have built what has been voted one of the best builds in the entire history of the Minecraft Cymru Finals.
Wow. Oh, so high expectations.
Yes. Something to keep your eyes on at home. We've had some very, very effective builds. Of course, they don't know what team they're doing just yet. That will be revealed shortly after the main results. But my oh my, what a day. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
We've had some incredible results so far, and it only gets better.
Yeah, like you said, we're saving some of the top teams to the very, very end here. We're going to let some of the other players go who've been waiting around all day very, very patiently. It's been really, really nice. Obviously, we've been focused on the games, but we can see all throughout the room, everyone's having a really good time. It's been so much fun having everyone here for this. And obviously, 2 semi-finals and 1 finals up. We're just going to wait for the results of these first 2 rounds. So, everyone waiting with bated breath here. It's going to be a...
It looks like we might be getting the theme for post-16. They might have some more research time in comparison to some of the other teams. So, the theme that post-16 is getting is a different set of themes. Wales 2050.
Wow.
A sustainable nation. What does that look like? How would you represent it? That's the theme that the post-16s colleges and sixth forms have to come up with a solution. Now, they do have a bit more research time than a lot of the other teams in different age brackets had. But that's because we have the grand finals winners coming up, the results very soon. Pending, of course, the little count-up. We'll see how it goes.
Definitely have to tally up all these judges' scores. I know that a lot of these have been very tight and very narrow. We saw it with our own eyes, right? Like how tight it's going to be.
Some will report in a bit. Give it like 2 minutes. Some will come fix it.
Yeah.
Have some technical issues.
Everyone's so excited to get going.
Yeah, they're ready. They're ready to get in and start practicing some of their builds.
Yeah. So no, we are obviously just waiting for these scores to be finalized. You can see the judges deliberating over by the main screen there, just to see what they're gonna. If they're ready, if they're all in agreement before this announcement comes out. I will like to.
Perfect, Will. We'd have the opportunity to swap the camera around and be like,
yes, everyone, look at what's going on over there. Unfortunately, not today. I'm just going to make a list of all of our winners here as well.
Hey. Oh, we just got an okay from one of the judges. Sounds like they've come to the conclusion. Judas, who do you think is taking what series?
Honestly, all of those finals were so ridiculously tough. I couldn't possibly do it. It wouldn't be fair to do it off of just memory. I think it would have to be, you'd have to have a chance to really look back over what you got to see. I think we also don't give enough credit to what the players were actually doing. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
Well, hey,
Right. The announcement. Not sure if you guys could hear.
We got to thank you for everyone who's been attending. We have some students crowded around. I'll do this though.
Oh yeah. Go.
I'll do it.
It's not making out.
But hey, we're giving a round of applause for everyone attending today. Honestly, a fantastic turnout.
Yes, really
really good turnout.
We were great all day.
Literally double the amount of people that did last time. Thank you.
Shout out to the most important people in the room.
Yeah. Got a shout out. We'll take it. Well, hey. Right.
Winners first, I think.
Judas, I'll let you reveal to the screen.
All right. ALN winners. WHS Minecraft.
WHS, well done. So that was your ALN grand finalist. WHS, who just built that little replica of Prince Path Stadium, right?
Yeah.
My prediction was right on that one.
Yeah, really well
take
earned. When again, it was an ambitious choice to go for.
Yeah, but it paid off, right?
Yeah, it really worked out well.
High risk, high return.
Yeah,
and it worked out in the end. So Diane, well done.
The students are now all up collecting their little statues,
awards and plaques and everything. That's incredible.
Yeah. I did also get have a couple of minutes to go talk to them during the build, and we were going to see if they would want to come up for an interview, but they were so focused.
Yeah, they were.
So they were aware that they had an ambitious task, so they wanted to finish it off, and it's absolutely worth it for them to have gone ahead with that. So yeah, real congratulations to WHS Minecraft. That's really well deserved.
Really strong performance. I think them coming through the semis, they were doing pretty consistent, and then in the grand finals, I feel like they saved up a lot of the creativity for that, right?
Yeah. They really brought it out for that final stage.
So they're getting a round of applause right now. They're getting their photos taken by our professional photographers. That's looking awesome. Imagine the day you could go to school and be a Minecraft esports pro.
Champion. Wow.
What on earth? Right, I'm only 26, those things, but like, I would have loved this.
I am a little bit older than 26. I also would have loved this.
Oh.
Yeah, so off their way they go, WHS Minecraft. Congratulations to them.
Smiles all around.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. And well earned.
Yeah.
Well earned.
So primary winners next. I'll let you have this one.
Yeah, the primary winners are up next. And we had some really good performances.
Yep.
From all of them.
Really creative.
Finals was...
It was the Patagonia region, and then it was the sort of harbour idea, like connecting Wales. So those two are very, very good ideas. Honestly, I couldn't.
Oh, that's really cool. I think I've looked at those two. We'll see what's coming up, though.
So, exactly when the world have this job.
Oh, I can imagine
in the judgment meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Final section. And honestly, the standard of what was
the standard was really high.
Yep.
Presenter right now is giving praise to both primary and U16.
Finest fine heat. The problem they did was Wales World and Wales the team.
Wales the World is the team, by the way.
Great team. Yeah.
That's broad. The fact that we got 2 results.
Yeah.
It's really good.
They built around both changing habits.
Oh, here we go.
Connected.
The Mice Miners.
those things.
Talk about the cool exchange that we saw earlier, right?
Which was phenomenal, and that's still pen.
That's moving on. One of the top 2 dogs
Yep.
going in.
Last year's winners, of course, as well. So
Yeah.
we would love to defend it if we can.
Favorites to defend the position.
Next year.
Now, Bias Miners was the underdog in it too.
Yes, yeah.
It's a David and Goliath situation. We do want to hear this one.
Really building it up.
So,
Oh,
to Ascot.
that's not for that.
Like
The reigning supreme champion.
Reigning, defending.
They defend the title and hold it down. Diane, well done.
Really, really good. Shout out to the Mice Miners as well.
Yeah.
They had some really good ideas. Honestly, the whole primary section was incredibly strong.
Yeah.
All 4 of the teams could have actually won it. It was such a good performance from everyone.
And the beauty is, we'll see them next year.
Yes,
They're going to
exactly
rank up through the age brackets.
We still got plenty of time for all of these players to get involved.
Yes.
And really, really cool. Again, I hope they do stick with it. Even
I
the
agree.
players who did not end up winning today, there's still plenty more of these age groups to go through. And there's tons more Minecraft to be played. So,
for sure.
yeah, I hope we get to see a bit more of these guys. Because it's all been really fun. It's also been fun to talk to them as well. When you see them when they're playing, the way that they are communicating with each other, it's always really, really cool. And players obviously extremely chuffed
I'll tell you what.
receiving this certificate.
Yeah, they were all of them smiling ear to ear as they hold up proof of their victory.
Right now,
Diane, well done, both teams. It's been really interesting to follow Aston Finale all the way through as well.
Yes.
Right, we're on to the secondary winners. Over to you, Judas, for this one.
All right, here we go. Secondary winners coming up next.
It was a big challenge this week, and
It was.
Yes.
the track problem within that build, find the square, and again, both
Yeah, that's a difficult twist, no?
Such a tough twist.
relevant solutions to that particular need. So that's not my argument. Focus on the game like that.
Yes, there's the bridge
Very cool.
connecting 2 points of Wales to the Festival of Wales, right?
Use it up there. And it's a fantastic game. Things
I like it.
It's such a good idea.
Short minded
The Trioki Miners, their opponent.
from
Ooh, some high praise from the presenter there.
Yeah, Castle attack was very good.
I now big fans within.
Yeah. So it's the
Yes.
one that had a castle that they then created a refinery and applied like a Boston aesthetic. Is also the one, for those who have been watching the following at home, that had the flying stuff in the boat.
Yeah. There you go. Final announcement coming through.
With huge practice.
Okay.
Longer than now.
Trioki Miners are
Miners!
the day as well.
Well done.
Hey, was a very, very
Wow.
cool build. Really, really creative use of, again, referencing back to that building and how you're going to solve that problem with the castle being under attack. It just fit so well with Minecraft and everything. And
And you know what?
really, really good.
I have to give a shout out to the leader, the captain, and the person who came over to do a little bit of shoutcasting
Oh, yeah,
with
good
us.
old Charlie.
Charlie,
Yeah.
yes. I followed his journey the entire time, and he's always been so passionate, right?
Yeah.
We would host these online through Discord and whatnot through all the group stages of the Minecraft Cymru League. And he always was so passionate talking about what they've done, why they've done it, right? They were talking about how they brought back elements from the previous build.
Yeah.
And they're probably the team that has the most identifiable sort of style.
Yes,
builds,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
They're the team that uses the stained glass for any and all
Yep.
water and liquid. That's the team that just won for the U16 second day grand final, of course, in the Principality Stadium. So,
Pretty good.
there you have it. We'll do a
3 out of 4
recap.
winners. Yeah.
Yeah. From the top, we had Uspo Penard for primary. We had WHS Minecraft for ALN. And then, as you just heard as well, we had the Trioki Miners, of course, winning the U16. However, don't go anywhere. We'll be chucking ourselves over to an intermission very shortly. as the post-16 games are ready to rock and roll, as the players are locked in right beside us, ready to start the game. We'll catch you shortly after this little break.
Here comes the big one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we've just had the finalist results for under 16 primary and ALN. Congratulations to all teams for not only winning but participating. Imagine having a day out in Principality Stadium playing Minecraft.
Oh, what a day.
What a day.
Imagine being able to come and talk about it while it's happening as well. What a day we've all had. With just one round left to sort out. Obviously, we have the post-16s semi-finals and then the post-16s finals to have us all finalized and really round out our day. Now, Leon over here has really built up the expectations for all these players. And you know what? I'm inclined to believe, after what we've seen today, I'm ready to have my mind blown.
Of course. I'm glad that's the case because the build battle is already underway. We have St. David's College versus Cunnan Valley Esports. Of course, this is the post-16, and we have a theme of Wales 2050, building a sustainable future. So, a lot of opportunities for different interpretations for that to happen, and we're going to jump straight in game because both teams are working quick.
All right.
So, I've been hyping the post-16 matches up, and you can see they've already both risen the base plate. I'm telling you, these teams, all four in the semi-finals, have optimized the scoring rubric to a T. They will do things that very clearly will try and earn them some points, okay? And they will make it as clear as day. But what separates them from the rest of the groups that they've been competing against is how they incorporate some creativity in that final result. So, judging off of the line of anvils from earlier, I can tell that probably Cunnan Valley Esports is probably going for a train track, right?
Yeah.
Clear as day.
Some kind of train track. It was actually a tram track.
Last time, true.
Today. Yeah, so having a modernized version of that, or potentially even just a futuristic tram potentially coming through here. But like you said, we're not even 2 minutes in. Already, these teams are absolutely flying with everything they've got right now. And it is an interesting difference in the two builds yet. Now, you see a raised base plate on the other side for St. David's College there, but it actually seems like there's a bit of an internal build going on there. So it might not just be a raised base plate. It might actually be a bit more going on the inside.
So, Judas, you are in for a treat. These teams go the extra mile.
Oh, yeah?
They don't stop at just making a visually pleasing and appealing build. They go the extra mile and develop a narrative. Now, normally they have 30 minutes to do so, okay? But I've been judging some of these teams' build battles in the group stages where they are giving me tours through the catacombs of a castle that they've built. And they have characters that will interact with stuff. I've also been down the big pit in Minecraft where they've coded an NPC to give you iron ingots when you give him coal. That is the level of play you're looking at in the post-16 game. And you can see just the speed already. This seasoned gamers, right? This is what the other teams in the different age brackets will be looking to develop as they get older. But we are just shy of 3 minutes in. We have an entire building frame already done. Both base plates set up. We have the train already with the headlights on, lighting sorted, a building outside, and a creek with flowing water.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely flying these teams. I can't wait to get a real chance to get to talk to them a bit more. Looks like there's some sort of cave system going on there. Maybe some kind of modernized mine, right? Again, it's a very common staple of the Welsh infrastructure, of Welsh heritage. So it wouldn't surprise me to see some of that coming through in a modern way, even if it's just a disused mine, right? Like a mine that's not being used anymore because we have all of this modernization. You can already see the wind turbine up there on the side of Cunnan Valley Esports. And again, that's something we very commonly see in most parts of Wales. Where you look out over the landscape, you can see these wind turbines as well. So I like to see it, and like just the speed of the build. It's great to get to watch it in person like this. You can literally look over, see what they're doing, and then see how it translates in game as well. Really, really cool to see.
Yes, they are locked in. Both teams are trying their best. The macros, right? How fast they can place blocks with these controllers, the trigger fingers, right? Night and day difference. You can see how fast when they are laying the track work down. That came up in literally less than a minute.
Yeah.
Right? So the build is looking great so far. The theme of Wales 25, a sustainable future, very much so leans into the green energy element, is what I think, right?
Yes.
Now, you could go down the route of nuclear power.
Yep.
That's definitely an option. You can definitely go down the route of water-based, right? Water wheels, etc. We've got wind farms, right? Electric sort of based things. it'll be interesting to see how both teams opt to then elevate it just that bit more. We can see that St. David's, who are the favorites for this matchup, Cunning Valley Esports coming in just slightly below them, they have opted to go for a wavy sort of textured water by placing the sources of water up on pillars and then breaking the pillar back down. That's a very effective use. I quite like that. They might change it later on and make it a little bit more smooth, who knows? But I love that we can see that so far. And I like that they've given us a little glass view to see the texture they've done underground.
Yes, yeah, like almost like a little tidal lagoon style thing going on there. Again, the very messy patterns of the water, but that is how it looks, and it's a sign that there is something there generating that power. So yeah, I like what you're saying. Like they're pointing out the way that they're utilizing a texture of water. Again, it looks like they might be sort of leveling it out with some sort of build underneath, but it's good that they've had the forefront to think of, again, putting that top layer as glass so that we can see through it and actually get to really see what they are putting in there, because it's already incredibly detailed.
And look at this. We look away for a second, and Cunning Valley Esports are already looking like they're going to finish this train in no time. It's not even been 5 minutes into the build battle, and they're at a point where if they took a side on this, they can call it a day on the train.
They can say it's done. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's incredible.
Done it. Yeah, and they've actually even just changed the build slightly, right? Like you can see there was a wind turbine on the right-hand side. They've instead moved that over to be on the left-hand side. But it's because of the speed of build, they're able to make these adjustments later. You can decide, that doesn't quite work there. Let's move it to here and everything. They want to make sure that the judges can see all of the little details that they're adding. And that's just the expertise shining.
Yes, absolutely. I think we might be seeing a little bit of a contrast, at least on the side of Cunning Valley Esports, where they're bringing something in. They have the coal sort of cave and pit down to the bottom. They might be building a structure that's relevant to a mining facility, right?
Yeah.
We're not too sure what the purpose of that building is just yet. Then the train has to divide, then the green energy supply. We might be seeing the history and the evolution
of
esports.
I mean, esports is more relevant than coal.
The electricity and the sustainability through like a lens of history, in a sense, which is a beautiful visual for it to be coming through. It looks like we have some overhead wires being produced as well. So we have something to contextually put the train into the situation of the build. And again, your favorite saying, Judas, we look away and already there's an entire building that's been constructed. They're very clearly potentially using a reference here. I can't wait for us to get some insight from the casters come to share what they're doing for the build. But have a look at this just down below. They have water flowing in, and now they've also decided to decorate it with some color.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
so they're saying, or suggesting at least, on the side of St. David, that we will have such a sustainable future that we'll have coral reef surrounding ocean in Wales.
That's really interesting. It's nice to almost have an idealistic view of the future, right? Look at what could it be, and a very imaginative way of looking at it. I think that's very cool. I like the way that again the way that these players are thinking, outside the box a little bit. And like I say, I'm really excited to hear from one of the players just to see, what is this building looking to be? Because it's very old style red brick building going on here, right? But then what's the modern take of it? What is the futurization that they're looking to go with it? Because it's done very, very intentionally here, right? I'm very excited to see what that actually is meant to represent.
Do you see that almost performative level of teamwork?
I did see that, yeah. The way they built that wall, and then no build command coming through. That was just two players in synchrony, the perfect synchronization, just getting that built together, and that was very, very cool.
Yeah, so these guys have obviously been working together a lot. And the fact that they probably did the same with the base plate, to be honest with you. I love watching the start of any post-16 team, starting a build battle, because they're always in sync. It's like I said, it's almost performative in a sense, but it's to get those points of teamwork, right?
Yeah.
If you can visually see both teams working together, placing the block in an almost pattern-like way, that's an easy way to display the teamwork in use, right? But you can see that each one of these has been built floor by floor. Yeah. And I hope that both teams have the opportunity to show the insides to the judges. As I mentioned, these post-16 teams will go the extra mile to make sure that there's a narrative built into the build. Okay. Yeah. Now, of course, there is points for narrative. It's only a subcategory of one of the major points, mostly the creativity points. But the fact that they're even considering getting those little subcategories is incredible. We can see here that we have almost like a little chimney thing. I thought that was a water reserve initially on top of a building, but it looks like it has like some form of
some kind of snack in there. Yeah.
Oh, you can see down here, we already have NPCs in the mine. So they're doing some farming of the remaining coal potentially in Wales. And then we're having a look at how that transforms into a sustainable future.
Yes, like how are they utilizing that in the modern day, right? Like yes, we do still get coal from mines in certain parts of the world and everything. So how would we then utilize that? And even in the future, right? If we are still to be doing it, what would we be doing it with? And really, really cool ideas here.
And we're only just coming up to the halfway mark through this. The fact that both builds are at a point where you can arguably say any other team would be happy to say this is finished, right? But both of these teams are still working at it. And don't forget, these guys are usually working with another 10 minutes in the remainder of this build battle.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're at this stage already, maybe it's the nerves settling in, maybe it's the confidence trying to be the champion or being able to access the Principality Stadium and compete on the stage, right? But they've definitely stepped up their level of play. The efficiency, not shown by the post-16 teams, but every single team we've seen today is fantastic, right? We love to see teams rise to the challenge when it comes calling, and we've definitely seen that displayed throughout the day.
Yeah, I really like seeing, these players have been, as I mentioned the other day, they've been waiting longer than anyone, chomping at the bit just to get this part. And now they're here. They're going to not waste any time, right? They're flying around, doing everything as quickly as they possibly can. Like I said, we're about to approach the halfway mark. This is almost complete build for what we've been seeing throughout the day. So the fact that they're doing this so quickly absolutely will have an impact as well on their point scoring. And it'll just mean that we'll get to see a level of detail from these teams that we haven't yet had the chance to see today. And again, it's just so efficient the way they get through some of these, relatively complex patterns coming out. It already looks so textured and so well.
Yes, indeed. And we can see a little drainage system underneath there.
Oh, yeah.
A clean future is what the team of St. David's must be suggesting, right? The coral reef is alive. And this might be in Cardiff. Who knows? This might be a building based on Cardiff.
Yeah, that's the thing. They very likely, use their researchers to actually look for a specific source. And, again, when we're talking about this level, this is the post-16 age group now. The research can't just be, this is something we could do, let's build it. It needs to be the why, the story, every little part of it. It needs to be incredibly detailed. You need to have your reference images ready and everything. And it looks like they've done a really good job of getting that all set.
So I know that there's a big rivalry between St. David's College and Cardiff and the Vale College. Cardiff and the Vale, number one in their group, St. David's just behind. Cummin Valley, though, have put up a fantastic build for the judges to consider against St. David's. It's just seeing how they can take it that extra mile. Because right now, St. David's are probably winning in the size and area, right?
Yes.
The scope and scale of the build very clearly has a contrast, right? I do like the organic element that they have going on for the side of Cummin Valley Esports. It'll be interesting to see if they can really elevate the aesthetic of the environment, because you can already see it being considered for St. David's.
Yeah.
I think it's time for me to try and see if we can get some tests, though, Judas.
Yes,
I'm going to go grab someone
to talk to.
and see if we get some insight into the build.
Yeah, go ahead. Obviously, we're getting to these sort of final stages of these builds now, and it almost feels like it's slowing down because the bulk of the build has been done, and now they're looking at the sort of redstone elements, right? They're looking for the parts where they can really add that extra detail to get those extra little bits of points. It's going to be close. You can already tell just by looking at both of these teams that it's going to be a very, very close matchup. So if we can see them get there, I don't even know if we're going to get anyone to talk to us just because everyone's so focused right now. It's not looking good, Leon.
Judas, I just went around and asked every single player if any of them want to step up and do some casting. They all looked at me with a fierce look in their eyes and said, "No, we're locked in. We got to get the build
We're
finished.
getting the trophy, man.
We've got 8 minutes remaining. I want to build."
I respect it. I absolutely respect it. You know, again, it's serious times. It is only the semi-finals, but you still have to put as much effort into this to get to that finals as well. And
Of course.
yeah, both teams doing a really good job. I was just saying that now that the bulk of the builds have finished, it almost looks like it's slowing down because they're now looking at the details. They're looking at where they can incorporate things like redstone, and like there's even just like a potted plant inside one of the rooms here. It's really down to these finer points right now. And yeah, the judges will have to be paying special attention to all.
I think I was pretty much spot on with what I think Cunning Valley are doing. It definitely looks like they're doing a sort of contrast of the past of Wales and what the 2050 future sustainable Wales looks like. Because right here, we have some redstone-powered tracks leading the minecart up into a facility that then will drop off the coal that's been mined in the mine. Then they have the creek, which then a little bridge goes over with the train. And then they have all the electricity and sustainable energy on this side. On the side of St. David's, however, they started looking at decorating some of the redstone, and it looks like they're using some sculpt sensors. So the way that this works, for those who do not know at home, it's a relatively newer block, and it only reacts based off of light. Not light, sound, sorry.
Right.
So when there's sound being made, it will then, you can see those little symbols shooting off where it's detecting sound. It will then send it and it will output a redstone signal. So you can see that this one is kind of triggering itself with the flapping of the little frame. And so now you have flickering lights that turn on and off.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's very cool.
It'll be interesting to see what St. David's are trying to suggest with that visual, right?
Yeah.
You can see that they're now bouncing between the two of them, which is now giving an animated element to the build.
Yeah.
The first part, or the first build we've seen today that's animated.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
That is really cool. And like you say, it's about how you can incorporate the sort of redstone or, you know, it's not even that much redstone, right? It's not that there's like a huge element of it. It's just there's that animation effect based on what you get. And it works. It will count in that sort of function as well. And yeah, this is clearly a building that they have found some kind of reference for. Again, I don't recognize it off the top of my head, but it's a staple of Wales, right? Where they've got these very old style buildings that we've then modernized into the future. And I think that is what they're going for here. And it does look very nice.
So I'm judging based off of the thing in the background, potentially a wind turbine as well.
Yep.
Really trying to give a nod to that green energy, sustainable future 2050, right? This is almost giving me like solar punk vibe for the building itself, right? Maybe it's made of sustainable material. It looks like a kind of renovated building.
Yes.
That has some foliage all over it. Maybe it's a bit better for the planet when it's being developed, but that's up to the players to decide, of course. I love that they've used mangrove trapdoors and slabs at the top, right? It's a subtle difference in terms of the color shift and the shade for the red hue, but it's effective at giving it this sort of popped off structured feel.
Like almost
to
like
the build.
a weathered top to the building.
Yeah. So that's looking great for St. David. And now if we get back over to the side of Cunning Valley Esports, we can see that they're really trying to incorporate a lot of redstone features now. So we have sticky pistons, which are the closing doors for the trains. If you ever took a train in Wales, for Transport for Wales, they will have the doors that open and then a little step will come out. That's what they're making right there.
That's very cool.
And also, it looks like they've got a huge multi-smelter going on that might be in line with the redstone track that takes the minerals out.
It's the narrative you were talking about, right? Like showing the pathway of, you know, where the coal comes from, where it goes, how it is processed these days, and then how it is, again, taken on an electric train, rather than, you know, it's very similar to the tram build that we saw earlier on. But 5 minutes left goes the call of all these two builds. It is all about these final details, but these players don't look stressed at all about this, man. They are stone-faced, absolutely working hard.
They are locked in. You can see in the background the animated build, right? Between the little lantern. I love that there's a visual redstone element to the outside. There's also some redstone on the inside for St. David's as well. I'm wanting to see some of the redstone from Cumberland Valley Esports, however. We know that they're making the slide indoors, which is great. Looks like that's working. So they've got that set right there. Now they just need to make it so that it activates. Oh, okay. They're doing a bit of a cover-up.
Well, then, welcoming.
Interesting.
Oh, will that make a sort of like a bell ding sound when the doors open? That's really cool.
Maybe that's what they're trying to go for. They have 4 minutes to try and get this functioning, which it looks like they're going to use tripwire hook. If this works, I'm going to be incredibly impressed. It works on the one side.
This is the most suspenseful one of the day.
Oh, they've almost got it. There we go.
Oh,
well, hey.
Being crushed in the middle.
Oh, we've been teleported away.
Too excited. Too interested in the build.
Oh, look at that. They've added NPCs inside, driving it. That's awesome.
Fantastic. Yeah, again, these little details, which it almost feels like you wouldn't grasp all of the detail in just 1 or 2 glances. You have to really dig in and look around to see everything that's going on here. And yeah, some really cool stuff going on. From both sides, you know, it's been a really fast, incredible watch. But now that we're getting to these finer ends, it just looks so good. I think the level of detail for the side, or the green side over here, just looks that much better. But then the redstone elements on the side of Cumberland Valley East make it looking really cool as well. You know, there's a lot of cool ideas here. And again, the judges are going to have a really tough job yet again. We have not really praised the judges enough for the day that they've had. It's going to be a tough one, and they'll go to bed thinking, "Oh, did I make the right call?"
Yeah, right. I like that they've used a variety of blocks again at the top, right? The Prismarine's back, but they've got some oxidized wax copper as well. Get that like tile effect.
Yeah,
roof. That's really cool. But also, there's something that we can't really see, unfortunately, because of the zone for the building area. But the inside of the build for St. David's is actually something that they've had 2 builders in there the entire time.
Oh, really?
So there's a whole new level to this that we haven't even seen.
Yeah.
That is hidden within the build.
Yeah, you can see little peeks through the windows, you know, like you can see some flowers.
Some paintings.
And then they some paintings up on the walls as well. And obviously paintings, you know, not the easiest things to navigate with your build. Quite ambitious, but yeah, if you can pull it off, it ends up looking really, really good.
Now, obviously, there's a difference in approaches here. I feel like Cumberland Valley has gone for almost like a snapshot, as you described earlier, of a moment in time or several moments in time, almost like a collage in a 3D space, right? Whereas, obviously, on the side of St. David's, they've gone for one big build that represents something, and their research is going to be the key factor when they inform the judge.
Yeah. Like we said, it's when you get to these fine margins, it's not just about how you do your build or how good your build looks. It also depends how you can transfer that info to the judges, make them agree with your interpretation of the prompt as well. And again, it wasn't a complicated prompt. Wales 2050, a sustainable future. And both sides have got really in on this. Again, come up with a complete own interpretations. So again, like there's almost this pathway through the side of Cumberland Valley Esports, where it's the life cycle of a piece of coal, you could say, at this moment in time. On the side of St. David's College, though, it's a bit different. It is more of this monument, this structure, this very modern facility, considering things like the current technology with these wind turbines, with the almost electrified lights. You've got what looks to me some kind of tidal lagoon, or like you can see like the coral coming through as well. It's just all very, very cool.
Yeah, I mean, I hyped them up, right?
Oh yeah.
The post 16, I told you that they can definitely get something going.
I think you didn't hype them up enough.
Yeah?
It has turned out really, really cool. Again, just to watch, it's been fascinating to watch from start to finish.
For sure. And it'll be very interesting to see who goes through. Unfortunately, it's only best of one.
I know.
Right?
It's such a shame that you have to pick one winner sometimes. I've actually found a potential flaw with the St. David's College build, Leon. What is the entrance to this building? How do you actually get in?
It's this one right here. So they've made it look like it's a bigger archway door by making sure it's spruce with the spruce door.
Ah, I see.
There's a little entrance for this, just hidden behind. It almost looks like a flowing dam.
Yes, yes. I see it there. Yeah, almost like again some kind of modern water facility coming through. It is a cool way to do this.
I wonder if that's a clock face up there as well. I know that the button on it activates redstone that shoots the fireworks. We saw that earlier.
Yeah.
They've got fireworks here. They have the smoke sensors, which is the first use of the smoke sensors we've seen all day.
Yeah.
They're really effective. It's also the first animated build we've seen. There's only 10 seconds remaining though. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that concludes the semi-finals between St. David's and Cunning Valley Esports. Skyhound, both teams. It's over to the judges now to make probably the hardest call of the day.
I don't know how you split this one. These are two phenomenal builds. Really, really cool. You see the judges still having a look. Well, I mean, the problem for the judges is these builds are so different, right? There is so much going on. You have to really almost take a night to digest this, and think about it. But unfortunately for the judges, they do not have the time to do that. I like this, like the cobwebs again, showing the old style of it, and the progression. It's such a nice way to do it.
A different way to show off that aged aesthetic.
Passage of time.
Yeah. They developed the rockery as well. So the little fountain flowing has been changed. They have an old warehouse scaled down. They have the campfires with inside that little smokestack is a hay bale that then allows the campfires particles to travel further up. So that's looking incredible. It looks like the next teams are trying to figure out what their theme is, whilst the judges are also trying to figure out which team goes through to the grand finals. It's either going to be St. David's or Cunning Valley Esports. Both are incredibly strong builds, however. It'll be interesting to see which team makes it through.
We have had our next theme for this other semi-final side. It is identity and culture in modern Wales.
Wow.
Again, one of those very, very broad briefs. There is a lot that you can do with this. Now they just have to figure out exactly how they want to interpret it. But really, really cool. I like what we saw already on one half of the post-16 semis. Really excited to see what comes on the other half.
Yes, me too. Now, identity and culture is very broad in nature, right?
Absolutely.
I feel like you naturally start going back in time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You can maybe tap into the medieval era, right? You could even argue you could do the King Arthur stuff, right?
Yeah.
With Merlin as well. You can tap into that. You can do the folklore, right?
But again, modernizing it as well, like there's tons of ways to
That's what I was going to touch base on, right? Because as soon as you modernize it, I'm a little bit lost, to be honest with you. There's a couple of things you can do, don't get me wrong, but what screams at you for modern identity and culture? The rugby, the stadium, right? Those things come to mind.
Yeah.
The people.
Yeah.
Represent people. That's
again,
so
yeah. Again, finding a way to represent culture is going to be really
you could go that one step further. I'm a little bit biased. You could go esports. The future of sports.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. It is modern. That is a real, blooming opportunity right now for a lot of these students growing up. There's also tons to be done.
There's a lot of options.
It all depends on how the students interpret it.
Yes, completely up to them. So we'll jump to a break in the meantime whilst they discuss their theme and they line up to get into the game. Some of them get a little feel whilst the judges are actually still running over the previous game. We'll let you know the result as soon as we know. But in the meantime, we'll cut to a break briefly and we'll catch you in a bit.
Catch you soon. Yeah. All right, everybody. We have the second of our last set of semi-finals of the whole day. It is Hammer Celts versus Ronda Rising. This is, of course, the other side of the post-16s semi-finals. And the theme, you didn't hear it earlier, is identity and culture in modern Wales. Leon, there is so much you can do with this.
Yep.
So excited to see what these teams build.
Yes, I think you might see quite a contrast on this one.
Oh,
I
yeah?
can imagine you'll see completely two different results, because what it means to them when the team is collective might be completely different from what the team comes up with on the other side, right?
True.
Now, I have to preface this. We are watching a true David and Goliath battle going on here.
Yeah.
We have the Celts, Cardiff and the Vale College, up against Ronda Rising. Now, Havoc, they are top of the group, number 1. And there is a 20-point disparity between the two teams, but then Ronda Rising, who is coming to this grand finals tournament in the Principality Stadium at the bottom of the group. However, that does not mean they're out. We've seen some upsets today, right?
Today, yeah.
We've also seen some of the kings retain their crown as well. So it'll be interesting to see how the build battle goes. They've just started and got in, and it looks like they're building up the base plate already. So we'll jump in and check out what they're up to.
Yeah, let's head on over. Like so with the Mice Miners earlier, I think pulled it out right at the end. Didn't manage to win overall, but did make their way to the finals. So, you know, it can be done. And as we saw in the previous build set, the post-16 is so hotly contested. So, again, while Ronda Rising are coming in bottom of the group, bottom of an extremely strong group, right? So these matches could have been close all along. And if you've got any special tricks, now is the time to pull them out.
Oh, for sure. And I can guarantee you that Cardiff and the Vale College will definitely be pulling out all the stops, okay? They are the ones that bring the narrative to the build and go that extra mile. It'll be interesting to see how they do with the time crunch.
Yep.
Right? But all teams have to deal with that today.
Exactly.
And so, some of the teams that have just played might be strategizing already, considering what to do with the difference in time that they've had to deal with today in the Principality Stadium compared to the luxury of their schools and colleges where they've been competing through the league.
Yep.
So far, we have a mud brick base plate on top of stone built up for the Cavern Celts. And the interesting block to be using, I really like mud, firstly, the mud block.
Yep.
It has like a particular texture, but a lighter tone than your usual dirt, right?
Yeah.
So you can get a little bit more of a tone shift. You can also do a bit more of a gradient with this as well. On the side of Ronda Rising, however, they've already started opting to go for their building. Now, what each team is going to do for identity and culture in modern Wales, I have no idea, but we'll see how it goes. You can see some blue stained glass being used nicely early on as well.
Yeah.
And one thing I was thinking about, Judas, during the break, we have seen quite an interesting evolution of almost general approaches. I won't call it a strategy, and I won't call it a tactic. I don't think it's a conscious decision. But I noticed that primary, the youngest of all the age brackets we saw today, had the most creativity, right?
Yes.
We saw that dual tone, 2 zones,
very cool, yeah.
Old age, vintage, black and white, almost like in the movies, to the modern day, right?
Yeah.
That is definitely the most creative solution we've seen all day. And then I feel like the under 16, they still had elements of that creativity. They had technical skills that started raising the bar, right?
Yeah.
And now I feel like when we get to the post 16, which is what we're spectating right now, I feel like there's a lot more technical skill, almost as if if you're in an art class, we went from very creative, abstract stuff, right? No one tells you what's right or wrong.
Yeah.
You're a kid, right?
Yeah.
And then we go to the older students, and it feels like they're doing realism almost.
In
like an art sort of sense. It's quite the contrast I've observed.
It's not a style. Like Minecraft has a particular look, right? It's got this sort of pixel block style. It's very almost cartoonish. But then you get to this sort of level, and they're going for not like hyper realism, but as real as you can make it. They've really gone for that so far. It'd be interesting to see if these teams also look to go along the same way here. The cool thing about this particular prompt of identity and culture in modern Wales is I have no idea what is being built yet, and we won't know until the very end, it feels like, because there is so much that you can do here.
Yes, for sure. I think I might have an idea, though.
Oh, yeah,
We've
seeing
seen some suggestions from earlier on through the Build Battle series that we're going on. The road to the biggest festival in Wales, that festival being the Eisteddfod, the Inn, right? I think this is the character, the white red green little pyramid guy, the little mountain for the Inn. I think we're seeing that as some sort of like iconography approach on the horizon. So a very symbolic approach from them. I quite like that a lot, to be honest. We haven't seen a very symbolic approach, apart from maybe the Welsh Dragon, right, that we saw earlier. But look at this over on the side of Cardiff of the Vale. We have a custom tree already being made with branches out of dark oak fence and then logs out of dark oak. And then they are sculpting the landscape together. And if you can hear, you guys can't hear this at home, but me and Judas can. The communication behind us, they are locked in.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one word comms. Let's do this. Let's do that. Now on this, now on that.
It's like listening to people playing Counter-Strike, honestly.
Literally,
it feels very similar. Not quite so many call-outs or grenades being thrown, but there is still the level of this, like the cohesive communication. And again, I can see it with my very own eyes. The judges are paying attention, and this can score you good points.
Yes, absolutely. A huge part of these Minecraft Cymru build battles is the research element. It's why you have people dedicated to those roles, right? If you can show your research, whether it's in a literal sense of like, oh, we learned how to make a triple piston 3x3 door, right? Or it could be, we found out in the 1800s that this building was used for the coal exchange, right?
Yeah.
There's different elements of build. Oftentimes, most teams opt to have two researchers for that very reason.
Yeah.
One's almost like a technical one, and one is a contextual narrative-based one, right? Both work in tandem to bring the build to life, and both are equally as important, right?
Yeah.
We've seen the teams that have done the most prep in the little time they have come out on top, and it's happened a lot across the board. So it's contextual to the results of the build battle. So far, it looks like One the Rising is sticking to that theme I said about symbolic build, but they seem to be clashing. Oh, walking the zone.
Too excited. I'm not sure they got the space to write Eisteddfod.
They don't. Oh no, they're going around. So they've definitely gone for a symbolic approach. There's a lot of communications right now, discussion if they should keep it going. It looks like they've opted not to. They're going to resize, reposition. They could also put up in the sky as well. They could try and get those easy, low-hanging fruit points to the size of the area, right?
Yeah.
But of course, volume also applies to that too. We can see that as the rugby pitch. We said, what comes to mind? Modern day is the rugby, I can imagine.
Yeah.
We can see that it looks like there's a stage over here with potentially some artists on stage. It looks like a little capsule of the Eisteddfod.
Yes, I could definitely see that there. Yeah, nice little setup. A bit of a take that feel going on.
Yeah,
and we'll see how that sort of develops as they get towards the end of it. Obviously, it feels like we should be further into our time limit with how much they get done so quickly. But no, still 13 minutes to go, and I'm still in the tank for this team.
Now, over on the side of Havoc, the Havoc Hell, they are very clearly going environment in, right? They started with the environment. They're still refining the environment. They are probably one of the best environmental teams you'll see in all of the Minecraft Cymru League. You're in for a treat when it comes to this. They will definitely be getting our visuals down. Like I said, they've got the mud, the packed mud, the moss. They got dripstone blocks, a very good block, right?
Yeah.
Really works well in organic situations. I have to ask, though, what is this doing right now to address the theme of identity and culture in modern Wales?
That's what I was thinking. Like, they've almost built some kind of arena. It almost feels like a bit of a stadium made out of mud.
Yeah.
But I do wonder what I believe those are diamond blocks there coming in. So how do they plan to incorporate that? There's clearly a plan laid out, right? Those blocks don't just end up there by chance. But yeah, they've done a lot on the environment first and starting out with that sort of spread. So then how are they going to dial this one all the way back into being focused on actually answering the question, right, on identity and culture in modern Wales? And again, not seeing it just yet, but I do have faith that once we start to get a bit further in, that we'll start to see it fall together.
I can definitely see that they're using that mud block, right, to create this sort of transition into a wet or pond. I think the blue stained glass is going to be a waterfall. So a waterfall in a organic, natural environment. Maybe they tap into the element of being able to walk around all the different wonders around Wales, right? I'm thinking Llangrannog, when you used to go under a waterfall.
Yeah,
that was like I still think is an iconic experience for most people who live in Wales, who go to school in Wales. So maybe they're tapping into that, because I feel like that's quite modern.
Yeah.
Maybe, ironically, like 2000s, 2010, maybe not super duper modern.
Oh,
Not as modern as the Eisteddfod and the Ig,
that's better.
but who knows? They've managed to get it fitted in, though. So they've floated it.
Well, we actually saw this last year. A team decided to do something with the Eisteddfod. Now, they had the issue of they couldn't quite work out how to spell Eisteddfod. I think we're still not quite there yet.
They got it wrong.
It is 2 D's, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, no.
In Eisteddfod. So hopefully they rectify that detail, or maybe even overhear me talking about it. But yeah, we did notice that last year as well. Now, that team did manage to figure that out in time. So hopefully Ronda Rising can manage to. There's actually 2 D's in Ronda as well. So I would hope they can identify that before it's too late. But there's a really complex build going on here from Cabot Celt. I do believe they can pull it off. I just worry for the reduced time limit, right? They can only have 20 minutes instead of the usual 30. Have they bitten off more than they can chew, or are they going to manage to finalize the build?
Yeah, it's that high risk, high reward element that we saw before, right?
Yeah.
It really paid off for some of the other teams. They actually even got Penant to win in the end, right?
Yeah.
So it definitely is a strategy that you can employ, but is it what you want to be using in the semi-final?
Yes, of course. Like you say, you want to make sure you at least get in that finals. The runners-up do leave with a trophy as well, so you always get something to go home with. But if you do go out in the semi-finals, unfortunately, you do not get any sort of memorabilia to follow you here. So definitely want to make sure you make it.
I'll tell you what, Judas, I've just thought something.
Oh, yeah?
There's a good opportunity that some of these teams have gambled their strategies and research on some of the other themes.
Oh, yeah, true.
And
true.
They might have to transform their final result into something that fits the theme in the end.
Yes, of course, they don't know what they're going to get, and have to respond quickly to what they do end up with. And of course, in the finals as well, they'll have that twist element on top. So they have to make sure that they are good enough to think on their feet. But like I said, the communication from both these teams, it's not loud like it was earlier in the day. It is very muted, very simple, clear communications here, because there's just so much detail going into this that individually these players having to focus a lot on what they are building. So they haven't got the ability to just communicate so well. But that's why we're getting these very complex layouts, and you can see with the stained glass coming out here, this looks very cool already.
I was going to say, I've actually had the opportunity to attend an esports event in Vale College. Myself, the CEO of Esports Wales, John, we attended something called an Esports Olympic.
Oh, nice.
We had to jump from all sorts of different games. I had the opportunity to speak to the Minecraft team.
Oh, really nice.
In the Minecraft Cymru League. And they said that, and this is a shout out as well, that they love to follow tutorials from BOO, one of the best builders in Minecraft.
Oh, nice.
They follow a lot of his guides and try to incorporate some of the build elements into their build. Stained glass, definitely something that's like new age Minecraft builder. It's like the new Minecraft building meta.
Yes.
So it's going to be interesting to see how they bring this very beautiful organic build back. Now, of course, topical relevance is one category of stick. However, I'd argue that it carries some of the most weight, because if you are not getting it right for the theme, can you get any of the other points right?
Right, like how is your environment then relevant if you haven't quite nailed
if you
the
have
theme,
the best environment on the planet, but it's a desert, and you're supposed to be building a forest,
it will definitely.
It doesn't really transfer, right? So it's going to be a time crunch as we move into the last 8 minutes for Cardiff and the Vale to try and get something that fits the theme. Don't get me wrong, the most beautiful environment we've seen all day, this waterfall effect with the creek in a handcrafted environment with the foliage, incredible.
Yeah, really
incredible. However, we're on the riser right now, definitely hitting the theme of identity and culture in modern Wales.
The simplicity of it, right? You see the different coloured beacons coming through there. to just show up something a little bit different, like this Ice Mod type of stage. You really need to build that extra D in Ice Mod. I'm gonna mention it again, but hopefully that gets tidied up by the end. And yeah, a lot of attention being paid to this stage right now, which is understandable. This is the slightly more detailed zone. But yeah, it's simplicity might actually win them out here if they can keep on the theme so well, right? Because they still have a sizable build, but it does enter the theme just a bit better right now, at least until Cardiff and the Vale actually finalize their build.
Oh, I think your dreams are being answered, Judas.
Oh,
There's another.
there we go. There we go.
There we go. Looking
there.
good. Now, I do have to ask. I think they're missing a bit of the environment, right? Obviously, Cardiff and Vale have prioritized the environment, the aesthetic, right? You can't just ignore it either, right? I think Ronda Rising needs to do something about the surrounding environment. Pop some trees up, do some custom trees if you have the time. You only have 6 minutes left, though.
Yeah.
Time's in the crunch. At the very least, get the bone meal out, start bone meal in some of the floor, etc., etc. I do like the attention to detail of the armor stands on stage. They even got the camera off to the side, the redstone on top of the iron bars,
like a nice microphone. That's nice.
That's awesome. I was going to say, I would love to see, if they're going to put this much attention to detail to them on stage, I'd love to see them actually equip them with some outfits. Now, leather in Minecraft has a ridiculous amount of options you can dye it, because a lot of people think you can just dye it the colors you have given the dye.
Yeah.
You can actually dye them shades in between.
Oh, wow, really?
So you can go from blue to purple by adding in some red shades.
Oh,
so if they really wanted to, they could have someone cycling through the colors to make it like a really jazzy sort of outfit on stage. But then the question is that what's going to get the point?
Yeah, that's true. Like you say, it needs to be what you have to be focused at this point, because again, final 5 minutes, the details do matter, but what are you missing out on if you don't manage to get those details set up? Seeing a nice little sports center set up here.
I like the kelp block used there for the rugby ball.
Yes.
That's a little bit something different.
Again, little bits like that, right? Can you have something that just makes the judge smile a little bit? You see something, oh, that's good. That's a cool little detail.
A little nod, you know?
Again, this is more simple than what the chemicals are gone for, but right now it is looking like it just answers the brief so well.
It definitely does, but there's one point, right? I've got to say, like, it's quite bizarre to in a scenario where this is incredible, beautiful, really hits the environment, the aesthetic, right? This one really hits the topic brief.
Yeah.
But then this needs environment. I don't know what redstone it has going for it. I don't see any.
No, not
this
yet.
team has just added some redstone, right? They have redstone
they've got
underneath.
something quite complex going on there. I'm not sure if that's like a tiled flooring they're almost going for.
Underwater, I'm not too sure what this represents. I'm assuming their research would give more insight.
Yeah.
So hoping the judges will have an opportunity to find out what that is. But I guess you could argue that the country's landscape is definitely a core identity.
I was going to say, you have the valleys and stuff, the rolling hills in there. It's very famous. It's how you talk about Wales. And that might be sort of what they're looking for here. You're starting to see it being filled in now. It is clearly a more detailed waterfall than we saw earlier, right? You've got that almost white sort of spray at the top end, and then going into the more blue at the bottom. And again, it might just be they're looking for identity in, the more rural areas of it. That's totally relevant as well. And again, this comes down to pitching it to the judges. What do they tell the judges, which we are not privy to over here? But if you can, like you say, you can reference your research, say this is what we decided to go with, then yeah, it's totally relevant. They can see the flowers, the trees, they've all really built this from scratch. And you can tell, you can really see the details going on. And it might just be a fantastic snapshot of a Welsh countryside.
Yeah, and the redstone they've got included is not the easiest, right? They've got relays underneath, repeaters to extend a huge pulse, because that redstone lamp sort of layer is quite vast, right? Underneath the entire layer that they have. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to do something that animates it, right? We saw St. David, which is Cardiff the Vale's literal rivals, right?
Yeah.
They want to beat those. They're the only ones that had an animated build. These guys might be trying to match them in that sense. Be like, well, we saw what you did in your semi-finals. We can do that too. Oh, and there we go.
Oh, that's nice.
So they're using wind charges, one of the newest items in the game. to use the visuals, they're shooting it up with a dispenser on a repeater, right? On a little clock.
Yeah.
That is making, obviously, the splashing of the waterfall.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a really nice. I think we saw something similar with the blue and white sort of geyser effect coming out with the fireworks earlier today as well. This is similar to that. I'd almost like to see them add both. That could be a nice way to do it. But yeah, I like the sort of splash particle effect going on there. That is a really nice touch. Again, could be a specific location that they are going for that they've used in their reference. I've just found a very cool way to do it, and I'm really interested to see if these redstone lamps do get animated towards the end.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they will. You can see from above that with the stained glass, they've made a gradient of the water as well. So visual creativity-wise, aesthetic environment, they're owning. In terms of area and space, I'd say they may be quite even. Like, there's more vertical space used by Cardiff and the Vale, but there's a valley in between. And of course, there's this dead space back here, though, for Rhonda. So it's a shame that they're not using that. They seem all focused on the same space. It looks like
around this stage area and everything and getting set for that.
Yeah, they only have 2 minutes to get something going too. I'm curious to know what Ronda Rising are trying to get the end result to be, or if the time crunch is really putting the pressure on, right?
Yeah.
I can hear a lot of comms going on. There's some people who are a little bit lost, it looks like. But there's some good leadership from the side of Ronda Rising. We have a member stepping up to sort of direct them.
Yeah, really taking control at the end, just to make sure these
finishing touches.
Yeah, exactly what you need for this time. Again, 90 seconds. It doesn't sound like long, but with 6 of you building, you can actually get quite a lot done. Particularly when the majority of the build is done. You're looking mainly for the final finishing touches here, and really starting to finish out that stage area. And it does look very.
Well, hey, they managed to close the stage, which is great. I saw one was adding some form of redstone inside of the little mountain. I quite like the aesthetic of this, like, very bold, saturated in your face sort of colors.
Yeah.
I wish they kind of kept that thing going. You know the Grand Finals Principality Stadium flooring? Right?
Yeah.
And some of the terracotta or the concrete. I would love to see that too, right? Keep the theme going, you know? You started off with one aesthetic, you got it in the Isdale Mountain, and you've got it in the Eisteddfod as well. But then we've come back to the usual Minecraft sort of aesthetic as well. Just a little creative consideration. Maybe for the future, all teams are developing. Cardiff and the Vale, though, looking incredible. Look at that. They've added water on top.
There we go. That's
and there's the animated wave.
Yeah,
wow.
That's what they wanted to see. Yeah, it does look really cool. You could see them setting that up for a while. Honestly, they've cut it close. We just came back a few minutes ago, and it was really on the way there. It was still setting up these sort of splash effects coming from the waves too, but it does look really, really good. It all comes down to
9.
Are they satisfied with what
7,
they've done?
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That is the end of the semi-finals for the post-16. And my oh my, Cardiff and the Vale College, they are the Goliath in this tournament, right? They've definitely stepped up. They saw what St. David's done with the animated stuff, and they were like, we'll match you. We'll match you. It looks like the redstone actually broke towards the end, but we saw it at least as the casters. And they got all the sponsorship stuff as well. What a beautiful build. Look at that. On the side.
Even the little tag as well.
Yeah. And there's the lever that activates it all.
Nice.
With the redstone inside. Look at that.
Yeah, you can see how detailed it is in there. How it is tough to, this was all done in 20 minutes. They had to really work together to get all this set up. Yeah, it has turned out really, really well for them. And same on Ronda Rising, though, as well. I think they can be quite happy with what they've managed to put together today. I think it's been a very, very cool sight. And what a waterfall. There go the effects. But I think both sides would be really satisfied with what they pulled off. But that is phenomenal use of all the effects to create that.
Definitely the best environment of the day. It is up to the judges if it fits the identity and culture.
Yeah.
I'm going to argue not culture, right? I don't think you can. Maybe, going up, like, hiking a bit, right? And that sort of culture element. But then I'd say, did they not have the time to add an armor stand or an NPC that would show that?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But in terms of the identity, Yeah, I can see that.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know, it's all about what points you do score and stuff. And there's always relevance to what you could do in the future. How could you improve these builds, right? All these
Yeah.
builds can level up in some way. So it is nice to still be able to assess them. And I think I do like the classic style that Ron the Rising have gone for, right? Just straight up in your face. Here's a nice dead god. Here's some rugby and everything. It's a really nice way to just show to the judges. This is what we feel is our identity and culture, even in the modern Wales. And it looks good. I think they can absolutely be happy.
For sure. So, the judges are going around getting a little insight interview from all of the players, trying to inform them on what the premise of the build was, how they can communicate, how it addresses the theme, right? And also give an insight into the teamwork. Usually, we'd have the opportunity, if we had more time, to have a shoutcaster to come up.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes the captain, if you don't have a shoutcaster. And they can communicate the team structure, right? What strategy they have. Throughout my time, goes through stages.
Yep.
I've seen teams go for let's play to our strengths, all do your solo thing, and it worked well. I've seen some teams be like, we couldn't decide on the final result, we're split into a grid of 4, and we'll build 4 different things.
Yeah.
Some teams go for what I've dubbed that theme park sort of approach, where it's a lot of little things that eventually towards the end built up into one sort of environment. It's like, yeah, I can see that, right?
Yeah.
And then some teams work as just a cohesive unit, everyone face plate. Right, at 2 minutes, we switch to this. Redstone guy, go. You know?
Yeah. On you go. No, it's really cool. And I think obviously with the high level of the post 16, that's why they, we have got the players are really focused. And you have to be. You've seen how these builds have turned out. They really have to focus. Really excited to see exactly who comes ahead for these finalists. But the final matchup is going to be absolutely ridiculously high level, no matter who makes it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say Cardiff and Vale are in the grand final. Right?
It did look very nice.
Visuals-wise, they could lose a lot of points depending on the judges' interpretation of the identity. It depends how well they can communicate it behind us, right? They're giving this shot right now, so it'll be interesting to see the judges' verdict from that. I wonder if we'll get the heated rivalry of St. David's versus Cardiff and the Vale. Now, I do have to say, the game between St. David and what was the other team?
You put me to those.
Cannon Valley, right?
Valley, yeah. Cannon Valley.
I think that was really close.
It was close. Yeah, that
really
was
close.
Absolutely a tight game as well. Again, either of those teams, if they ended up in the final, you couldn't knock it. You would say they did deserve to be there as well. It was very, very strong.
They all had a similar situation where it feels like St. David, we have question marks. This is that big red building, right?
Yes.
We have question marks of, did it hit the topic 3?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Of, I believe it's 2050.
Yes, 2050, like that.
Renewable energy sort of approach to Wales.
Sustainability.
Yes, sustainable energy, right? Does that fit the theme? It might be a building in Cardiff that they've renovated.
Yes.
And it's that way, Well done, Cardiff and the Vale. But the other team did the electric train. They did do half for showing like the progression of sustainable.
Yes, that sort of narrative.
I like that narrative, right? That's actually quite interesting. But then, depending on the judge, you could argue that only half of the build is sustainable.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
It does come down to what the judges are taking away as the verdict
and how they sell it, right? How they sell this. This is what we researched. This is why we chose this. If you can go through and explain all of that, then you might have to really sell your point again.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially when it's a very, very close round.
I think, ironically, that's a bit of an arc that maybe some of the teams haven't fully developed yet.
Yeah.
I think having a shoutcaster, some teams opt not to have the shoutcaster because they'd rather have an additional builder or they'll have another researcher.
Yep.
But having someone who has the ability, the gift the gab,
to
communicate things in your favor, definitely helps. There's a multifaceted sort of skill level to this. It's not just straight build knowledge and build speed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it all comes down to the fine details, and now looks like we're gonna find out.
We are find out the next theme. Stories of Wales. The then, now, and next.
Yeah.
Interesting. But there's a twist. Your build must include 3 different time layers, the past, the present, and the future, and at the same time, it must have a narrative journey that can be followed by the judges. Well, congratulations, judges. Probably have some of the best teams here that will allow you guys to see a narrative going through. Now, normally it'd have 30 minutes, right? So a little bit more difficult. However, I do believe that they probably have the best roster of teams available to this date right now to achieve that twist.
Yep. We're just going to wait to see exactly what the judges have decided.
Yes, the results between the two semi-finals. Judas, do you have any team that you think is going through?
Man, I don't know. I think
for me, Cardiff and the Vale. I'm sorry.
Cardiff and the Vale did look very good.
Wow.
Again, they were really, really good with the use of the waterfall.
Yeah.
It all depends how they sold it to the judges. I would trust them to have done a good job on that. On the other side, the other was very tough to call. Like
I think that's so close.
It does all depend on exactly what their reference material was. And
we don't know. We're in the dark.
Yeah, we are.
Honestly,
a bit in the dark now.
I'm in suspense as much as probably the people online right now. I want to know if we're going to get the superheated rivalry or if it's going to be a new David versus Goliath. If Cardiff and the Vale go through, that might be the upset of
that would be a shock, especially going through the standings from before today.
Yeah. I mean, we can have a brief look at the group stages, right? Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's take a little peek.
We have Cardiff and the Vale Celts at the top with 21 points. They won 5 games, only lost 1 ever.
Wow.
That's it. St. David, College Blockstorm, who are rival in Havoc, have 4 wins, 2 losses. And I'm pretty sure 2 of their losses came from Havoc.
Yeah.
Ironically. And then Cullen Valley Esports went 3-3, and unfortunately, Ron's Horizon went 0-6 in the group stages. If they manage to pull a win today, just by playing by the book all the team,
Keeping it simple like we've seen throughout the day. Again, if they manage that, again, it's all you need. If you can pull it off on the day, in the finals, on the big stage, then that's what you need.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes playing it simple is effective, right?
Absolutely.
You can definitely overcook. You can definitely bite off more than you do, right? We've seen some teams not finish their builds today.
Yeah.
It's a different ball game. These are the best teams arriving and climbing up through the ranks, but it doesn't mean that the challenge gets easier, right?
Oh, yeah.
Your opponents are the best of the best.
Yeah.
The time is less. There's a crunch, and you get the see on the day. That is incredibly difficult.
The standard's just right, and it does get more and more difficult. And when you are at this post-16 age group as well, it's different to what we've seen from like the primary school students, where they will have other opportunities. There will be more Minecraft to be played. At post-16, unfortunately, no one's inviting me and you to play Minecraft with them right there anymore.
So we'll make our own team.
Yeah, we'll have to make our own team and still probably get completely destroyed by some of these builds. Yeah, they have been really, really good.
I'll tell you what though, Judas, I'm inspired. When I go home tonight, I'm playing Minecraft.
Yeah, I'm going to go home and build like the worst house ever. Yeah. I'm going to have a great time. I'm just going to imagine as if any one of these students could have for me. But I'm going to go home, have a nice time, lock myself in so I don't get killed by spiders.
Yeah. I mean, we had the survival element, of course. Right. I don't know how much longer the judges are actually going back and forth. It looks like it's going to be a little bit, so we'll send it to an intermission, and we'll be back shortly with the grand finals for the Minecraft Cymru League. We'll see you in a bit.
Leon, take it away. You're shocked.
Thank you. I am awestruck, to be honest with you. What an upset. We have in the grand finals Cavakel, who we could see was most likely going through. And then we had probably the tightest game of the day, which was Cunning Valley Esports versus St. David. And we were discussing it just off screen during the intermission just then. If St. David went up against Cav and they had a similar theme based off the fact that they both had animated builds with incredible redstone, both had the incredible nice of the points for a rubric for most things, I think Cav could have lost out on the top four relevant.
Very possible. Yeah.
St. David definitely hit it more. Now, ironically, the reason why St. David lost is because they lost out on that topical relevancy because Cunning Valley Esports really captured the theme of the build to a T. So they got the environment down, they got the build, they got this stuff, they had everything else. On the Horizon, they had the theme down to a T. They didn't have everything that Cunning Valley Esports had as well. And so, the build battle is underway. We're going to jump in real quick and make sure that we get to capture all the action for the grand finals between Cavakel and Cunning Valley Esports.
Now, the theme for this one is Stories of Wales, then, now, next. And the twist is that you have to have a past, present, and future, and then you have to create a narrative journey for the judges. Now, one of these teams is opted to just close themselves off and make sure nothing can be seen from the other squad. Finally starting to sort of piece this out together. But look how fast these players just start building. It's so good.
Now, I was wondering if there was a new strategy being employed. Let's hide our build from the other team.
I mean, it might still be. It might work.
So, if that's the case, that's incredible. However, the team that's hiding the build right now is Cunning Valley Esports. So I don't know if they're actually hiding it or if they're doing something to do with the big fish. They need the underground space, right? Now, with the size and space area category that you can earn points on in the scoring rubric, you do have to have the entire build visible from the outside. So I wonder how they'll address that as they go through. If they make different pockets for the caves and the layers, if it is the big fit, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that applies. However, it looks like for the Cavakel, they're going for a very nice build. It might be something to a little nod to the history of Wales again, the heritage.
Yep.
Maybe both teams are going for something to do or related to coal. I like the block palette so far used for Cavakel. So I love the oxidized door, right? Gives it that steel aesthetic with the powdered concrete.
Yeah.
That's what's giving it like that little speckle of texture. Deep plate tiles for the roof. Great choice. It's actually my go-to when I do builds as well. They've got some calcite in the floor. This looks like cracked. They're a little bit too wide. I wonder if it's like a depot space or maybe a row. And it's going to be an old factory that's been renovated and used for something else in the modern day.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I'm a lot more interested right now in what Cunning Valley Esports are doing because what is hidden inside the block?
I know what is in the box. That is what we're trying to find out here. And I do wonder how, as well, these teams are going to tackle the past, present, and future because obviously there are a few ways to do this, right? You could think left to right, you know, like past year, present year, future there. You could also think in terms of years, right? Like the first story could be the past, then you move up to the present, and then up to the future.
Wow.
But you're going to have to find a way to present that in only 20 minutes as well. That's going to be very, very tough. It's almost like there will need to be 3 distinct layers for both these teams. But how would you do that in such an organized way? Again, they didn't know about that twist until now. They knew about Stories of Wales, but they don't know about having to do 3 separate sections. So that is going to be tough. I'd love to see who can pull it off.
So, based off the block so far, obviously the other team can't see in, but we have the opportunity to fly in. So, as the observer, we have a little bit of an insight. I'm assuming from the block palette, the gradient, right? You have the tough bricks, very foundational, very structured. The stone bricks, very clean, sophisticated. Cobble, right? Means it's a bit of weathered sort of aesthetic going on. And then mossy cobble, right? You'd expect foliage, maybe some wet or damp areas to make it contextually work. But I'm assuming this is an old castle, an old keep.
Oh,
So what you said, we might be seeing a slice of cake, layer by layer approach from Cunning Valley. We'll see, and we'll see what the judges get some insight in when they go around for the build battle. I love that they've added a little glass layer here as well.
That
Look
is
at
the
this.
layer cake there. Yeah. You've
Oh, the
seen it.
third one. Look at that.
It
Yeah,
is
it
a
literally
straight
is.
up layer cake coming
You
in.
had this spot on. That's
really
incredible.
cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if we have the second layer right now, looks like maybe a more modern building. This is quite a literal take on the past, present, future. I quite like it, to be honest with you.
Like a castle, then like a modern, obviously these glass window buildings we've seen. But then how do you translate that to the future, right? You now have to come up with a concept of a building that doesn't exist yet. That's a tough challenge to do. Again, in such a limited time, but you already see there's almost like a spaceship kind of aesthetic coming through here as well. So again, it might be what they're going for, and if they can pull this off, it would be fantastic.
And it's kind of ironic that they've got the astronaut building
it. yeah, did they get to pick this skin?
They did. There's no way Thunder Valley Esports has decided to pick the skins for who's building what. If they've gone to that level of detail, I can't wait to see what they've done for the build. Look at this. We've got a modern builder outfit onto the modern layer. And if we have a look at the bottom layer, there's no way there's a medieval guy down here.
We need to highlight this to the judges. So.
You know what?
That's a bit of an old-timey, like
the suspenders.
The suspenders and jeans. Yeah. I kind of
That's
like
wild.
I have no idea how intentional that is. That's really, really
if
cool.
That's a happy accident, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
But look at this. We look away for a second, and again, the kings of the environment, they've already got stuff going. A custom tree being built up. They have the fence coming through for the branches as well. I love the visual of this build, though. Like I said, they have the concrete powder, which gives it that lovely texture right there. They've got the glass panes as well, and they've also built into the roof. This is looking like a building you can see pretty much anywhere around Wales, right? A lot of houses will look this way. It looks a little bit more grand, though, a little bit more layered, scaling up as the build goes on. And based off the door as well, being that waxed, oxidized copper, that last sort of shade of oxidization, I'm assuming this is going to be a factory.
That makes sense. Some sort of copper works type of thing as well. And it just feels like the time is actually ticking away. 12 minutes to go. As much as before, it felt like they were building so quickly. Now I think this brief being very, very detailed, very detail oriented as well. It's got to be tough to organize this one. This is definitely a tough call, but if they can pull it off, I think it already looked very nice.
Yeah.
Now it's, can you turn this nice build into an on-theme build? And we saw that very strong from Thunder Valley already today, and Kavak Celts actually pick up on top of this too.
I mean, Thunder Valley Esports got here by being literal to the point of the theme, right? They've seen past, present, future. They know it's about Wales. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Past, castles, medieval. Present, the buildings you can see outside the President's Lounge, the Principality Stadium, and of course then the future being based on somewhat reality, right? As I mentioned earlier, if we were to apply this sort of like to an art class, right, they go for very much sort of realism and sort of age bracket, right?
Yeah.
Doing a space shuttle, that looks awesome, right? They've definitely employed that layer structure you mentioned previously. It's like a 3-tiered cake, right? Then on the side of Kavak Celts, I do think that what they're building definitely represents the theme well. It feels like a building that has been built 100 years ago and has been renovated, and used for different things, modernized over time. I don't know how they're going to get the future element in. I haven't really seen that so far. Based off of the calcite, I think that's pale oak as well, maybe stripped pale oak. It's one of the newest logs added. And then I'm assuming that's quartz as well. I think they have like a painted texture on the wall that's like peeling off due to the weathered effect on the wall.
Yes, see that.
Beautiful texturing work, right? Beautiful andesite stone brick. They've got some terracotta again, dark gray. That's looking really effective. And again, in terms of environment and aesthetic wise, they are incredible at doing that. However, again, where does that modern element come in? If we have a look over towards the side of Thunder Valley Esports, and have a look at the layers. They're at their halfway point, and look at this.
Yeah, there's that.
This is a good miniature sort of feel to what you would expect for the past of Wales, right?
Yeah. It's a simple concept, right? But you can see the moat coming through. We've seen castles earlier on today in some of the younger age groups as well. I'm not sure we're going to have as many dead skeletons around on this one, but you never know. They might decide to put it in. This is the more modern type of building. Looks like they've had a bit of a rethink on the design here, but again, going for that clear, like It's not a fully glass building, but they've gone for this sort of brick with wide windows on it. And now starting to open up this layer cake, not in consequently to the side of Havoc. So they've only kept their side secret. And this almost jet, maybe an aeroplane looking setup at the top here as well. With for the future. Maybe we're looking to build an airport again in Wales, another one which sits at the top of a 3-tiered cake. It sounds great to me. It sounds delicious.
Now, I tell you what, the plane makes sense being in the sky. A floating building, however, I don't know how contextual that is to the environment, but that's up to the judges to decide, right? It might just be the presentation. It might be perceived as such. I think the castle is nearing completion. They got the Welsh flag up there in what little pixelization they can get.
Yeah.
But then over on the side of Havoc, they are definitely looking great when it comes to the environment.
They do it so well, right?
They
do these
do.
textured buildings.
It's this strength.
That left half of that building almost looks like it's like dipped underwater in the ocean for 100 years. They've just fished it out.
Oh my
and
god!
Placed it somewhere.
The town that was flooded in Wales.
Oh.
There's no way that that's a nod to that, right?
I mean, it could be.
It could
right?
be.
It could be. It could be a sort of progression. Again, we don't know exactly what the researchers where these students have landed with this research. But it could well be something along those lines. Again, it does give me that feel of like an undersea town sort of thing. I do just wonder quickly: is there anything more vertical yet? No. I was like, how we just missed the whole building up in the sky there.
So for sure, Cunning Valley Esports dominated in the size area, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that was their plan.
Yeah.
Right?
Straight away get the vertical.
It really feels like they've been playing by the book. It's worked for them, as they're going to keep playing by the book. Do it literal, do it to the point, get the points that we know that we can get. We haven't seen any redstone from either team so far.
No,
right?
Yet.
Not that I've seen at the very least. As I say that, we see a redstone lantern pop up.
I've definitely noticed the theme with the older age group is that they've been sort of waiting on the redstone, whereas a lot of other teams were getting started quickly, right? Let's get the redstone element in as soon as we can. Whereas these guys have been holding off a little bit and sort of adding it later on. That doesn't necessarily mean they didn't know where it was going to go with the initial plan. It just means that that's where they've decided to put it in. But yeah, like I said, a little bit of redstone element coming in there. Nothing yet, as far as we can see on the side of Cunning Valley Esports. But
we got some dispensers here.
Dispensers coming down with lots
I'm
of
assuming this is fireworks, right?
Yes, either some fireworks or some kind of castle theme around. It actually looks like does that hole go through?
Yeah.
So it actually might go all the way through to the top. Is there like a chimney effectively that we can go through here, or possibly
we can go up to the top layer to check out the top?
We might have something going here. Like this is what I was really hoping. They've got the 3 separate layers, right? But you can integrate those 3 layers together. That could look really, really cool as well. So whatever they've got cooking in those dispensers, that could go. And then nice to see the guards at the gate set up here. Lots of really cool ideas, buddy.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do. I think you need more than just dispensers with fireworks at this stage of the competition, right? We've seen triple piston doors for a 3x3 being used in a different age bracket, right? We've seen animated builds from 2 teams in the post-16 semi-finals.
Yes.
We're going to be seeing something coming out from at least one of these 2 teams to make sure that they elevate and get that point for the redstone. It's really about almost like boxing in a sense, trading blows. Okay, you're going to get the size and area point. We're going to get the aesthetic and environment point.
Yeah.
Who wants the redstone point?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Who wants it? What are you going to do to grab it? That's the question. Also, it looks like this building in particular is transforming over time, no? We've got the weathered aesthetic over on the left. The road really isn't even there. It's just a traveled, sort of trampled area. So the grass doesn't even grow anymore. They've actually used rooted dirt and mud as well, packed mud to achieve that effect. Then they've got an actual road sort of tarmac that's just been laid down. And then you've got the modern day road being laid out. We've cracked the code. Havoc has gone for a time capsule build that
is building left to right
over time.
Yeah. I can definitely see it, And
we were concerned about that, right?
Yeah.
About the lack of past, present, and future.
Yeah.
And they've surprised us within, 5 minminutes remaining?
Yeah, they just sort of really pulled it out of the bag, which is similar to how we saw their build in the semi-finals, right? It took a while to get it going, but they almost took their time to the limit, and then they got it really finished off. I wonder if we can have a look on the inside actually of this build. Are we able to see how the interior of the building? So yeah, this is almost like a regular sort of stack.
Oh my god, they are working literally section by section.
Yeah.
This is incredible, and this is the future, the television, the video,
TV.
They've got the lighting up above. Look at this. Wow. So literally down to the T, every single detail, Kavak are trying to consider things in and outside of the build.
Yeah, yeah. Really cool. I really like the way they've done it. Again, I said almost like a layer cake left to right is the style they've gone for, rather than vertically. I almost wonder if it's a little bit small. Is it like, could they have maybe been a bit more ambitious? But it depends on the level of detail they go for. I
think with the consideration of time and the fact that if you look literally 5 blocks to the left and see this, I think, like I said earlier, I think it's literally blow for blow. Right. We're going the aesthetic, they go in area.
Yeah.
We will get redstone, they'll get topical relevancy. But now it looks like both teams are vying and trying to fight for that topical relevancy point, right? One's done a literal step-by-step representation of the theme. The other side has done a sort of gradient going through time aesthetic, right? Literally vertical versus horizontal. Quite bizarre when you put it that way. We're seeing a lot of redstone being used for Sun Valley Esports right now. We can see a double piston extension for a hidden entrance to the tower. I think we see some of the defenses as well. They've got some observers to constantly shoot them back and forth out. And then up here, I think we're going to have an animated sign.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a good way to finish this up again. This future aspect of their build as well. There's like a little sky aquarium there going on.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's exactly meant to represent.
Maybe that's even the next step further, right? They've done something based in realism, but future-based. Maybe they're going something futuristic, as in like almost opting to go for sci-fi.
2 minutes, 20 seconds to finish off.
Yes, basically 2 minutes remaining. So what we're looking at is pretty much close to the finished build that we can imagine we'll end up receiving, right? This is almost giving prison vibe at this point with the sort of iron bars on the doors.
Yeah, I'm seeing that, yeah.
I think the middle layer has been maybe a little bit neglected for Ronda, Sun Valley Esports. I think that the base and the top are definitely highlights of the build. This is a great miniature medieval building that they've built. It depends on how effective the redstone is. Really hidden there with the pistons, but the texture kind of matches, so it's somewhat hidden, right? We're not too sure what redstone Kavak have done just yet. We see a lot of the redstone lamp, which is beautiful. This is great. These are loom blocks. They use these to make banners in survival, right? But they've used this to make it look like a vent. So you can see old, right? Using a different texture for the walls. They got the foliage. It's weathered.
Chimney. They have to, a requirement of that type of building.
And then they've gone for like cobbled all together, like maybe mid 90s type of thing, right? And then you've got something that's modern day / future. You've got literally air vents on it. You've got a little pulley system on the side. You've got a drainage system. 1 minute remaining. What are the final touches that both teams are going to add? Oh, look at this, an electrical as well.
Yes, just to finish off. I do want to see that sign on the top of the layer cake. Have they managed to get that finished in time? Because it's quite ambitious for how late they started.
Well, hey.
Oh, there we go. Although someone's
replaced all the dirt.
Of the layer of dirt.
Oh no.
Which they
There's hands on the head. There's been a misinput.
Uh-oh.
One of them has filled the entire area. They have less than a minute to get rid of it.
Oh no.
Oh no. No way. Not in the final 30 seconds. Oh my god, they reversed it. They did an undo. Well done. There we go.
Oh, so they're not released.
They revealed it. They actually employed a strategy to hide their build.
Hide the build the whole time along. Wow.
Oh, but ironically, both teams opted for a similar strategy.
Yes.
5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. Diane, well done. Controllers are down, hands are up.
I was nervous for a second with all that dirt.
It's complete. That was almost incredibly upsetting. Wow.
That was very, very frightening right then. Again, that's the nature of competition and the time pressures and everything. This is where mistakes happen. That sign has come out very well.
I can't believe the Sun Valley Esports did no animation of any redstone, and then suddenly whip it out to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, that's the time. We said it all along. When you're going to pull out your special tricks, this is the time to do it. And really, really cool. In what was, by far, the most difficult creep of the day.
Yeah.
Such a difficult set of tasks to put together in only 20 minutes as well. Very, very difficult to do, but it looks like they've done it really, really well for both sides here. And I think it's fantastic.
Oh my God, it's a factory building. It's the industrial age.
Yeah.
The roof gives it away, the angular roof. Wow. So, Cumberland Valley Esports, they split it into 3 layers. They took the 6 players, split them into teams of 2. That's a new strategy.
Yeah.
And then they hit their build.
Yeah.
That's a whole new level.
Hit it inside a delicious layer cake.
Wow. And so you can see the different levels as it progresses, right? You have the future, airports, air shuttles, you have the signs that are animated with redstone lamps, you have aquariums, right? You drop down a layer. This one probably has the least amount of time put into it.
Yeah.
Let's be realistic, right? You can see that the floor is not finished inside, but it's definitely a factory. It's definitely a nod to the industrial age in Wales.
Yeah.
And then you have a medieval castle with the Welsh flag, right? A lot of attention to detail in here. We even have a throne. Look at this.
Nice.
I wonder which castle in Wales is hoarded all of this treasure. And you wrap around. They've used a good variety of blocks, naturally because it's 3 different ages, right?
Yeah.
Not the best texture work on some of these, let's be honest, right? But there's a good variety of blocks.
Yes.
Deep slate, black stone, right? Tough block, cobble, mossy stuff, stone brick. And then you go to the top layer. There's a lot of quartz here, a lot. I actually think there's little to no texturing up here. I mean, you have some with the quartz pillars right here.
Yeah.
And you have some pale oak trapdoors coming along it. The signs right here is really good. You know, this made with a bunch of observers through this. That's some really good redstone. We don't know what redstone they've used over here, though.
Yeah, I didn't get to see too much of it. I think you see there's something going on that maybe looks a little bit unfinished.
No, that's the command block. So if you flick that, it does something.
Okay. Well, we're not sure what it'll do. Obviously, that's the story for the judges to experience. A little bit of fire located around as well. I think it looks like they've gone for some sort of last-minute rugby pitch there.
Yeah.
Coming out. I'm not sure where that one came from, but again, when you're trying to get these last little points, you kind of find whatever you can. And really, really interesting way that both these teams have gone about it. It takes the feet on the inside, and we see a very old styly house. There's a new style kitchen with a little household setup going on, and then the more modern frame pictures, long sofa and everything, flat screen TV. Yeah, really, really cool. Really
sound like you're selling me the house.
I could sell you this house, honestly. I think that would be a really nice buy. And it's been, one experience today. And it's just a shame that one of these teams has to go home in second place. There's just so many cool ideas.
Oh, they've activated
there's the command.
Oh my God, I think it turns this on. I think they just turned the chimney on. Wow. I think it just revealed the chimney. That's crazy. I think there's some electricity. I think they might have been trying to get some particles that shoots across this chain to make it look like electricity traveling to the house.
Powering the house.
But 20 minutes, bro. 20 minutes.
It's only 20 minutes. It is tough.
Yeah, that's a tough one. So these are your final 2 results. One very literal to the topic's brief. Another one like a sort of traveling through time approach. Both equally as strong in terms of topical relevancy. I think Cumberland Valley Esports definitely are winning the area and space, right?
Yes, it is bigger.
It's physically wider. You can't really fight that. And I think Havoc Health took note of that and were like, we're okay. We believe we're strong enough to let you have that. It's David versus Goliath. David has built Goliath, right?
David went to the
gym. And so texturing, the environment, visual creativity, I think maybe 2 points in that sense, or 2 categories might be going to Havoc. On topical relevancy, you could probably argue that Cumberland Valley Esports takes that a bit more, it's a bit more literal, but you say at the same time,
that one will be a contested point.
Yeah, that's probably the most contested point. You can then also argue about teamwork, right? Cumberland Valley Esports consciously made the effort to split it into 3 pairs of 2.
Yeah.
Whereas Kavak worked together at all times.
Was a whole thing. Yeah, yeah.
And also, there was a split up towards the end for Cunning Valley Esports.
Yeah, with the dirt bot. Yeah,
Yeah.
not sure what happened there.
But then they managed to fix it. So, like, is it teamwork if you split it apart?
Yeah.
Well, if you're finding the spots earlier and it's a strategy, then you'd argue yes, right?
Yeah,
So maybe that's the draw too. And then what have you got left? Redstone.
That
I don't know.
animated sign will make a big difference.
That
It all
animated
depends on
sign, yeah.
what that command block did for Kavak Kelster, because obviously we don't get to see exactly in the explanation, and that, you know, that was clearly the biggest redstone aspect to their build. So, look, don't envy the judges. Said it all day. We'll continue to say it because I really, really don't envy the judges. This has been a tough one, but really, really cool.
It sounds like the results are in, though.
Wow. Somehow a decision has been made.
So as we leave the Principality Stadium in-game, we've also been booted out of the server.
Booted out of the stadium. Luckily, not physically just yet.
Yeah, fortunately, we're still here.
Still got to deal with this for a couple more minutes.
This is tight.
Yeah. This is
I can very easily see this potentially going either way.
Yeah, I mean, look, if this was a league stage, there's a very good chance it ends up in a draw. You know, that is actually an option, but unfortunately, this is the grand finals. No draws allowed. How do you possibly split the 2 teams? I don't really know. But
Cunning Valley 4th, coming in 3rd in the group stages. They went up against Kavak Kelster several times. They lost several times.
Yeah.
Right? They had a 50% win rate. Meanwhile, the Kavak Kelster almost had a perfect run. Only one person actually took them out. I wonder who did it. I thought it was St. David, but we can actually double check. Who beat Kavak?
let's see. Was it early? No.
Kavak. St. David.
It's looking like they won.
St. David. It was St.
It was
David
St.
took
David's.
a win against Kavak. Now, we said that there was a good chance that we could see them get it up, right? We could definitely see that happen. Now, I can say, I might take
If it's going to be close, I think there's again, it comes down to that redstone element. If that command block didn't do that much, again, we couldn't see it. So that does already knock it back a bit. We don't know what it did.
Yeah, it's up to how they, communicated it to the judges.
That animated sign
If
was
I'm going
functional.
off of what I saw, I think Cunning Valley wins
That's brave.
by 1 point.
I'm not going to call it. They're about to announce it. So I'm
Yeah?
giving it my opinion.
Honestly, I'll be happy to be wrong. I think both teams are more than deserving.
Yeah, we did shout it out, but our little critique.
Yeah, it was a very interesting contract, right?
Yeah, really cool. In a few different ways to do it.
The post-16 tournament has been one of the hardest coming from the judges.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you guys at home can probably feel the same way.
Yeah.
It's on the announcement for the grand finals.
Here comes the drum roll.
Drum roll. It's Havoc. Wow,
Have done it.
well
They
done.
have come on top. And what must have been one of the closest ones of the day.
They must have topped the topical relevancy point.
Again, topical relevancy, and again, we don't know exactly what
Do you
that
know what it
redstone
might
did.
have been?
Yeah.
I think that Cunning Valley Esports might have lost the point for not finishing, which is in the topical relevance, because of the middle section of the cake.
That's true. Yeah, that middle part was definitely lacking compared to the other side. So yeah, look, it's so hotly contested. You cannot say Kavak didn't deserve it. They did have 2 very good builds today.
Wow.
And yeah, really, really good. It's just such a hyper competitive age group here. Really, really cool. Lots of fun. And yeah, big congratulations to Kavak.
Yeah.
Commiserations for everyone who didn't make it, but absolutely deserves to hold their heads up high. Because those builds were
for sure.
absolutely phenomenal.
I think my favorite build of the day probably was not Havoc's most recent one, but the one we just saw, the one in the semi-final.
Yeah.
And then make it way
Yeah.
Like,
Very,
if
very
they're back
cool.
for the finals, they were safe, right?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Again, topical relevancy, it was a little bit shaky, but their opponents against the Ronda Rising went a little bit simplistic. They didn't play to the strength of the scoring rubric,
Yeah.
right? Whereas Havoc, they've done their homework, they've studied it, they've got it down to a science at this point, right?
Absolutely.
I think they definitely have a strength in their aesthetic environment. Probably the strongest team we've seen all day.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, I also can't get Milwaukee Miners off my mind with that beautiful stained glass aesthetic.
Yes.
I mean, even Havoc, the post 16, the oldest age bracket team, adopted that stylistic choice.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, that's a nod, a testament to how nice those visuals are.
Yeah.
I think
Really
I can't remember what team it was now, but the one that done the split, right, with the
Oh yeah.
the build, right, the black and white.
Mystic. Yeah.
Yes, the Marley Mystic. That might be my favorite creative build.
I think that was one of my favorite builds. Probably my favorite build of the day, and it didn't even win its semi-final.
right?
That's how tight all of these games were. But I mean, it looks like everyone's wrapping up, and why not? Because what day we've had, it's been so much
incredible.
fun.
There's handshakes all around.
Yeah.
People have got all the different Minecraft flags that we've got. And
The
now
Phonics are playing.
Yeah.
Probably going to get the section of the stream muted, but you know what? Hey, it's
we'll
Welsh.
We'll try and close it here. Right. Thank you very much, everyone who's been watching at home. You guys have been a great audience. We've been reading your messages as we've been going through the stream as well. Me and Judas have been having a good old time reading it. So thank you very much, you guys watching at home. I know there's a lot of competitors watching at home as well. So congratulations for making it to the Principality Stadium. And if you want to get here next, join the Minecraft Cymru League, and we'll be seeing you here, hopefully, next year. Judas, thank you so much for today.
Not a problem.
I'll pass over to you for closing remarks.
It has been fantastic. It has been a great time. Hope to see all of you guys next year again. What a day. What a performance. Congratulations to Kevin. See you guys soon.
Have a good one.